India is readying a major defense push. Some multi-billion-dollar deals are in the pipeline. They could be approved as early as this week. What are the items on the Indian military's wish list? It has been influenced by Operation Sindoor. We'll bring you a special report on India's defense modernization. Also on the show, China and Pakistan are planning an alternative to SAARC. How will India react to this proposed plan? What is Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar's mission in the United States? Why has Turkey arrested cartoonists over a caricature? What triggered the latest episode in Elon Musk's feud against Trump? Why has Thailand's Prime Minister been suspended? And why is sabotage being probed in the Air India plane crash? All this and more lined up. But first, the headlines. Germany arrests a suspect for allegedly spying for Iran. The Danish suspect is accused of spying on Jewish organizations and people in Berlin. German authorities say the alleged spy was doing reconnaissance work to possibly carry out terrorist attacks on Jewish targets. Last September, German police shot dead a man who allegedly had ties to radical Islam. Moscow claims to have seized all of Luhansk region. It's one of 4 regions that Russia annexed from Ukraine in September of 2022. This would make Luhansk the first Ukrainian region to be fully occupied by Russia since the war began more than 3 years ago. In 2014, Moscow had annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. Bangladesh's former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina denies crimes against humanity charges. That's according to her state-appointed defense lawyer. Hasina is facing charges of abetment, incitement, conspiracy, and failure to prevent mass murder. The United Nations says nearly 1,500 people were killed between July and August of 2024. Hasina fled to India after mass protests toppled her government last August. India's manufacturing activity hit a 14-month high in June. It was driven by a significant rise in global sales, which boosted output and sparked record-breaking hiring. The factory output grew at its fastest pace since April last year. Export orders recorded their 3rd highest growth rate since March of 2005. In Mali, suspected jihadists attack military installations in several towns. This is the latest series of attacks in the junta-led country, which has seen a resurgence in violence in the wider Sahel region. Now, for more than a decade, Mali has faced attacks from terror groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. It's been almost 2 months since Operation Sindoor, since India's decisive victory over Pakistan. But the job isn't done yet. Past success does not protect you in the future. So the key is to keep investing and upgrading. And that's what India is doing. India's top defense purchasing body is meeting this week. It's called the DAC, or the Defense Acquisition Council. This council is led by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Its job is to clear weapons purchases. Now, this week's meeting is the first after Operation Sindoor, so naturally there is extra focus on it. Reports say the council will take up deals worth 1 lakh crore rupees, which is around $11 billion. Let's quickly go through some of the weapons. The Army is hoping to get new air defense missiles, specifically QRSAMs, or Quick Reaction Surface-to-Air Missiles. These were developed by the DRDO, which is India's state-run military research lab. Their range, up to 30 kilometers. The goal is to deploy them along the Pakistan border. Now we come to the Navy. The Indian Navy is hoping to acquire made-in-India sea mines. These are basically water-based explosives. They can destroy ships or submarines. Beyond these, the Navy is also eyeing underwater autonomous vehicles. Its capability to carry out surveillance and combat. Which brings us to the Air Force. The Indian Air Force reportedly has two major items on its wish list. The first is upgrading the Su-30 fighter jets, better computers, better avionics. The second is buying 3 new spy planes under the ISTAR program. Now, ISTAR stands for Intelligence, Surveillance, Targeting and Reconnaissance. These planes will be bought from an original maker. In India, they will be modified by the DRDO. And that sums up the Indian military's wish list. 2 trends stand out in these items. The first is the emphasis on homegrown technologies. Whether it's the air defense missiles or the undersea mines, they are being developed in India. It's part of the government's indigenization goal. At the same time, foreign deals are not dead, especially the deals with Russia. After the Ukraine war started, many people doubted India's military ties to Moscow. The West urged New Delhi to rethink those purchases. Yes, the scale has reduced, but for advanced systems, India still turns to Russia. Just consider what happened last week. India's defense minister met with his Russian counterpart at the SCO summit. Reports say he discussed buying more S-400 missiles. India is set to receive 2 S-400 squadrons by the year 2027. But reports say New Delhi is keen to buy 2 more. Same with warships. India is set to commission a new frigate today. It's called the INS Tamal. The ship was built in a Russian shipyard in Kaliningrad. But 26% of its components are Indian. It is actually equipped with the BrahMos cruise missile. Now, the Tamal is actually a special ship because it's slated to be the last Indian warship made abroad. The plan is to make all future warships at home. Like I said, indigenization is the goal. Another goal is speedy purchases. The Defense Secretary made that clear recently. He said the objective is to reduce timelines for clearing purchases from 2 years to around 6 or 8 months.
Some of these steps in this process have to be compressed, and that is the kind of accountability I'm sort of seeking from my own officers and from the services when it comes to field evaluation trials, which are mainly done by the services. I intend to sort of ensure that they also get it done in about 6 to 8 months rather than 2 years that they've been taking earlier.
These deals must be put into context. It is coming just 2 months after Operation Sindoor. So naturally, it's a reflection of that conflict, of India's latest priorities. After the fighting, India increased its defense budget. Around 50,000 crores were added to it, which is around $5.8 billion. So the first step was to expand the military budget. Now you are seeing the second step, acquiring more weapons. Clearly, there is a focus on air power and air defenses. Pakistan fired dozens of drones and missiles at India, so New Delhi is focusing on aerial warfare. Hence the QRSAM order and the Su-30 upgrades. The fighting with Pakistan was also an advert for Indian-made weapons like the BrahMos and the Akash missiles, which is why the military is doubling down on Indian tech. Of course, this modernization push won't be limited to one round of purchases. It will be a long-term plan. The key is to identify areas of importance, identify the sort of tech you need, and purchase them ASAP, because in warfare, time is of extreme importance. India's decision to upgrade its defences comes at a crucial time. Threats within the region are growing. China and Pakistan are mounting fresh challenges for India. A new report has emerged. It says Islamabad and Beijing are working on a new proposal. They want to create an alternative to SAARC. SAARC stands for the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. It is a grouping of South Asian countries. Its members include India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, the Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. Now, this group has been dormant for years now. China and Pakistan have a plan to replace it. Reports say Islamabad and Beijing have been discussing the idea. Talks are at an advanced stage. Both countries have made some moves already. Recently, there was a trilateral meeting in China's Kunming. Beijing hosted foreign secretaries of Pakistan and Bangladesh. Apparently, this meeting was a diplomatic maneuver, possibly a step toward building this SAARC alternative. China and Pakistan want to lay the groundwork, and they seem to have chosen Bangladesh to make their first move. Why Bangladesh? Maybe because it has shown interest in reviving SAARC. In the past, Chief Advisor Muhammad Yunus has repeatedly pushed for a SAARC meeting. He has spoken about this on more than one occasion. Last year, he called for a photo op of SAARC leaders. There were no takers for that idea in New Delhi. What about this new initiative by Pakistan and China? For now, Dhaka is keeping its distance. It dismissed the talk of a new alliance, but Pakistan and China still seem keen on pursuing the idea. Reports say that India could receive an invitation as well, along with Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Afghanistan. India is likely to reject this proposal for the same reasons that rendered SAARC ineffective. One of SAARC's main objectives was economic integration. It was supposed to boost development through regional cooperation, but security is a prerequisite for any economic plan. These initiatives cannot succeed if the partners cannot assure security. Time and again, Pakistan has undermined that principle. Its state sponsorship of terrorist groups puts the region at risk. That makes any genuine cooperation impossible. India has raised this issue multiple times at SAARC meetings. It has exposed Islamabad's backing for terror organizations. S. Jaishankar highlighted this issue as recently as last year. He is India's External Affairs Minister. Now, Jaishankar blamed cross-border terrorism for paralyzing SAARC. Other SAARC members have backed India's position. They shifted focus from SAARC to BIMSTEC. Now, in recent years, BIMSTEC has emerged as a true alternative to SAARC. Most South Asian countries are a part of BIMSTEC. Pakistan is not a part of it. Now, BIMSTEC members met earlier this year. The members decided to expand cooperation on security matters. BIMSTEC decided to partner with the UN. Now, this is to address a wide range of security challenges, from drug trafficking to cyber exploitation. The message from BIMSTEC's summit was clear. Security isn't optional, it's essential for any regional alliance. The recent comments from Asim Munir further reinforces that need. Munir is the Field Marshal of Pakistan. He gave a speech over the weekend. He called terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir a legitimate struggle. He warned India of a befitting response.
Firm with the Kashmiri people for their right of self-determination, what India tends to term as terrorism, is in fact the legitimate struggle.
How can any regional alliance work when one of its members openly threatens another? This pitch for a new grouping isn't about regional cooperation. It is a move by Pakistan and China. The goal is to create a new sphere of influence. Even though China isn't a part of South Asia, geographically, culturally, and legally, China belongs to East Asia. Now, this is according to the United Nations. It doesn't recognize China as a South Asian country. Pakistan and China want to sidestep the issue of terrorism. They offer a new alliance without an assurance of security. There is no other way to look at this. This pitch is driven by personal interests, not regional welfare. We spoke about India's military push after Operation Sindoor. Now let's take a look at the diplomatic push. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar is in the United States. Now he arrived in the US yesterday, and later today he will attend a meeting of the Quad, and tomorrow he will fly back. This visit is happening at a very crucial time. India's ties with the Trump administration have soured. The US president claims he mediated a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. New Delhi has rejected this claim many times, but Trump keeps repeating it. Then last month, he also hosted Pakistan's army chief. Trump and Asim Munir had lunch at the White House. Trump later called him a great man. As things stand, this is the main irritant in India-US ties. Now, Trump's false mediation claims and his attempt to hyphenate India and Pakistan. The second major irritant is trade. The US is threatening India with 26% tariffs. Both sides are in the middle of trade negotiations, but reports say Trump is playing hardball. He wants India to make deep cuts to farm tariffs. Basically, he wants to sell American corn and soybeans in India. But for New Delhi, that's a red line. Which brings us to Jaishankar's trip this week. Terror and trade will dominate the talks. Maybe not at the Quad, but certainly in the bilaterals. Yesterday, Minister Jaishankar was at the United Nations headquarters in New York. He inaugurated an exhibition on terrorism. It was called The Human Cost of Terrorism. Now, this event highlighted the major attacks on India, like 26/11, Uri and Pulwama. At this event, Jaishankar indirectly called out Pakistan. He called for zero tolerance against terror. Listen in.
When terrorism is supported by a state against a neighbor, when it is fueled by the bigotry of extremism, when it drives a whole host of illegal activities, it is imperative to call it out publicly. The world must come together on some basic concepts. No impunity to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, and no yielding to nuclear blackmail. Any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered.
This exhibition is a part of India's diplomatic push. We saw another campaign last month. Indian lawmakers flew to dozens of countries around the world. They gave out details on Pakistani terrorism. They also explained India's military goals. While that happened, Minister Jaishankar was in Europe. He spent 7 days in European capitals, and now he's in the United States. His first trip to America since Operation Sindoor. Jaishankar's first objective will be to set the record straight, to bust Trump's claims on mediation. He tried to do that yesterday. Jaishankar spoke to an American news outlet. Let me quote what he said. I can tell you that I was in the room when Vice President Vance spoke to Prime Minister Modi on the night of May the 9th, saying that Pakistan would launch a very massive assault on India. Prime Minister Modi indicated that there would be a response from us. The next morning, Mr. Rubio called me up and said the Pakistanis were willing to talk. Now that's a clear explanation of what happened. America warned India about an attack. India defended and then responded, which forced Pakistan to sue for peace. No mediation, no trade talks. The question is, can Jaishankar force the Americans to accept this? Or will Trump keep claiming credit? That's one thing to watch out for. Equally important is trade and weapons. The US is urging India to buy more American equipment. Trump is offering the F-35 fighter jet to India. But New Delhi hasn't committed yet. Either way, the big story is this. Until recently, India-US ties were on autopilot. They were going from strength to strength. But Trump's rants have changed that trajectory. Both sides have serious concerns. India about Trump's Pakistan policy and the US about India's trade policy. Can both sides move past these roadblocks? Or will they derail the progress made in the last 2 decades? This trip could have the answers. A cartoon meant to highlight the horrors of war has triggered outrage in Turkey. It started as an image published in the satirical magazine Liman. It showed 2 figures floating over a war-torn skyline. One of them was called Muhammad. The magazine said it was a commentary on the innocent lives lost in war, particularly in Gaza. But within hours, it exploded into something much bigger. Social media claimed it was a caricature of the Prophet. Accusations of blasphemy flooded in. Turkey's government swiftly condemned the image. Protesters marched on the magazine's offices, and 4 people involved with the cartoon were arrested. Our next report brings you the details.
It started with a cartoon. 2 winged figures floating over a war-torn skyline. One corrector says, "Peace be upon you, I'm Muhammad." The other replies, "Peace be upon you, I'm Musa." Below them are bombs, destruction, and chaos. It was meant, according to the Turkish satirical magazine Liman, to highlight the suffering of innocent Muslims caught in violent conflict, particularly Israel's ongoing bombardment of Gaza. But within hours, the image spiraled into something else entirely. For arrests, violent protests, riot police in the streets, and a fresh round of soul-searching in Turkey on how far free speech can go before it crosses a sacred line. The cartoon at the heart of the saga was published by Liman. This is a well-known Turkish satirical magazine that has long pushed political and cultural boundaries. The magazine insists this was not a depiction of the Prophet Muhammad. Rather, they say it was a symbolic tribute to a Muslim victim of war. But many didn't buy that explanation. Social media erupted with accusations of blasphemy. The government stepped in quickly. By the next day, Turkey's interior minister had denounced the image as shameless, and arrest orders were issued. Turkish police detained 4 people associated with the cartoon: the cartoonist, the editor-in-chief, the graphic designer, and the institutional director. They are being investigated under Article 216 of the Turkish Penal Code. This criminalizes inciting hatred and enmity and publicly insulting religious values. Meanwhile, hundreds of angry protesters marched on Liman's offices in Istanbul. Riot police were deployed. Tear gas and rubber bullets were fired to control the crowds. Social media lit up with calls for vengeance. Government officials condemned the cartoon. Religious leaders demanded punishment. And the magazine's building was nearly stormed by furious demonstrators. So, was this cartoon really depicting the Prophet Muhammad? That's the million-lira question. In Islamic tradition, any visual depiction of the Prophet Muhammad is strictly forbidden. Even respectful images are considered inappropriate. Caricatures, especially if viewed as humorous or satirical, are seen as outright blasphemy. Liman maintains that the character was not the Prophet, but rather someone named Muhammad. But when it comes to religious offense, intent often takes a back seat to perception. And this has happened many times before. In 2005, Denmark's Jyllands-Posten newspaper published Prophet Muhammad cartoons. This sparked international riots and attacks on embassies. In 2006, American show South Park's creators tried to include Prophet Muhammad in episodes. But after threats and controversy, the scenes were censored or pulled. In 2015, the French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo was attacked by gunmen after publishing caricatures of the Prophet. 12 people were killed. Now, Turkey finds itself in familiar territory, balancing on the tightrope between freedom of expression and religious sensitivity. The courts will decide the fate of the cartoonists. But the deeper debate about art, faith, and what society can tolerate is far from over.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations Anti-Terrorism Exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, no yielding to nuclear blackmail. This is exactly what even the US had hinted at, that there was a massive threat, which is why India had, there was an understanding also that had been made. And any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered. So important to highlight that the External Affairs Minister is making that point at the UN Assembly on anti-terrorism and urged the global community to act. He also referred to that resolution which was passed by the UN 5 weeks ago, condemning the terror act in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. So he wants to make a point to the UN, to the larger international community. It's also part of the broader push under Operation Sindoor, soon after our multi-party delegation went visiting across the globe. So important to also highlight that the Pak Army Chief Asim Munir was in the United States. He met Donald Trump, and Saturday at the naval parade, at the passing out parade of the Navy in Pakistan, he's gone on to talk about how what India may treat as terrorism is a legitimate struggle for them. They will.
It was a bromance for the ages. Elon Musk and Donald Trump. The Tesla CEO backed Trump's re-election bid, dropping $277 million to get him into the White House. Trump, in return, gave Musk a seat at the big boys' table. He wasn't a cabinet member, yet the Tesla CEO called the shots and ran a government department named Doge. It was like nothing could derail this power couple. Yet now, a simple bill has caused this friendship to explode. I am talking about Trump's big, beautiful bill. This is the US president's signature policy proposal. It includes $4.5 trillion worth of tax cuts, border security boosts, and healthcare rollback. Trump wants the legislation on his table by the 4th of July, so the US Senate is now racing to pass it. It is now working overnight as marathon voting sessions drag on. The Democrats have tried stalling it, and now they have an unlikely ally in Elon Musk. He has called out the bill again. Now, some context here. Elon Musk has never been a fan of this bill. Earlier, when Trump had touted this, the Tesla CEO publicly opposed it. Elon Musk slammed the bill. He talked about how it would increase US debt. He even got into a public spat with Trump. All of that had subdued for a few weeks, but there is a new episode now in this political drama sitcom. On his platform X, Musk didn't mince words. He said every congressperson backing this should hang their head in shame. Then he went full crusader mode. He said, and I quote, "They will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth." You would think the theatrics had peaked, but not for Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO soon dropped a bombshell. He said, and I quote, "If the insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day." Yes, Elon Musk now wants to launch his own political party. He is threatening to break the two-party mold with something called the America Party. According to him, Democrats and Republicans have morphed into one bloated, big-spending blob. So he's calling for a new movement, a new party that's anti-debt and pro-innovation. And how did Trump respond to all of this? Well, he went nuclear on Truth Social. Trump mocked Elon Musk, EV empire. He said that Musk gets more subsidy than anyone. He suggested getting the Doge team in to investigate SpaceX and Tesla. And then came the kicker, and I will quote from his post again. Without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated.
So clearly there is no love lost here. Trump wants to pass a legacy-defining bill. Musk wants to stop a bill that could gut his industry and balloon the national debt. The US president feels betrayed by a former ally. The Tesla CEO feels used by a movement he once bankrolled. And both have social media platforms to air their grievances to millions. So where does this go next? Now that depends on the future of the big, beautiful bill. For now, the two men are fighting on social media. But beneath the bluster lies a very real civil war brewing within the American right. One that pits old-school populism against libertarian futurism. Trump wants to be the builder of walls and bills. Musk wants to tear both down. Their alliance was built on mutual power. Now it's unraveling into mutual destruction. And if this war escalates, it won't just be about taxes or tweets. It could be about who really shapes America's future. The president with a pen or the tech baron with the money. For our next story, imagine a hypothetical scenario. You are in your car, driving toward a place you have never been before. You are relying on the Maps app on your phone. The GPS is guiding you to your location. Everything seems fine, but suddenly the GPS system starts acting up. The map shows you are in the middle of a lake, but you are still driving on the highway. Now imagine if the same thing starts happening to shipping containers, the oil tankers, the cargo ships, vessels that move through the world's busiest routes. We are now no longer talking about a hypothetical scenario. Some ships experienced this crisis in recent weeks. They were passing through the Strait of Hormuz. That's when their GPS system started to act up. It gave false readings about the ship's location. So what was happening? Last month, this region was gripped by a war. Israel and Iran were attacking each other. Tensions were high at the Strait of Hormuz. And this is a vital waterway. About a fifth of the world's oil supply passes through here. Signal jammers were being deployed by Iran and Israel. This was interfering with the navigation systems of these ships. In one of the cases, only one oil supertanker was seen on a hilltop near an Iranian gas field. Obviously, this wasn't the case, but it goes to show how vulnerable these supply ships are. The world economy practically runs on these vessels. We are talking about over $2.8 trillion worth of yearly trade here. Any major disruption can cause losses worth billions. This is not a new problem. It happens way too frequently now. That too across various critical maritime routes. Let's look at some data. This was from July of 2024 onwards. Over 5,500 such incidents have been recorded when ships were detected on land due to false signals. Now, these reports were gathered from 6 regions: the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, Hormuz, the Eastern Baltic, the Western Baltic, and the Black Sea. This data highlights how the risks on the high seas are growing and expanding. And this has a direct impact on the global economy. Disruptions at sea slow down economic activity. Last year, global supply chains were impacted, especially in the month of July. There were shipping delays. It led to a reduction in export orders. The cost of shipping also spiked. There were a couple of reasons for this. First, the low water levels at the Panama Canal. It restricted the movement of vessels. And second, the attacks on the ships by the Houthi rebels on the Red Sea. This forced many ships to change routes. They started avoiding the Red Sea and they were forced to travel all the way around Africa to reach Europe. This delayed many shipments by up to 2 weeks. There is a clear takeaway from this. In today's world, when conflicts are raging across multiple regions, the commercial ships on the high seas are bearing the brunt of these wars. They carry everything from toys and electronics to cars and critical oil supplies. But in times of war and instability, they become targets. They are easy to track and hard to protect. The risks are growing, and so are the vulnerabilities. As long as global tensions stay high and the threat of new conflicts looms large, these vessels will continue to sail under constant threat. In many ways, they risk becoming floating casualties of a world in turmoil. Thailand has plunged into a political crisis. Remember their embattled Prime Minister? She's been suspended now. A Thai court suspects that she violated the country's ethics rules. She will now be investigated by the court. If found guilty, she could be permanently removed. If not, she may return to office. And all of this is happening at a really bad time. Thailand's government is shuffling its cabinet. So there is no clarity on who will take over as the acting prime minister. The question is, what led to this crisis? How is the suspended premier reacting? And what does it mean for Thailand? Our next report tells you more.
It's gone from bad to worse for Thailand's Prime Minister, or rather, suspended Prime Minister. The country's constitutional court has dealt a major blow to Paetongtarn Shinawatra. The court will investigate her for alleged ethics violations. And until then, she will have to step aside. In simple words, Paetongtarn has been suspended. She spoke to the media today, after the court's verdict. While she accepted the decision, she reiterated that she did nothing wrong.
The court has made its decision and I accept it. I will be suspended, but I have 15 days to present my evidence. I will do my best to show that I am fully committed and have acted with 100% dedication.
What led to this suspension? And who will rule Thailand in the interim? This controversy dates back to May this year. A clash along the disputed border between Thailand and Cambodia led to a Cambodian soldier's death. Since then, nationalist sentiments have been on the rise. Amid these tensions, Tongtan spoke to Cambodia's former ruler, a strongman who has close ties to her family. Unfortunately for Tongtan, that phone call's audio was leaked. She was heard calling the Cambodian leader uncle. She also criticized Thailand's military, an institution that holds considerable power. Cue the outrage. Massive protests were held in Bangkok this weekend. Thousands of people gathered on the streets, demanding Tongtan's resignation. They felt she had compromised Thailand's interests.
My parents, siblings, and I were all red shirts. But the last straw that broke my ties with the feud Thai party was the Prime Minister's misconduct. And the leaked audio clips of conversations clearly showing that the Prime Minister doesn't even love the nation a little bit.
The controversy broke Tongtan's coalition. One of her former allies was planning a no-confidence vote this week. But the court verdict came ahead of that. The question is, who takes over? Thailand's cabinet was shuffled just hours before this suspension. So, it's unclear who takes over. One deputy prime minister is already in the cabinet. Another one will enter after the reshuffle. So, experts are bracing for a musical chair of power. Replacements aside, this is a matter of political survival for Tongtan Shinawatra. She comes from a family of former prime ministers. She is heir to a multi-billion-dollar business empire. But her political future hinges on this case. If found guilty, she is likely to be removed as prime minister. Even if she isn't, this controversy is likely to haunt her.
And now let's shift our attention to North Korea. The Hermit Kingdom seems to have come out of its shell because, according to the US, it is running a multi-country, highly coordinated tech-savvy fraud. North Koreans are finding remote tech jobs in the US by stealing American identities. They are using AI software to crack interviews and then stealing company information and money from US firms. And apparently, Americans are helping them out. So now the Federal Bureau of Investigation has conducted a sweeping crackdown in 16 states. What's behind this probe? How big is Pyongyang's scam? And why are North Koreans stealing money from US companies? Here's a report.
Picture this. North Korean tech workers getting hired at US companies. How? By tricking them with the help of a wide and secretive network of Americans. Why? To help Kim Jong-un's regime. This may sound like the plot of a Hollywood movie, but this is an elaborate fraud in the US. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has conducted a sweeping crackdown. They have searched laptops in 16 states. In one case, they have arrested a man from New Jersey and charged several others, including Chinese and Taiwanese nationals. The accused were allegedly running a so-called laptop farm in the US. They had been logging into laptops issued by more than 100 companies to trick the firms into believing that North Korean workers were living in the US. Meanwhile, these workers obtained sensitive information from companies. In another case, North Korean nationals allegedly stole more than $900,000 from a US company. These cases are a mere snapshot of the grand scheme. According to reports, there are dozens of laptop farms in the US, which are run by American citizens. They operate laptops that are meant for legitimate workers living in the country, except these laptops are used by North Koreans. The scammers steal US identities and apply for jobs. Sometimes they even use AI technology to crack interviews. And once they do, they coordinate with so-called laptop farmers, who provide them with a cover. The Americans involved accept laptop deliveries, set up internet connections, keep the laptops running, and facilitate the paychecks. Meanwhile, the fake North Korean workers do their apparent jobs without leaving their country, using a remote work software. And it goes deeper than this. According to reports, many North Korean tech workers even set up front companies, especially in China or Russia, which help them secure jobs easily. According to recent findings by cybersecurity experts, many Fortune 500 companies have fallen victim to this plan. And this operation is booming with the explosion of remote work since the pandemic. According to the FBI, this scam involves tens of thousands of North Korean workers. So in recent months, the agency has played catch-up with them. Just last year, an Arizona woman was charged in the scheme. She allegedly compromised the identities of 60 Americans. She ran a laptop farm that affected 300 U.S. companies. In a separate case, the FBI arrested a Tennessee man. He allegedly helped North Korean workers pose as U.S. citizens to get them jobs at American tech firms. But the question is, why are residents of the Hermit Kingdom going to such lengths? It is to help their supreme leader, Kim Jong-un. Pyongyang is saddled with sanctions. North Korea's economy is cash-strapped. And food rations are running low. So the brave and loyal North Koreans are stealing jobs and company secrets in the U.S. They are funneling money back to Pyongyang, reportedly to fund the country's weapons program. So U.S. sanctions may have crippled Pyongyang. But their leader seems to have come up with a creative response, using American people against their own country in a multi-country tech worker scheme. Clearly, when it comes to scams, there is nothing solitary or Luddite about the Hermit Kingdom.
It began with an ordinary takeoff, but it ended in the deadliest aviation disaster the world has seen in over a decade. On the morning of the 12th of June, Air India flight AI 171 crashed just minutes after liftoff. Of the 242 people on board, only one survived. And now, just 2 weeks later, the crash is no longer being treated as a freak accident. It's being treated as a crime scene. The black boxes have been retrieved. The engines are being torn apart. Reports claim intel agencies are probing sabotage, foreign hand, fuel tampering, and even cyber attacks. Our next report brings you the details.
Dreamliners don't just fall out of the sky. These aircraft are touted as some of the safest in the world. So when AI 171 crashed within minutes of takeoff, eyebrows were raised, not just in India, but in aviation circles around the globe. Intelligence and aviation authorities aren't taking any chances. They're using what insiders are calling a prevention through elimination strategy. That is essentially ruling out every possible foul play scenario. And some of those scenarios are chilling. Reports suggest one of those scenarios is a sabotage angle. Reports claim that investigators are examining 7 distinct possibilities. One is fuel tampering. Forensic teams are inspecting fuel hydrants, supply contracts, and chemical samples to detect any trace of adulteration. Second is maintenance sabotage. Were critical repairs skipped? Did someone alter components without clearance? Maintenance logs and technician records are being scrutinized for inconsistencies. Third is cyber-physical attack. Intelligence officials are exploring the possibility of malware or remote interference with the aircraft's software. For is a security breach, who had access to the plane before takeoff. CCTV footage and biometric access logs are being checked to rule out unauthorized entry. 5 is a targeted attack, on possibly a high-profile passenger or cargo on board. Manifests are being cross-checked to find answers. 6 is foreign interference. Agencies haven't ruled out the hand of hostile nations or non-state actors trying to send a message. 7 is air traffic control manipulation. Could the flight path or signals have been compromised from the ground? Interference in the tower's instructions is being considered. In short, reports claim every angle is on the table. The truth may still be weeks, if not months, away, as the black box investigation continues. But while investigators dig through every detail, trouble is mounting for Air India. Two international law firms, Keystone Law in the UK and Wisner Law in the US, are now preparing lawsuits on behalf of crash victims' families. And they're not suing just Air India. Boeing could be next. The basis for this lawsuit is a powerful international treaty, the Montreal Convention of 1999. Under this agreement, airlines are strictly liable for any passenger injury or death during international flights, regardless of fault. Families can file claims in multiple jurisdictions, including the country of the airline, the destination, or where the passenger lived. Also, India's upper house of parliament will grill aviation officials, airport operators, and airlines, including Air India and Indigo, on the broader issue of passenger safety. Technically, the memo for the meeting doesn't mention the June 12th crash, but everyone knows it's the elephant in the room. India's aviation watchdog has already flagged repeated and serious violations by Air India. Reports claim, just days after the AI-171 disaster, another Air India flight sparked panic, this time mid-air. A New Delhi-Vienna flight dropped nearly 900 feet mid-air shortly after takeoff. While no fatalities occurred, the psychological effect was immense. No airline can afford a second incident when it's still recovering from the first. And that's the real turbulence Air India faces now. A growing crisis of confidence in the skies and in the court of public opinion.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations Anti-Terrorism Exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, no yielding to nuclear blackmail. This is exactly what even the US had hinted at, that there was a massive threat, which is why India had, there was an understanding also that had been made. And any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered. So important to highlight that the External Affairs Minister is making that point at the UN Assembly on anti-terrorism and urged the global community to act. He also referred to that resolution which was passed by the UN 5 weeks ago, condemning the terror act in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. So he wants to make a point to the UN, to the larger international community. It's also part of the broader push under Operation Sindoor, soon after our multi-party delegation went visiting across the globe. So important to also highlight that the Pak Army Chief Asim Munir was in the United States. He met Donald Trump, and Saturday at the naval parade, at the passing out parade of the Navy in Pakistan, he's gone on to talk about how what India may treat as terrorism is a legitimate struggle for them. They will continue to back terrorists diplomatically, militarily, in whatever way possible. So Asim Munir again, instigating the sentiments over there and playing the rabble-rouser that he has. So for the External Affairs Minister to make that point is a very significant one. It's also part of his visit where, remember, he's attending that Quad Foreign Ministerial meet.
These are exciting times for the world of work. For the first time ever, 5 generations are currently working together. But can you guess which generation is inviting the most complaints? Gen Z or those born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s? Employers say Gen Z treats the office like their bedroom. They scroll through social media during meetings, they don't dress appropriately, they lack professionalism and work ethic. I can go on, but simply put, people complain that Gen Z workers lack basic office etiquette. So now companies are hiring etiquette experts to train young employees. Here's a report.
They want to be promoted few months into the job. They don't know how to dress appropriately. They treat the office like their bedroom. They use slangs and ghost their bosses. Employers have 99 problems, and most of them can be chalked up to Gen Z, or those born between late 1990s and early 2000s. Over the past few years, Gen Z has increasingly joined the workforce, and offices have become battlegrounds for generational wars. Bosses are tired of quote-unquote parenting Gen Z workers, which is ironic because about 12% of them say that Gen Z candidates bring their parents to the job interview. So now, bosses are bringing in the big guns. According to reports, many U.S. companies are hiring etiquette experts to train Gen Z in basic workplace manners. Everything from how to make eye contact to where to stick name tags. Some etiquette coaches say that their bookings have risen by 50% over the past few months. And as per reports, trainers charge $2,500 for 90-minute workshops. As absurd as this is, employers say it is important. They say Gen Z is entitled, lacking in motivation, and easily offended. According to a survey, 1 in 8 hiring managers don't want to hire recent college graduates this year. And 1 in 4 say that young workers are unprepared to join the workforce. That's a polite way to say that Gen Z is an employer's nightmare. In fact, nearly half of hiring managers name this generation as the most challenging to work with. But Gen Z finds this deeply sus or suspicious. From her perspective, older generations have no work-life boundaries. Only 6% of young workers say that their primary goal is reaching leadership positions, because they're more focused on work-life balance. To them, work is a part of life, meaning it should be taken less seriously. And this thinking has shaped a lot of trends in recent years. From quiet quitting to lazy jobs, mouse jiggling or only pretending to work, and conscious unbossing or choosing to not be a boss. And this is cringe to older workers. But the fact is, every generation brings something distinctive to the workplace. Gen Z prioritizes personal health and well-being. It values a global community mindset and authenticity. Plus, Gen Z is quick to learn new technologies, which is why this generation is driving innovation. Companies want tech-enabled business transformation, and they need Gen Z workers. So it is about time that the generational wars stay out of the workplace. Companies need to boost multi-generational collaboration. They must encourage employees to let go of stereotypes. And both young and older workers have to work together. After all, as the workforce changes, so must the workplace. Also, upskilling is important, and this applies to both hard and soft skills. Just as older generations learn new tech tools, the young must learn how to adjust in a workplace. In this regard, training Gen Z sounds like a reasonable choice. But when companies shell out thousands of dollars to tell young workers how to make eye contact on company time, they should expect a few eye rolls. And not just from Gen Z.
Hello and welcome to the Late Night Edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin on External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to the United States. Now, speaking at the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, he said the world must display zero tolerance for terror, adding that victims and perpetrators must never be equated when talking about the gruesome terror acts that have led the entire world. Jaishankar has also said that India has every right to defend its people against terror. Jaishankar also met the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. But this is the message that he had to give during the Quad summit with foreign ministers of the other three nations.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. India plans to host the next Quad summit. We have some proposals on how to make that productive. I'm sure so do our partners.
So that is the message coming in from the External Affairs Minister as he attends the summit of the Quad Foreign Ministers, meeting his counterparts of Japan, the United States, as well as Australia. Also meeting Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon as India furthers its security agenda in the United States. I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So strong message coming in from S. Jaishankar in the United States. Siddhant, underlining that message from India that terrorism should not be tolerated at the global stage, but also in line with the outreach coming in from that diplomatic contingent that visited the United States headed by Shashi Tharoor.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, this was for the third time that EM.S. Jaishankar has spoken about India's position on cross-border terrorism in last 24 hours. In fact, yesterday he inaugurated exhibition on terrorism at United Nations, and from that forum also he spoke about zero tolerance policy against terrorism. In fact, this morning he spoke to a media outlet where again he reiterated India's position, and just a short while back he participated in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington DC, and in fact, as you rightly said, the message is very clear that the world must display zero tolerance for terrorism. In fact, he again underlines that victims and perpetrators must never be equated. This was perhaps a clear message for United States. Since Pahalgam attacks, the way United States has been taking credit for the mediation, and the way Asim Munir was invited to the White House, etc., etc. In fact, Mr. Jaishankar also said that India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, making India's position very, very clear. And he said that we will exercise that right to defend our people. So, for the third time in 24 hours, EM.S. Jaishankar, is stating India's position, and perhaps also what India expects from friends and partner countries as far as issue of cross-border terrorism is concerned. Having said that, this was Quad Foreign Ministers meeting took place, Ayushman, in Washington DC, where foreign ministers from Japan, Australia, and United States, along with India, held a meeting ahead of Leaders Summit later this year in India. In fact, Ayushman, right after Operation Sindoor and the way President Trump started taking credit for the mediation, etc., perhaps impacted the relationship between the two countries. And in fact, there were a lot of chatter that what would be the future of Quad now. But as we say that India-US relationship is beyond personalities, and this is the first visit of EM.S. Jaishankar to United States after Operation Sindoor. So he has participated in Quad meeting. He, in fact, just a short while back met Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to strengthen India's security, interest with the United States. Back to you.
Absolutely. Siddhant, please stay with us, because S. Jaishankar carrying the message of India's anti-terror doctrine in the wake of Operation Sindoor. But shifting focus to domestic politics inside the United States, a big victory for Donald Trump, with US Vice President J.D. Vance's deciding vote. The Senate has approved Trump's spending bill, which he calls the one big beautiful bill, moving it back to the House and one step closer to Trump's desk for the final signature. Now, Elon Musk had earlier tweeted, and I quote, "If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty system so that the people actually have a voice. This sweeping legislation boosts the wealthy, funds the border wall, and risks a $3 trillion deficit before Trump's term ends. In fact, Musk's war with Trump has hurt Tesla stocks, with nearly 13% of its value being wiped out in the last 5 days. So as the war escalates between Trump as well as Elon Musk, the big beautiful bill that Trump calls his big spending bill, one of the most iconic legislations in the past few years, is the message which has come in from Donald Trump. That has cleared the Senate after a 50-50 tie, with J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, posing the deciding vote and putting that vote on the floor of the Senate and clearing this bill back to the House, after which it will go to Donald Trump. But this is what Trump had to say on the big beautiful bill that has now cleared the deadlock in the Senate.
I think it's going to be the greatest bill ever passed, even for you as an example. Tremendous amount of Homeland Security money. Oh, tremendous amount. It's going to keep the border secure because, we have them secure now, but we need to build more wall. I built almost 600 miles of wall. We need more wall. And all of that's covered in this bill. This bill is amazing for everybody. It's an amazing bill for Florida, too. Really great for Florida.
Right, so Trump's signature legislation clearing the deadlock in the Senate. But as many economic experts, including the Republicans, have pointed out, this will only balloon the deficit, and the benefits of the tax cuts will only aid the rich, while the entire welfare state will contract under Trump's watch, adding almost $3 trillion to the entire deficit. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, a huge political victory for Donald Trump, clearing the big beautiful bill through the Senate. But the fight continues because the Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to stall this bill, or at least to amend it. But it seems the voices from inside the Republican Party have now also gone completely silent after the clearance in the Senate.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. And in fact, this is the first bill that has been passed, first major bill that has been passed by the Trump administration, because so far, he has been signing the presidential orders, perhaps to implement his policies. This is for the first time that in the form of a bill by getting the Senate and House getting it approved, the bill or any policy is being implemented. And as you rightly said, this is one big beautiful bill, as President Trump says, aims to extend his first-term tax cuts at cost of $4.5 trillion, increase military spending and fund mass deportations and border security. In fact, the legislation is expected to add over $3.3 trillion to the national debt over the next decade. This is what the assessment says. So now the Senate passage is seen as a significant step, Ayushman, for the Trump administration, which is pushing to have the legislation signed into law ahead of U.S. Independence Day celebration. So that's the plan. However, the bill now faces a separate vote in the House of Representatives, where several Republican lawmakers have expressed concerns. In fact, senators have been divided over provisions in the bill that would strip around $1 trillion in subsidized health care from millions of low-income Americans. Independent analysts are saying that nearly 12 million people could lose health coverage by 2034 due to proposed cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. President Trump, since day one, as I said, has been signing presidential orders, executive orders to his policies implemented. This is perhaps for the first time that a bill is getting passed, but still there is a lot of opposition to this bill. Even the Republican lawmakers are vocal about this bill, and they say that this is going to impact the middle class and the lower middle class American in years to come.
Absolutely. But the question remains, will those same Republicans, after saying that they didn't even read the bill once they voted for it, will they now fall in line in the House as the bill heads from the Senate to the House? Will this be another victory for Trump as he tries to clear the big beautiful bill through the House, even though there is opposition from within the Republican Party? But Siddhant, the big question also emerging is that about the position of Elon Musk in the big MAGA sphere. Clearly, he's an outlier now, but he's been spamming all the Republicans, including Donald Trump, when it comes to the big, beautiful bill. He said, and I quote, "If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed. The next day, our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice." But this is the counter that has come in from Donald Trump. Listen in.
Now he's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car.
Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, that's a strong statement coming in from Donald Trump saying that Doge is the monster that could eat Elon Musk. The feud only escalating, and it seems Elon Musk, despite his social media campaign, his Tesla stocks have tumbled very significantly. 13% of their value has been wiped out in just the 5 days. In just the last 5 days. So clearly Trump has the political edge. Of course, he holds the power of the presidency. What can Elon Musk hope to achieve here?
Well, this is feud 2.0. For the first time, we saw that how there were series of attack which was leashed by Elon Musk on President Trump on X, but later he deleted those posts, and in fact he went on to write that I regret for making those posts for President Trump. But we saw that, yesterday it again got started. There was a post from Elon Musk criticizing this bill, criticizing President Trump, to which President Trump reacted by saying that he's looking at a possibility of deporting Elon Musk back to South Africa. In fact, he also threatened Elon Musk for a Doge investigation. So this bill, Ayushman, directly impacts Elon Musk's business interests because it cuts down the subsidies that the U.S. government till now have been offering to the EV car makers. And perhaps that became the point of contention. That became the point of contention because of which the breakup happened between Elon Musk and President Trump. So, when it all started, there was a message also from Elon Musk that he regrets doing posts against President Trump. In fact, there were a lot of interlocutors also in D.C. who tried to bring both together, given the strategic interest, etc., etc. Right. But now it looks like that it has become a full-blown war. And since, as you rightly said, the Tesla shares are down, this bill has been cleared by the Senate. So it will have a direct impact on Elon Musk's business interest, because now the subsidies that the car manufacturers in U.S. have been getting to make EV cars will not be getting anymore once this bill will be fully implemented.
Right.
And that became the point of contention between the two. And this is the reason that this feud has again started. Elon Musk has again started speaking against President Trump. In fact, he also went on to say that the United States need a third political party, third political front. So it would really be interesting to see that how development unfolds in this particular space. But right now, this is feud 2.0, which has again started between President Trump and Elon Musk.
Right, but for Elon Musk, it seems the power dynamics are becoming painfully clear. He might be the richest man in the world, but he's facing off against the might of the American government under Donald Trump. So clearly, the power dynamics are shaping out to be, putting him at a disadvantage, clearly, given the fact that this bill has passed the Senate and Trump has even threatened to even deport Elon Musk in the wake as this feud continues to escalate between the two sides. And even Elon Musk's Tesla shares are tumbling, with 13% of the value being wiped out. But staying with the United States, more breaking news coming in. This is the rumble that's taking place in New York City. Now what we are learning is that Zohran Mamdani has won the New York City's Democratic mayoral primary as the new count cements his victory over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. So this is a huge victory for Zohran Mamdani, even though he's facing a lot of flack for his views on Hindus as well as the Indian government. It seems he is on track to be the Democrat nominee for the next mayor of New York, and likely to face off against Eric Adams, who has the support of the Republican camp. Zoran Mamdani has now cemented his position over Andrew Cuomo, blowing him out of the water. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, clearly the Democrats have hitched their wagon behind Zoran Mamdani, but this seems to be a very New York driven vote, because while there is a leadership crisis across the Democrat Party, Zoran Mamdani doesn't seem to be that pan-American leader that the Democrats desperately need.
Well, absolutely, Ayushman. In fact, he's a democratic socialist, with a populist ideas and also a bit of personal magnetism. And he has won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City by a significant margin. And now, he moves on to contest general election in November, where he'll face Mayor Eric Adams. So his entire election proposition has been in the news, perhaps for the kind of promises that he has been making, proposing to come up with the socialist policies, perhaps, which is very unlikely of the political parties in the United States. So that is somewhere giving him a lot of popularity, but at the same time he's being criticized also, and especially the Republicans are after him. President Trump perhaps has openly called him a communist, and he says that he's going to personally be keeping a watch on him. With a view of national security.
Absolutely.
But as you rightly said, that it's a big win, and now he'll be facing Mayor Eric Adams in November.
Absolutely. Thank you, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. So Trump has already dubbed Mamdani as the poster boy of the loony left that he calls the extremists in the Democrat wing. But at the same time, is he the pan-Democrat leader, the pan-American Democrat leader that the Democrat camp desperately needs after that drubbing at the hands of Donald Trump in the presidential elections? Because Mamdani, while he's popular in New York, he's not been able to gain that traction in other states across the United States. So is the Democrat camp going more towards the left, while it needs a centrist leader to take on Donald Trump in the next general elections? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But staying with the United States, the country has dubbed India a strategic ally in the Indo-Pacific region and highlighted a very good ties that are enjoyed between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump. Now, addressing the media, the White House press secretary said that the trade deal between India and the United States was close to being finalized, and that a formal announcement in this regard would be made soon.
Yes, the president said that last week, and it remains true. I actually just spoke to our Secretary of Commerce about it. He was in the Oval Office with the president. They are finalizing these agreements, and you'll hear from the president and his team, his trade team, very soon when it comes to India.
Just think back over the last 5 presidents of America: Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, back to Trump. 5 very different presidents. And yet, at the end of every presidency, if you were to do a dipstick on India-US relations, you'll find it's better off than it was at the beginning of that presidency. So it's not, relationships will never be free of issues, even I would say differences. I think what matters is the ability to deal with it and to keep that trend going in the positive direction.
India-US trade negotiations have entered the final lap before the 9th of July deadline. Officials have made it clear that there will be no concessions on agriculture and dairy, as these are red lines in the trade talks, and India has kept them out with other nations too in trade deals, including with the UK and in talks with the European Union. Sources also say that both sides are yet to come to an agreement on average tariffs. While US wants to impose 10% baseline tariffs as an average tariff rate on India, India wants zero duty access, or at least preferential treatment compared to Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh. Also, India wants an exemption from 25% US tariff on steel imports, but this is unlikely to happen. For the moment, the biggest issue is around agriculture and dairy, with Indian officials conveying that they may have to walk out if US persists with the demand that India should open up its agriculture and dairy sectors for US goods. But there is still hope that a deal may happen in the next 2 to 3 days, with the White House saying that President Trump and his team are working on trade deals with several countries and they will announce an update on India very soon. As of now, India's chief negotiator, that is Special Secretary Rajesh Agarwal, is still camping in Washington, D.C. for the final phase of negotiations. Indian officials have also indicated that India would strike a deal only if it's a win-win and serves our national interest. Otherwise, we are ready to accept a 26% reciprocal tariff come the 9th of July.
And that's the latest coming in from the United States when it comes to India ironing out a trade deal, a beneficial trade deal with the Trump administration. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations Anti-Terrorism Exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, no yielding to nuclear blackmail. This is exactly what even the US had hinted at, that there was a massive threat, which is why India had, there was an understanding also that had been made, and any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered. So important to highlight that the External Affairs Minister is making that point at
Welcome back. And a citywide crackdown on end-of-life vehicles started today in the national capital as the government enforced a fuel ban for petrol and diesel vehicles that have exceeded their legal age limit. And now, under orders from the Commission for Air Quality Management, such vehicles will no longer be allowed to refuel at any petrol, diesel or CNG stations in the capital.
दिल्ली के पॉल्यूशन को देखते हुए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट और पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बॉडीज जो हैं CAMQ इत्यादि सब लोग इस विषय की संगीनता को देखते हुए लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं कि एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल्स को बंद किया जाना चाहिए। और बंद किया जाना मतलब जिनको पेट्रोल ना मिले, उनको पेट्रोल नहीं दिया जाए। वो लगातार इस बात की चर्चा, प्रेशर माननीय कोर्ट के आदेशानुसार दिल्ली में चल रही है। कैमरों के ऊपर बहुत बड़ी इसमें डिपेंडेंसी है कि पेट्रोल पंप पे जो कैमरों की बात माननीय कोर्ट द्वारा की गई, हम भी उसकी वायबिलिटी देख रहे हैं।
Starting July 1st, all vehicles older than 10 years that run on diesel and all more than 15-year-old petrol vehicles will not be allowed fuel on any petrol pump in Delhi. We are right now at Humayun Road HP petrol pump, and diesel vehicles over 10-year-old and petrol vehicles over 15-year-old will not be allowed to refuel in Delhi today onwards. A total of 350 petrol stations have been identified for policy enforcement and potential vehicle seizures. Not just that the petrol will be denied, but also the vehicles will be impounded if they are found to have been violating the life of the vehicle. This move was initiated by the Commission for Air Quality Management in collaboration with Transport Department, Delhi Police and traffic personnel in a bid to curb air pollution in national capital. You can see a board here at this petrol pump that clearly mentions that fuel will not be dispensed to end-of-life vehicles. We also have Anil Prasad ji, who is the supervisor of this petrol pump. Sir, क्या directions हैं government से जो vehicles आएंगे उनको आप लोग पेट्रोल और डीजल देने के लिए मना किया गया है?
जी हाँ सर, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने हमें जो है एक जो लागू कर रखा है यहाँ पे, और यहाँ पे जो है सर्कुलर दे रखा है कि जो भी पेट्रोल और सीएनजी की गाड़ियाँ हैं 15 साल पुरानी होंगी उन्हें जो है कोई भी ईंधन और गैस नहीं मिलेगा, और जो डीजल की गाड़ियाँ 10 साल पुरानी होंगी उन्हें जो है डीजल नहीं दिया जाएगा। उसके लिए उन्होंने यहाँ पे ANPR करके कैमरे हैं जो ऑटोमेटिक नंबर प्लेट को स्कैन करते हैं, और वो जो है एक साउंड बॉक्स लगा रखा है जो कि उस गाड़ी का नेम प्लेट बताएगा, और साथ में ये भी बताएगा ये गाड़ी जो है एक्सपायरी है। अच्छा। उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने जो है अपने जो भी कर्मचारी हैं ट्रैफिक पुलिस और पुलिस जो है यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड कर रखी। हमारे जो भी अटेंडेंट हैं वो जो है उनको सबको बताएंगे ये गाड़ी जो है एक्सपायरी है, और वो अपने जो उनके पास जो मशीन है उसमें जो उसका नंबर डाल के उसको पूरा स्कैन करेंगे, उसके बाद जो है उस गाड़ी को रिस्पॉन्ड किया जाएगा।
So a step towards a greener Delhi. So time to take stock of your own car. That's all we have to pack it on the show. Good night and take care.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations Anti-Terrorism Exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, no yielding to nuclear blackmail. This is exactly what even the US had hinted at, that there was a massive threat, which is why India had, there was an understanding also that had been made. And any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered. So important to highlight that the External Affairs Minister is making that point at the UN Assembly on anti-terrorism and urged the global community to act. He also referred to that resolution which was passed by the UN.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin on External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to the United States. Now, speaking at the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, he said the world must display zero tolerance for terror, adding that victims and perpetrators must never be equated when talking about the gruesome terror acts that have led the entire world. Jaishankar has also said that India has every right to defend its people against terror. Jaishankar also met the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. But this is the message that he had to give during the Quad Summit with foreign ministers of the other three nations.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated, and India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. India plans to host the next Quad summit. We have some proposals on how to make that productive. I'm sure so do our partners.
So that is the message coming in from the External Affairs Minister as he attends the summit of the Quad Foreign Ministers, meeting his counterparts of Japan, the United States, as well as Australia. Also meeting Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon as India furthers its security agenda in the United States. I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So strong message coming in from S. Jaishankar in the United States. Siddhant, underlining that message from India that terrorism should not be tolerated at the global stage, but also in line with the outreach coming in from that diplomatic contingent that visited the United States headed by Shashi Tharoor.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, this was for the third time that EM.S. Jaishankar has spoken about India's position on cross-border terrorism in last 24 hours. In fact, yesterday he inaugurated exhibition on terrorism at United Nations, and from that forum also he spoke about zero tolerance policy against terrorism. In fact, this morning he spoke to a media outlet where again he reiterated India's position, and just a short while back he participated in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington DC. And in fact, as you rightly said, the message is very clear that the world must display zero tolerance for terrorism. In fact, he again underlines that victims and perpetrators must never be equated. This was perhaps a clear message for United States. Since Pahalgam attacks, the way United States has been taking credit for the mediation, and the way Asim Munir was invited to the White House, etc., etc. In fact, Mr. Jaishankar also said that India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, making India's position very, very clear. And he said that we will exercise that right to defend our people. So, for the third time in 24 hours, EM.S. Jaishankar, is stating India's position, and perhaps also what India expects from friends and partner countries as far as issue of cross-border terrorism is concerned. Having said that, this was the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting took place, Ayushman, in Washington DC, where foreign ministers from Japan, Australia, and United States, along with India, held a meeting ahead of Leaders Summit later this year in India. In fact, Ayushman, right after Operation Sindoor and the way President Trump started taking credit for the mediation, etc., perhaps impacted the relationship between the two countries. And in fact, there were a lot of chatter that what would be the future of Quad now. But as we say that India-US relationship is beyond personalities, and this is the first visit of EM.S. Jaishankar to United States after Operation Sindoor. So he has participated in Quad meeting. He, in fact, just a short while back met Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to strengthen India's security, interest with the United States. Back to you.
Absolutely. Siddhant, please stay with us, because S. Jaishankar carrying the message of India's anti-terror doctrine in the wake of Operation Sindoor. But shifting focus to domestic politics inside the United States, a big victory for Donald Trump. With U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's deciding vote, the Senate has approved Trump's spending bill, which he calls the one big beautiful bill, moving it back to the House and one step closer to Trump's desk for the final signature. Now, Elon Musk had earlier tweeted, and I quote, "If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty system so that the people actually have a voice." This sweeping legislation boosts the wealthy, funds the border wall, and risks a $3 trillion deficit before Trump's term ends. In fact, Musk's war with Trump has hurt Tesla stocks, with nearly 13% of its value being wiped out in the last 5 days. So as the war escalates between Trump as well as Elon Musk, the big beautiful bill that Trump calls his big spending bill, one of the most iconic legislations in the past few years, is the message which has come in from Donald Trump. That has cleared the Senate after a 50-50 tie, with J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, posing the deciding vote and putting that vote on the floor of the Senate and clearing this bill back to the House, after which it will go to Donald Trump. But this is what Trump had to say on the big beautiful bill that has now cleared the deadlock in the Senate.
I think it's going to be the greatest bill ever passed, even for you as an example. Tremendous amount of homeland security money. Oh, tremendous amount. It's going to keep the border secure because, we have them secure now, but we need to build more wall. I built almost 600 miles of wall. We need more wall. And all of that's covered in this bill. This bill is amazing for everybody. It's an amazing bill for Florida, too. Really great for Florida.
Right, so Trump's signature legislation clearing the deadlock in the Senate. But as many economic experts, including the Republicans, have pointed out, this will only balloon the deficit and the benefits of the tax cuts will only aid the rich, while the entire welfare state will contract under Trump's watch, adding almost $3 trillion to the entire deficit. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, a huge political victory for Donald Trump, clearing the big beautiful bill through the Senate. But the fight continues because the Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to stall this bill, or at least to amend it. But it seems the voices from inside the Republican Party have now also gone completely silent after the clearance in the Senate.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. And in fact, this is the first bill that has been passed, first major bill that has been passed by the Trump administration. Because so far, he has been signing the presidential orders, perhaps to implement his policies. This is for the first time that in the form of a bill by getting the Senate and House getting it approved, the bill or any policy is being implemented. And as you rightly said, this is one big beautiful bill, as President Trump says, aims to extend his first-term tax cuts at cost of $4.5 trillion, increase military spending and fund mass deportations and border security. In fact, the legislation is expected to add over $3.3 trillion to the national debt over the next decade. This is what the assessment says. So now the Senate passage is seen as a significant step, Ayushman, for the Trump administration, which is pushing to have the legislation signed into law ahead of U.S. Independence Day celebration. So that's the plan. However, the bill now faces a separate vote in the House of Representatives, where several Republican lawmakers have expressed concerns. In fact, senators have been divided over provisions in the bill that would strip around $1 trillion in subsidized health care from millions of low-income Americans. Independent analysts are saying that nearly 12 million people could lose health coverage by 2034 due to proposed cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. President Trump, since day one, as I said, has been signing presidential orders, executive orders to his policies implemented. This is perhaps for the first time that a bill is getting passed, but still there is a lot of opposition to this bill. Even the Republican lawmakers are vocal about this bill, and they say that this is going to impact the middle class and the lower middle class American in years to come.
Absolutely. But the question remains, will those same Republicans, after saying that they didn't even read the bill once they voted for it, will they now fall in line in the House as the bill heads from the Senate to the House? Will this be another victory for Trump as he tries to clear the big beautiful bill through the House, even though there is opposition from within the Republican Party? But Siddhant, the big question also emerging is that about the position of Elon Musk in the big MAGA sphere. Clearly, he's an outlier now, but he's been spamming all the Republicans, including Donald Trump, when it comes to the big, beautiful bill. He said, and I quote, "If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed. The next day, our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice." But this is the counter that has come in from Donald Trump. Listen in.
Now he's upset he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car.
Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, that's a strong statement coming in from Donald Trump saying that Doge is the monster that could eat Elon Musk. The feud only escalating, and it seems Elon Musk, despite his social media campaign, his Tesla stocks have tumbled very significantly. 13% of their value has been wiped out in just the 5 days. In just the last 5 days. So clearly Trump has the political edge. Of course, he holds the power of the presidency. What can Elon Musk hope to achieve here?
Well, this is feud 2.0. For the first time, we saw that how there were series of attack which was leashed by Elon Musk on President Trump on X, but later he deleted those posts, and in fact he went on to write that I regret for making those posts for President Trump. But we saw that, yesterday it again got started. There was a post from Elon Musk criticizing this bill, criticizing President Trump, to which President Trump reacted by saying that he's looking at a possibility of deporting Elon Musk back to South Africa. In fact, he also threatened Elon Musk for a Doge investigation. So this bill, Ayushman, directly impacts Elon Musk's business interests because it cuts down the subsidies that the U.S. government till now have been offering to the EV car makers. And perhaps that became the point of contention. That became the point of contention because of which the breakup happened between Elon Musk and President Trump. So, when it all started, there was a message also from Elon Musk that he regrets doing posts against President Trump. In fact, there were a lot of interlocutors also in D.C. who tried to bring both together, given the strategic interests, etc., etc. Right. But now it looks like that it has become a full-blown war. And since, as you rightly said, the Tesla shares are down, this bill has been cleared by the Senate. So it will have a direct impact on Elon Musk's business interests, because now the subsidies that the car manufacturers in U.S. have been getting to make EV cars will not be getting anymore once this bill will be fully implemented.
Right.
And that became the point of contention between the two. And this is the reason that this feud has again started. Elon Musk has again started speaking against President Trump. In fact, he also went on to say that the United States need a third political party, third political front. So it would really be interesting to see that how development unfolds in this particular space. But right now, this is feud 2.0, which has again started between President Trump and Elon Musk.
Right, but for Elon Musk, it seems the power dynamics are becoming painfully clear. He might be the richest man in the world, but he's facing off against the might of the American government under Donald Trump. So clearly, the power dynamics are shaping out to be, putting him at a disadvantage, clearly, given the fact that this bill has passed the Senate and Trump has even threatened to even deport Elon Musk in the wake as this feud continues to escalate between the two sides. And even Elon Musk's Tesla shares are tumbling, with 13% of the value being wiped out. But staying with the United States, more breaking news coming in. This is the rumble that's taking place in New York City. Now what we are learning is that Zohran Mamdani has won the New York City's Democratic mayoral primary as the new count cements his victory over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. So this is a huge victory for Zohran Mamdani, even though he's facing a lot of flack for his views on Hindus as well as the Indian government. It seems he is on track to be the Democrat nominee for the next mayor of New York, and likely to face off against Eric Adams, who has the support of the Republican camp. But Zohran Mamdani has now cemented his position over Andrew Cuomo, blowing him out of the water. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, clearly the Democrats have hitched their wagon behind Zohran Mamdani, but this seems to be a very New York driven vote, because while there is a leadership crisis across the Democrat Party, Zohran Mamdani doesn't seem to be that pan-American leader that the Democrats desperately need.
Well, absolutely, Ayushman. In fact, he's a democratic socialist, with a populist ideas and also a bit of personal magnetism. And he has won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City by a significant margin. And Now, he moves on to contest general election in November, where he'll face Mayor Eric Adams. So this his entire election proposition has been in the news, perhaps for the kind of promises that he has been making, proposing to come up with the socialist policies, perhaps, which is very unlikely of the political parties in the United States. So that is somewhere giving him a lot of popularity, but at the same time he's being criticized also, and especially the Republicans are after him. President Trump perhaps has openly called him a communist, and he says that he's going to personally be keeping a watch on him with a view of national security.
Absolutely.
But as you rightly said, that it's a big win, and now he'll be facing Mayor Eric Adams in November.
Absolutely. Thank you, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. So Trump has already dubbed Mamdani as the poster boy of the loony left that he calls the extremists in the Democrat wing. But at the same time, is he the pan-Democrat leader, the pan-American Democrat leader that the Democrat camp desperately needs after that drubbing at the hands of Donald Trump in the presidential elections? Because Mamdani, while he's popular in New York, he's not been able to gain that traction in other states across the United States. So is the Democrat camp going more towards the left while it needs a centrist leader to take on Donald Trump in the next general elections? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But staying with the United States, the country has dubbed India a strategic ally in the Indo-Pacific region and highlighted a very good ties that are enjoyed between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump. Now, addressing the media, the White House press secretary said that the trade deal between India and the United States was close to being finalized and that a formal announcement in this regard would be made soon.
Yes, the president said that last week, and it remains true. I actually just spoke to our Secretary of Commerce about it. He was in the Oval Office with the president. They are finalizing these agreements, and you'll hear from the president and his team, his trade team, very soon when it comes to India.
Just think back over the last 5 presidents of America: Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, back to Trump. 5 very different presidents. And yet, at the end of every presidency, if you were to do a dipstick on India-US relations, you'll find it's better off than it was at the beginning of that presidency. So it's not, relationships will never be free of issues, even I would say differences. I think what matters is the ability to deal with it and to keep that trend going in the positive direction.
India-US trade negotiations have entered the final lap before the 9th of July deadline. Officials have made it clear that there will be no concessions on agriculture and dairy, as these are red lines in the trade talks, and India has kept them out with other nations too in trade deals, including with the UK and in talks with the European Union. Sources also say that both sides are yet to come to an agreement on average tariffs. While US wants to impose 10% baseline tariffs as an average tariff rate on India, India wants zero duty access or at least preferential treatment compared to Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh. Also, India wants an exemption from 25% US tariff on steel imports, but this is unlikely to happen. For the moment, the biggest issue is around agriculture and dairy, with Indian officials conveying that they may have to walk out if US persists with the demand that India should open up its agriculture and dairy sectors for US goods. But there is still hope that a deal may happen in the next 2 to 3 days, with the White House saying that President Trump and his team are working on trade deals with several countries and they will announce an update on India very soon. As of now, India's chief negotiator, that is Special Secretary Rajesh Agarwal, is still camping in Washington, D.C. for the final phase of negotiations. Indian officials have also indicated that India would strike a deal only if it's a win-win and serves our national interest. Otherwise, we are ready to accept a 26% reciprocal tariff come the 9th of July.
And that's the latest coming in from the United States when it comes to India ironing out a trade deal, a beneficial trade deal with the Trump administration. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations anti-terrorism exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as property.
Welcome back. And a citywide crackdown on end-of-life vehicles started today in the national capital as the government enforced a fuel ban for petrol and diesel vehicles that have exceeded their legal age limit. And now, under orders from the Commission for Air Quality Management, such vehicles will no longer be allowed to refuel at any petrol, diesel or CNG stations in the capital.
दिल्ली के पॉल्यूशन को देखते हुए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट और पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बॉडीज जो हैं CAMQ इत्यादि सब लोग इस विषय की संगीनता को देखते हुए लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं कि एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल्स को बंद किया जाना चाहिए। और बंद किया जाना मतलब जिनको पेट्रोल ना मिले, उनको पेट्रोल नहीं दिया जाए। वो लगातार इस बात की चर्चा, प्रेशर माननीय कोर्ट के आदेशानुसार दिल्ली में चल रही है। कैमरों के ऊपर बहुत बड़ी इसमें डिपेंडेंसी है कि पेट्रोल पंप पे जो कैमरों की बात माननीय कोर्ट द्वारा की गई, हम भी उसकी वायबिलिटी देख रहे हैं।
Starting July 1st, all vehicles older than 10 years that run on diesel and all more than 15-year-old petrol vehicles will not be allowed fuel on any petrol pump in Delhi. We are right now at Humayun Road HP petrol pump, and diesel vehicles over 10-year-old and petrol vehicles over 15-year-old will not be allowed to refuel in Delhi today onwards. A total of 350 petrol stations have been identified for policy enforcement and potential vehicle seizures. Not just that the petrol will be denied, but also the vehicles will be impounded if they are found to have been violating the life of the vehicle. This move was initiated by the Commission for Air Quality Management in collaboration with Transport Department, Delhi Police and traffic personnel in a bid to curb air pollution in national capital. You can see a board here at this petrol pump that clearly mentions that fuel will not be dispensed to end-of-life vehicles. We also have Anil Prasad ji, who is the supervisor of this petrol pump. Sir, क्या directions हैं गवर्नमेंट से जो vehicles आएंगे उनको आप लोग पेट्रोल और डीजल देने के लिए मना किया गया है?
जी हाँ सर, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने हमें जो है एक जो लागू कर रखा है यहाँ पे, और यहाँ पे जो है सर्कुलर दे रखा है कि जो भी पेट्रोल और CNG की गाड़ियाँ हैं 15 साल पुरानी होंगी, उन्हें जो है कोई भी ईंधन और गैस नहीं मिलेगा। और जो डीजल की गाड़ियाँ 10 साल पुरानी होंगी उन्हें जो है डीजल नहीं दिया जाएगा। उसके लिए उन्होंने यहाँ पे ANPR करके कैमरे हैं जो ऑटोमेटिक नंबर प्लेट को स्कैन करते हैं, और वो जो है एक साउंड बॉक्स लगा रखा है जो कि उस गाड़ी का नेम प्लेट बताएगा, साथ में ये भी बताएगा ये गाड़ी जो है एक्सपायरी है। अच्छा। उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने जो है अपने जो भी कर्मचारी हैं ट्रैफिक पुलिस और पुलिस जो है यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड कर रखी है। हमारे जो भी अटेंडेंट हैं वो जो है उनको सबको बताएंगे ये गाड़ी जो है एक्सपायरी है, और वो अपने जो उनके पास जो मशीन है उसमें जो उसका नंबर डाल के उसको पूरा स्कैन करेंगे, उसके बाद जो है उस गाड़ी को रिस्पॉन्ड किया जाएगा।
So a step towards a greener Delhi. So time to take stock of your own car. That's all we have to pack it on the show. Good night and take care.
This is News 18 Network. This News Network.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. EM Jaishankar calls out Pakistan in the United Nations. He said that any state-sponsored terrorism must be exposed. He said this at United Nations Anti-Terrorism Exhibition. Jaishankar urges global community to act against terrorism. That is a big statement that is coming in from External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, where he has called out Pakistan at the United Nations. And we are joined by Akansha Saroop on this broadcast. Akansha, that is a strong statement coming in from S. Jaishankar. How do you see this?
Absolutely. Harsh must keep in mind that he's directly taken a jibe, or he's directly indicated Pakistan's role in the Pahalgam terror attack when he said that no impunity should be given to terrorists, no treating them as proxies, no yielding to nuclear blackmail. This is exactly what even the US had hinted at, that there was a massive threat, which is why India had, there was an understanding also that had been made, and any state sponsorship must be exposed and must be countered. So important to highlight that the External Affairs Minister is making that point at the UN Assembly on anti-terrorism and urged the global community to act. He also referred to that resolution which was passed by the UN 5 weeks ago, condemning the terror act in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. So he wants to make a point to the UN, to the larger international community. It's also part of the broader push under Operation Sindoor, soon after our multi-party delegation went visiting across the globe. So important to also highlight that the Pak Army Chief Asim Munir.
Yeah, as we're seeing it right now in Turkey, of course. We've seen it repeatedly over the summers, not just in Portugal, also in Greece. Those concerns of wildfires, authorities, like you say, João, will be on high alert for that. João Pova Marinheiro, thank you very much. Obrigado, João. Good to see you. And still to come tonight, Ukraine answers Russia's massive weekend attack, reportedly striking a missile factory deep inside Russia. We have the details for you just ahead. And a prominent voice on issues ranging from global conflict to EU trade, Polish Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski joins me live from Warsaw in Poland. That is next.
Movies.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin on External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's visit to the United States. Now, speaking at the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, he said the world must display zero tolerance for terror, adding that victims and perpetrators must never be equated when talking about the gruesome terror acts that have led the entire world. Jaishankar has also said that India has every right to defend its people against terror. Jaishankar also met the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. But this is the message that he had to give during the Quad Summit with foreign ministers of the other three nations.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. India plans to host the next Quad Summit. We have some proposals on how to make that productive. I'm sure so do our partners.
So that is the message coming in from the External Affairs Minister as he attends the summit of the Quad Foreign Ministers, meeting his counterparts of Japan, the United States, as well as Australia. Also meeting Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon as India furthers its security agenda in the United States. I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So strong message coming in from S. Jaishankar in the United States. Siddhant, underlining that message from India that terrorism should not be tolerated at the global stage, but also in line with the outreach coming in from that diplomatic contingent that visited the United States headed by Shashi Tharoor.
Well, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, this was for the third time that EMS Jaishankar has spoken about India's position on cross-border terrorism in last 24 hours. In fact, yesterday he inaugurated exhibition on terrorism at United Nations, and from that forum also he spoke about zero tolerance policy against terrorism. In fact, this morning he spoke to a media outlet where again he reiterated India's position, and just a short while back he participated in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington DC. And in fact, as you rightly said, the message is very clear that the world must display zero tolerance for terrorism. In fact, he again underlined that victims and perpetrators must never be equated. This was perhaps a clear message for United States, since
Tuesday, after Ukraine struck a missile production facility deep inside Russia. Russian officials say the missile hit the factory in the industrial city of Ivskevsk. Video from social media captured explosions and people running, as you can see there, from the blasts. A Ukrainian source tells CNN that Ukraine used long-range drones to strike the plant. And this comes after Ukrainian reports that Russia launched its largest known drone attack on Kyiv since this full-scale war started. I want to take you to Warsaw now and bring in Poland's Foreign Minister, Radek Sikorski, for perspective on the latest fighting between Ukraine and Russia, and of course much more. Foreign Minister, good to have you back on the show. Let me start with those strikes deep inside Russia, because they come just a day or so after Keith Kellogg, the US senior envoy for Ukraine, said on X, I'm going to quote him here, Russia cannot continue to stall for time while it bombs civilian targets in Ukraine. Do you agree with that? And what pressure can the US, can Europe put on Putin to stop this stalling game?
I completely agree with General Kellogg, and in fact, this is the vein in which I spoke at the NATO summit last week in the presence of Secretary Rubio. Vladimir Putin is mocking the peace efforts of President Trump. He's increased his attacks on civilian targets in Ukraine since President Trump started his peace effort, and he's doubled them again since Israel's and the US attack on Iran. So I hope the US now does the right thing in response to Russian intransigence and war crimes.
And I seem this intransigence hasn't really moved at all, because we've seen Putin, the French President Emmanuel Macron, we understand, in the last, half an hour or so, held a call with President Macron, the first call since September 2022. And Putin told Macron that any agreement to end the war would, quote, have to be based on new territorial realities. That, it doesn't seem, Foreign Minister, like we've moved at all when it comes to forcing Putin to the negotiating table. So what else would work here?
Well, I hope the Lindsey Graham bill gets attention in US Congress, because that would, for the first time since the assumption of office by President Trump, put some extra pressure on Putin. He only responds to pressure.
Let me put to you what I heard you say, and I thought it was really interesting. I heard you say, and I think this was at NATO, you can correct me, that the closer you are to Russia, the more you spend. I mean, that is certainly the case for Poland. You are the biggest spender as a percentage, I think, of GDP. But there are concerns, Foreign Minister, that while an agreement may have been signed here and agreed at NATO, that there could be a slippage in the spending target at some countries. We're looking at a graphic of some of the NATO spending as a share of GDP. Is this something that concerns Poland? And what reassurances, if any, have you received on this front?
Well, first of all, remember that as non-US NATO members, we have already doubled our defense spending since President Trump first assumed office. What we have now pledged ourselves to do is to double again. If we do that, we'll be at the same level of spending as the United States, and that should be enough to deter Putin, which is why we should do it.
Are you okay, though, with Spain significantly lowering spending? Because we did hear from the Spanish Prime Minister saying they're not going to meet the percentage they need to meet. Prime Minister Sanchez saying, I think he said that during the NATO summit, they wouldn't go there. They would spend 2.1% of a GDP on defense. Are you okay with that?
Well, it's true that Spain has never been occupied by Russia. But Spain faces other risks. Russia is conducting a hybrid war against all of the West, and that includes arsons, that includes death squads, that includes espionage. It includes meddling in Africa, where Russia has used Africa's own resources to undermine governments and to create mass migration. And that's certainly something that Spain is concerned about.
And speaking of threats, last week, Foreign Minister, you were quoted in the media saying that increased spending on NATO defense would lead to collapse of Russia. Yesterday's Russia's Foreign Minister said NATO countries were responding to what he called an imaginary threat, and the increased defense spending would lead to the collapse of NATO. I mean, which side is spending too much on weaponry here? Just your reaction to that.
Well, first of all, the threat from Russia is not imaginary because we can see it every day. Sometimes when they bomb Ukraine, we in Poland can hear it. And we've already had Russian missiles and Russian drones breaching our airspace. So for us, it's a daily reality and not a piece of imagination. And secondly, Russia is spending far more than NATO has pledged itself to do. There are various estimates, but 6, 7, 8% of GDP Russia is spending. And of course, we are much richer than Russia. Our combined economies are more than 20 times bigger than Russia. So we can afford it. And they are treading the path of the former Soviet Union. The reason why my comment landed in Russia is that I was quoting Vladimir Putin himself, who some years ago said that the Soviet Union bankrupted itself, and he's now going down the same sinkhole.
Let me stay with Poland for a moment, because I understand your country, Foreign Minister, is going to impose temporary controls on borders with Germany and Lithuania, and I think it begins as of July 7. Just explain to our viewers why Poland's doing this. How long would it last? I know it's not the only country, but why now? And how long would these temporary measures, temporary controls last?
Well, Germany imposed controls in October 23 under the treaty in the EU that governs it. You can do it temporarily, but it's almost 2 years. And it's also tightened procedures recently. We have won our battle over the control of our border with Belarus. Russia and Belarus, on purpose, they bring migrants from Asia, Africa, and try to push them into the EU. We have spent over €500 million building a big and beautiful fence with sensors, and it's 98% effective. But unfortunately, some of our neighbors, Lithuania and Latvia, have not quite done it yet. And so some migrants have been redirected that way, which is why that unfortunately we're having to introduce this measure. Poland is in favor of free movement across the territory of the EU, but everybody have to do their share.
But do you have a sense, Foreign Minister, of how long this temporary measure will last? I know that Germany's lasted way more than was expected, but is there a time limit here?
That will depend on the flows of migrants. As I said, it stopped on the Polish-Belarusian border, despite the Belarusian regime's best efforts. So we need to take control, and we are doing it. And when our people have a sense of security, then and when we amend our legislation, our procedures in Europe, and regain the ability to decide who may or may not travel, then the controls will become superfluous.
Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski, thank you very much, Foreign Minister. Great to have you back on the show.
Pleasure. Bye.
Thank you. And still to come tonight, as France bids adieu to cigarettes in public spaces, some are not happy about it. When the smoke clears, will smokers comply? We'll take a look next. So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, you know, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that it seems to be of 90s. Swagat built a multi-million-dollar ministry across the U.S. Back in the 1980s, the Louisiana native grew up poor, but rose to nationwide fame as a captivating Pentecostal television preacher. In 1988, he was caught with a prostitute in New Orleans. He infamously went on television to tearfully apologize to his parishioners. Swagat continued to preach, and in later years was often joined by his son, Donnie. His death was announced on his official Facebook page. The judge overseeing Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial has been meeting with defense as well as prosecution lawyers today, discussing responses to requests from the jury. Earlier, jurors asked for guidance about how the distribution of controlled substances is legally defined. The jury is now into their second day of deliberations. CNN, of course, will keep you up to date on any developments as soon as they happen. Well, this case has kept many trial watchers riveted, really, from day one, with so many salacious details and harrowing witness testimony that we've even brought you here on the show. And plenty, of course, of social media influencers have taken notice as well, live streaming their thoughts on the proceedings right alongside the more traditional media outlets. CNN's Bryn Gingras has a story.
We down here at the Diddy trial.
Meet Miss Pleasant, a.k.a. maker of the Pop-Off Show on YouTube.
We're going to do a fit check
She's one of nearly a dozen live streamers you'll find outside the federal courthouse in New York City, while inside, Sean Diddy Combs sits on trial, facing life behind bars.
Hey, what's up, It's your girl, Neek.
Rain or shine, here for the past 8 weeks.
What compels you to actually be here every day?
I'm nosy. It has celebrity, it has sex, it has crime, it has drugs.
Oh, you look nice today, Mama Combs. You step in.
How many followers did you have at the start of this and versus how many you have now?
I had about maybe like 5,000 or so. Right now I got about 16,000. So I gained about maybe like 11,000 or so.
That's pretty good.
Many have amassed a huge following.
You just read these comments? What's going on?
I'm reading the comments. I'm interacting with the people.
By giving unedited access to the chaos surrounding the courthouse.
When you see Barney, just do one of these.
Are you live streaming?
Yeah, we're live, man. We're all live.
Some streamers read courtroom transcripts word for word.
He kept his money. He kept his wallet.
This man reads off his own handwritten notes. Others chase down witnesses and Combs' family members.
Just now, I just had to run when the girls came. So I'm also doing the journalism. We're doing that. But then I'm doing the TMZ. And I'm getting on Happy Feet, sliding in for the count to catch my little footage.
So you're capturing everything.
I'm doing everything.
There is a type of way that we can talk to them that legacy media probably can't really give an opinion. They can't, we can be like, I wasn't feeling that, or I didn't like that. And they feel a relatability. Oh, you're on live too. Oh, hi.
Multiple batteries, multiple chargers in case one breaks.
Yeah.
Kealoha Connor was in marketing before a friend convinced her to step in front of the phone and live stream.
Guys, P. Diddy trial update. First day I was like, it's not going to be anything. And then boom, like that first day I peaked at 20,000 and some change on people.
Now she's not looking back.
I want to go into journalism now because of all this.
Are you able to monetize yet on this?
Yeah, I was able to monetize on this one, day one.
I do also get people who want to donate. They give cash apps. And on YouTube, there's a thing called super chats. They want to support your journey in any way that they can.
The trial now in the hands of jurors, with arguably more people tuned in for the verdict than ever before.
This is as big as the OJ trial. We do want to get closure and understand what this case is going to be. You know what I mean? What is it going to wrap up to be?
Bryn Gingras, CNN, New York.
Very interesting indeed. Thanks to Bryn Gingras for that report. Well, jury deliberations are also underway in Australia's so-called mushroom murder trial. Prosecutors accuse Erin Patterson of feeding poisonous mushrooms to her estranged husband's family. 3 family members died and 1 survived. The prosecution says the 50-year-old Patterson used death cap mushrooms in a beef Wellington lunch she had made. Patterson denies any wrongdoing, and her defense team calls it a terrible accident. The charges carry a life sentence. Take you to France now, because it is ending its long-time love affair with cigarettes. The country's ban on smoking in public began earlier on Tuesday and applies to places like beaches, parks, as well as sports venues. Our Saskia Van Doren looks at France's historic move.
This is the country that turned cigarettes into high art. But
lighting up under the Eiffel Tower or in the Jardin des Tuileries is now illegal.
And it could cost you €135. The government's aim? A tobacco-free generation by 2032.
I feel like it's a big liberty torn away from us, from French people, because we smoke a lot, and it's just because we like it. And I feel like it'd be pretty hard to enforce too.
Moi, ça m'ennuie l'interdit. Why they smoke?
Yeah.
For the stress, maybe the stress or the ritual with the aperitif and so on. It goes together.
Have a smoke-free generation. It's never going to happen.
And now France is making history. The first European country to ban cigarettes on all beaches nationwide. Starting July 1st, smoking will also be banned in public gardens and anywhere near schools. A lofty goal for a country that a generation ago had children staging tributes to Serge Gainsbourg, cigarettes and all. Jean-Paul Belmondo made it look cool in À bout de souffle, a cigarette hanging from his lips in nearly every scene. Coco Chanel smoked 50 a day, and Brigitte Bardot, iconique. But tobacco use in France has actually been on the decline in recent years. Smoking is at its lowest level in more than 2 decades, with 23% of the adult population lighting up daily.
Aussi la liberté des gens qui sont à côté. Par exemple, il y a des enfants qui n'ont pas envie de fumer.
Actually, I can understand for the children and for health reasons.
Still, there's one sacred space the law won't touch, the terrasse. And French people, especially Parisians, are breathing a smoky sigh of relief. Because banning cigarettes there, that would be a step too far, even for a changing France. Saskia Van Doorn, CNN, Paris.
And our thanks to Saskia for that report. And still to come tonight, another sweltering day at Wimbledon, but still all to play for, bringing the very latest from day 2 next.
Connections across Africa are reshaping.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by 1 vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those 3 senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spats of the top tennis professionals at Wimbledon battling it out for a second day at the competition. Earlier on, world number 1, Jannik Sinner, fought his way to the second round win with a win over Luca Nardi. But day 2 is still not over for some players. Coco Gauff is also taking to the court today as his 7-time champion Novak Djokovic, as he chases his 25th Grand Slam. Here to help us weigh up the odds is our Don Riddell. And Don, Novak Djokovic beginning his quest for the elusive, of course, 25th major title. I know you're keeping a close eye on it. How is he looking right now?
Hey, he's looking great so far. He's just won his first set against Alexandre Müller in fairly short order, 6 games to 1 in that first set. This might be Djokovic's last Wimbledon championship, which is remarkable to say, given that he's still extremely competitive. He's made it to the semi-finals in his last 2 majors, but he said a sort of precautionary farewell at Roland Garros a few weeks ago in case he doesn't make it back to Paris. So this could also be his final Wimbledon, but he would very much like to go out on a high, and so far making it look rather straightforward. The temperatures have been climbing at Wimbledon. We've been saying that over the last couple of days as Northern Europe basks in a heat wave. But the top seeds are falling. It's been absolute carnage in the men's draw, with 4 top 10 players already out in the first round, the highest of which was the 3rd seed Zverev, who was beaten in 5 sets by the Frenchman Arthur Rinderknecht. So a huge upset there. And we've seen a lot of seeds falling in the women's draw. 3 top 10 players out already, 2 of them in the top 5. We've already said goodbye to the 3rd seed, Jessica Pegula. She was beaten by a player ranked well outside the top 100. Pegula described that as the biggest or the worst result of the year. Also the 5th seed, Qinwen Zheng, the Chinese player who won the Olympics just last year. She was dumped out in the first round. Perhaps not a huge surprise, given that that same fate has befallen her in each of the last 3 years. The defending champion in the women's draw, Barbara Krejcikova, she did drop a set in her first round match, but she was able to successfully get herself through to the second round. And all eyes shortly will be on Coco Gauff. Of course, this prodigiously talented young American player who's just coming off the back of winning a thrilling French Open final, her second major title. She's not had much experience on grass this summer yet. She's only played 1 match and lost it. Obviously, she's been dealing with, all the accolades and all the glory and all the kind of media interviews that came with winning the French Open. So she's getting her Wimbledon championship started without much grass court experience under her belt this summer. She's only ever made it to the 4th round in this tournament. She's the 2nd seed and will be hoping to go much further this year. Coco Gauff will be on court later today.
Wonderful to see her play. Very quickly, we're running out of time here, about a minute or so. How is the weather impacting some of the games, you think, some of the plays we've seen today? You're talking about some of the seeds falling through. How much is weather playing a part in this? Because it has been, record-breaking heat for Wimbledon.
Well, I mean, I would say tennis players are used to playing in the heat. They play all over the world. You know, I would imagine that if anybody's going to struggle, it's going to be the fans who have to sit outside for extended periods of time. But, I mean, certainly the players are taking every precaution that you would expect. Lots of hydration, lots of ice packs. We've seen kind of pictures of players staying in the shade when they can. It's not much fun playing in temperatures like that, but if any athlete is used to it, it is tennis players.
The fans, Don. I mean, it's champagne, strawberries and cream and a hat. It shouldn't be that difficult. That's for another discussion. Don, good to see you as always. Yeah. And that does it for this hour right here. I will be back, though, at the top of the hour with What We Know. That's next Tuesday right here.
In the hub, where East meets West, CNN Arabic is perfectly placed to find the facts. This is where stories happen.
It's a concern to a lot of us in the region.
Politics, business, culture, real life. As the pace of change moves faster, we ask the important question. What is the truth? This is CNNArabic.com.
We really need global institutions to make child protection a priority, to ensure that the tech sector and the financial sector are doing everything within their power to keep kids safe online. My name is John Sonego, and I lead IJ.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by 1 vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entities that he owns. There has not yet been work to actually put that down on paper today, according to White House officials. But obviously, this feud very much reignited between the two men. And it does feel a little bit like deja vu. Remember those couple of weeks ago when it had seemed as if the two men had reconciled.
Donald Trump's agenda, his so-called big, beautiful bill, passes the Senate after a marathon vote. I'm Isa Suarez, in for Max Foster, and this is what we know. The legislation that will likely define President Trump's second term now one step closer to becoming law.
The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
Vice President, you saw there, J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote after 3 Republican senators joined Democrats in opposing the bill. Mr. Trump got the news while touring a new migrant detention center called Alligator Alcatraz in the Florida Everglades. The bill now heads back to the House.
It's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
The president's one-time ally turned advisory is threatening to fund a third American political party if the bill ends up becoming law. Elon Musk once again slammed the legislation, jump-starting his feud with Mr. Trump. Let's get more from our White House colleague. Kevin Liptak joins me now. And Kevin, we heard the president, 2 hours ago or so saying this is music to his ears, but now he faces, of course, the House. What's at stake here? How realistic is it that it will pass, meeting that July 4th deadline that the president is seeking?
Well, we've just been hearing from White House officials, and they do seem confident that this will make it to the president's desk by Friday, by the 4th of July. President Trump earlier today was a little softer on that deadline, but nonetheless very confident that this will ultimately pass, which I think in reality is probably true, but that doesn't mean that there won't be some challenges ahead for the president and for the White House as they work to twist arms among the Republicans in the House to get behind him. And I think in those 3 Republicans who voted no today in the Senate in this bill, you do get a sense of where these pockets of opposition will lie. So, for example, Susan Collins and Tom Tillis, both Republicans, voted no today. They opposed it because they thought that the cuts to Medicaid, which is the program for low-income Americans to get health coverage, they thought that those cuts were too deep. They were worried about slashing the social safety net. On the other side of the coin, you had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky, who thought that this bill did not cut enough. He thought it would explode the deficit. He thought essentially that it cost too much. And so on those sort of polar ends of the spectrum there, you get a sense of the different cohorts that the president will have to face in the House now that he needs those Republicans to support him as well. And you've already heard Republicans who say that the bill that passed the Senate does far worse for the deficit than the bill that they originally passed in the House. For example, in the House Freedom Caucus, that group of ultra-conservative Republicans complaining that the Senate version expands the deficit by much more than what they were willing to agree to for the first time around. And remember, when the House first passed this, it only succeeded by one vote, a very narrow margin, and the president clearly will have to get all of those Republicans on board going forward. There was one Republican senator in the Senate today, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, who had been kind of on the fence throughout the entire course of the deliberations. Ultimately, they were able to add enough sweeteners in the bill for her and for her home state of Alaska to get her on board. But she says that she wants a number of other provisions to be corrected by the House. But we were just listening to White House officials who said that they don't believe this bill needs sort of the reconciliation process known as a conference committee. They think that the House can pass this very, very quickly to have it on the president's desk by Friday.
Sounding very confident indeed. One person who's very much opposed to this bill is one of the richest men in the world, Elon Musk. And we're seeing again, Kevin, this feud erupting between the president and Elon Musk, a feud that started with this very bill. Just talk to us through what each side has been saying and how real of a threat this is.
Yeah, and it had seemed like they had made up. It seemed that this was now water under the bridge between the two men who had feuded so bitterly last month. Now Musk is really reviving his criticisms of this massive bill. One, because he thinks it explodes the deficit, but two, he's concerned about some of the stripping back of electric vehicle mandates, of clean energy subsidies that Republicans had wanted to get out of the bill. Donald Trump really not taking very kindly to those criticisms. He says that potentially the federal government could withhold the subsidies for Elon Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla. The president, even today on the South Lawn, as he was heading down to Florida, didn't rule out the possibility of deporting Elon Musk back to South Africa. So you can see how this feud has now been revived. Musk says that he will potentially fund primary challengers to every Republican that votes for this bill. But at the end of the day, that's going to be a lot of Republicans for him to try and challenge. So it's not exactly clear what his end game is in all of this.
Kevin Liptak, we shall see. I know you'll stay across it for us, Kevin Lipton, outside the White House there. Well, the top senators of each party in the Senate could not have had more different views, really, on this bill passing today, as we heard parts of that from our Kevin Liptak. For the Republicans, this is delivering on campaign promises made in last year's elections. For Democrats, it's a disaster in waiting. Have a listen.
With this legislation, we're fulfilling the mandate we were entrusted with last November and setting our country and the American people up to be safer, stronger, and more prosperous.
The people of America will remember this vote. The American people will remember the Republican betrayal. And Americans will pay the price for this perfidy for generations. Generations.
Let's get more from CNN's Arlette Sainz, who's tracking developments for us on Capitol Hill. So, Arlette, just lay it down for us. What exactly passed in this Senate bill, and how likely do you think is the House to make any sort of changes here? And then, obviously, adding more time, of course, for discussions on this.
Well, Issa, Senate Republican leaders are breathing a sigh of relief as they were able to get the President Trump's domestic policy agenda across the finish line, but they acknowledge there is still a lot more work to do over in the House. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. There were 3 Republican senators who had voted with Democrats on this massive policy agenda bill for the president. This bill would extend those 2017 tax cuts that had been implemented, and it will will also make good on some of the president's promises relating to no tax on tips and overtime pay. The administration is also quick to point out that this would also boost funding for border security and ICE operations. But then there were incredibly steep cuts to Medicaid, steeper cuts than what had been presented in the House bill that had just passed just a few weeks ago. And those are some of the differences that GOP lawmakers in the House will have to consider going forward. Now, in the Senate, the 3 no votes were Rand Paul, who has expressed concerns about the additions to the deficit. He said that for fiscal conservatives in the House, this will be a very tough bill to vote on. There was also Senator Susan Collins, who was among those who said that their top reason why she voted against this bill was Medicaid cuts. We've already heard from some moderate Republicans who have concerns about how deep those cuts would be. So at this time, the House Rules Committee is meeting. That is the next step for this bill as it heads back to the House. But House Republican leadership has signaled that they are hoping to hold votes tomorrow on this measure. Now, they still have to call back all of their GOP lawmakers who had gone home for this partial July 4th recess holiday. So we will see how many are actually able to get back into town. But for House Speaker Mike Johnson, he is working with very tricky math over there on the House. Remember, this bill had only passed by 1 vote just a few weeks ago, and so he needs to try to keep as many members of his GOP caucus happy, even though there are very vast different issues that people have concerns about. So we will see how this plays out over in the House over the course of the coming day, whether they can meet that July 4th deadline, or whether it potentially has to come back to the Senate if changes are made. Of course, opening up a conference process would be very involved, unlikely to happen before that July 4th deadline, as many senators have already caught planes to head back home. So still, while this is being considered in the House, still faces a very uncertain future, even as President Trump has repeatedly said he wants to get this bill passed as it's a key priority to implementing his domestic policy agenda in his second term.
They're certainly sounding confident, but it's going to be a showdown, I have no doubt. Thank you very much, Arlette Saenz. Appreciate it. Now, Oxfam, Save the Children, Doctors Without Borders, as well as 168 other charities are calling for the dismantling of a US-Israeli-backed aid distribution program in Gaza. They say it's designed to, in their words, sustain a cycle of desperation, a danger, as well as death. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed while approaching aid sites since the program was implemented in May. The charities accuse Israeli forces of routinely firing on desperate civilians, a charge that Israel denies. Our Jeremy Diamond is in Jerusalem for us on that. And Jeremy, let's start then with that joint statement from some of these charities. You have done extensive reporting over the last several months on this aid distribution site, which clearly has not worked. What are they saying? What are they saying? Any response here from the Israeli government?
Well, indeed, Issa, over the course of the last month, nearly every single day, we have seen Palestinians shot and killed while trying to reach these aid distribution sites, in many cases clearly by the Israeli military. And the Palestinian Ministry of Health actually just today said that the figure now stands at over 600 people who've been killed while trying to reach aid. Some of those incidents are also around the distribution of UN trucks and the looting of UN trucks, but the overwhelming majority of the cases are indeed people who are on their way to these Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites. We are hearing in this statement from these organizations, which include not only Save the Children, but Oxfam and Amnesty International, that they're calling for the dismantling of this and pointing to the fact that this is a system that, in their words, is not just incidentally causing this death, but they say it is, quote, designed to sustain a cycle of desperation, danger, and death. Now, certainly the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation would disagree with that characterization, and we've seen the United States also doubling down on this group, providing $30 million in funding guarantees for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation going forward and calling on other countries to participate. I think the real question now, Issa, is what happens to the GHF if there is a ceasefire in Gaza, because we know that one of the points of negotiation here from Hamas is to call for the free and unfettered flow of humanitarian aid, which would mean, UN-run distribution systems going back into Gaza, which we saw, of course, happened during the last ceasefire.
Let's stick with Gaza, because a lot possibly happening, Jeremy. Next week, President Trump said he's looking for Gaza deals sometime next week, when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to visit the White House. But there are elements within his party who do not want a ceasefire at this moment. Speak to those voices and how, what he's likely to come away from that meeting with President Trump, who very much wants a deal here.
Yeah, and I think that pressure from the United States will mean a whole lot when Prime Minister Netanyahu shows up at the White House next week. He's facing a president who's not just calling on him to reach a partial deal to secure the release of some of the hostages or a ceasefire for a limited period of time. This is a president who's now talking quite openly about a deal that would end the war and bring all of the hostages home. And it's not clear yet whether that's something that Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually willing to go for. He has certainly talked a lot in the wake of the 12-day conflict between Israel and Iran about the opportunities that are now presented by this, about capitalizing on Israel's success in that conflict with Iran. But at the same time, we know this week he has had a series of discussions with some of those right-wing partners, including Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, and the national security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, both of whom are saying that in this moment of opportunity, ending the war is not the right way to go, but rather intensifying it, deepening the conflict to fully eradicate Hamas from Gaza and ultimately perhaps occupy and settle the Gaza Strip. The military is pushing the prime minister in another direction, it would seem, and so it still is an open question, but we will see, probably get more answers when Netanyahu shows up at the White House next week. Isa?
We shall see, and of course I almost gave you a major career progression by making you prime minister. That was a slip of the tongue. Jeremy, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. And coming up, a new eruption in the feud between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Musk threatening to form a new political party in the United States. We'll tell you what's behind it. That's next. Michael. So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entities that he owns. There has not yet been work to actually put that down on paper today, according to White House officials. But obviously, this feud very much reignited between the two.
Procedural vote over the weekend, Musk vowed to use his vast resources to campaign against Republicans in Congress who voted for it. He later threatened to form a new political party, as you can see there, saying on X, if this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Today, Trump responded with threats of his own. Have a listen.
He's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
And we thought they had reconciled. So what we want to know is, would a third political party ever work in the United States? Joining me now is Larry Sabato, Director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. Larry, great to see you. Let's take on that question then for our viewers around the world. Can Elon Musk's dream of a third party succeed in the US?
Well, certainly it's possible, particularly for the world's richest person. However, it is very difficult to do. I don't think Elon Musk has really looked into the procedures for creating a political party. Those of us who studied such things for decades know that you have to be willing to spend an enormous amount of time and money, do careful planning. Will Elon Musk really stick with it? And normally, the person forming the third party is running for president. So there's an enormous expanse of volunteers who will help gather the signatures and do the other things you have to do in each of the 50 states. This is not an easy process. I'll be surprised if he sticks with it. But maybe, after they finish in divorce court, he and Trump, he might have more time on his hands.
Who knows? But look, Larry, he spent, I think it was $275 million supporting President Trump. And he did say on X, our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice. Is there appetite for a third party? How will his words resonate with Americans across the country?
There is a permanent appetite for a third party, and sometimes a fourth party and a fifth party. Okay, so people like the idea of having more choices. Here's the problem, Isa. They are tied to their real party. They're either a Democrat or Republican, particularly in these very partisan times. And as a result, when it actually comes to voting, they don't, quote, waste their vote. They don't waste their vote on a third party. They vote for one of the two parties that will actually win the seat.
We have seen the feud between them escalate, I think. We can bring that up. I'm just going to ask my producer to bring up the last comment that we saw from Musk. I think he said, so tempting to escalate this. So tempting, but I'll refrain from now. And that was in response to a little clip, Larry, that we played of whether a reporter asked the president whether they would deport him back to South Africa. But look, we are seeing this escalation, of course, again, between both men. We thought they had reconciled. That's clearly not the case. But, it's interesting given the fact that this started because of the big, beautiful bill. This is how it all started between them both. And we have seen some dissenting voices within the Republican Party. Speak to those dissenting voices and whether you think there is room, there is space for dissent in this Republican Party.
There is space, but it is so small you have to tiptoe to keep from falling off the cliff. there are really only, I would say, a total in both houses together of about 15 moderates. And I'm stretching the definition of moderate to include anybody who would vote against Trump on anything occasionally. The vast majority of Republicans will vote with Trump on anything. They follow his directions because they don't want to be challenged in a primary. You do also have some very conservative members, particularly in the House Freedom Caucus, who claim to be very concerned about the national debt and the deficit. I believe they are concerned about it, but they always cave, Issa. They always cave. They say they will never vote for this because it's adding, as in this case, the big, beautiful, ugly bill, it's adding $4 trillion to our already $36, $37 trillion national debt. And they said, absolutely not, never. I guarantee you that the vast majority of them will vote for it.
And we saw, in fact, the GOP senators, there were some standouts, Rand Paul, Tom Tillis, Susan Collins, all voting no on the legislation. Tillis, obviously, as we said yesterday, not seeking re-election. So I think that's quite telling in itself. But, the point you made over the cost of the bill, almost for $3.5 trillion over 10 years, this is also a concern from Elon Musk. What do you make then of him threatening to tank the political careers of Republicans who, campaigned on reducing government spending and now are backing this bill? Is there any seriousness to this threat, you think?
He's made such a big deal of it now that I think he has to do something. As I said, I don't think he'll get around to forming a semi-permanent 50-state third party, but he is so wealthy. He can easily give away $10, $20, $100 million to candidates who have been at least sympathetic to what he's been saying. We'll see, though. It's a long time until we get 14, 15 months toward the midterm elections. And, the lovers spat, they may have made up, and then, they'll have another argument. And who knows how many arguments Trump and Musk are going to have between now and then.
On that point on midterms, how much, Larry, is this a gift, not just the feud, but also the divisions over the big, beautiful bill, is a gift for the Democrats?
It is a gift to them. They didn't create it. They're benefiting from it. Yeah. Finally, they get a break. And of course they will use this because the most important elements of this bill are not the fact that they're in there right now, because most Americans never follow the details. But if they get cut off health care, you'd better believe they're going to vote on that. And the conservative estimates are that 10 million people will lose their health insurance on account of this. The estimates go up to 17 million. And I'm not saying they'll all vote, but the ones who do vote, if they lose their health insurance, I don't think they're going to vote Republican.
Larry Sabato, as always, great to get your analysis. Good to see you, Larry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the U.S. Federal Reserve Chair says the Fed would have lowered interest rates this year if it weren't for President Trump's tariffs. At a central bank forum in Portugal, Jerome Powell was asked if the Reserve would have cut rates by now. He answered, "I do think that's right if it weren't for the tariffs." Mr. Trump has slammed Chair Powell in recent weeks for not lowering rates sooner. The Fed says they'll wait to see what effect the tariffs have on the U.S. economy before doing so. That hasn't sat well with Mr. Trump.
He'd be a good candidate. You might do. She'd be a good candidate, too. Anybody would be better than Jay Powell.
Let's hear more and bring in CNN's Matt Egan, who joins me now from New York. And Matt, I think it's interesting what we heard from Jerome Powell, because the last time we heard from him in a policy setting, he hinted at that. But the language we heard from him just, the last 24 hours is very, very clear that he would have if it weren't for these tariffs. So speak to that and what that adds to the feud we're seeing between him, of course, and President Trump.
Yeah, you said, well, the feud continues. The president just continues to pound the table for massive interest rate cuts right now. But Fed Chair Powell, right, he is making it clear that he's not ready for that, not yet at least. And I think the ironic part here is that it really is Trump's own trade policy that is preventing his hand-picked Fed chairman from embracing the interest rate cuts that Trump thinks the U.S. economy needs right now. Take a listen to that full response from Jerome Powell earlier today.
Chair, would the Fed have cut more by now if it weren't for the tariffs?
So I think that's right. In effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of the tariffs. So we didn't overreact. In fact, we didn't react at all. We're simply taking some time.
Now, Powell also said that inflation is really behaving exactly how Fed officials expected, and that they never anticipated to have a significant tariff-driven increase in the inflation rate. They expect that is still in the works here. Now, we do know that a number of Fed officials have signaled that they're open to potentially cutting interest rates as soon as the meeting at the end of this month. Powell was asked about that, and he sort of punted. He said that he can't really say whether or not July would be too soon, and that he wouldn't take any meeting off the table or put it on the table. But if you look at what the market is signaling, investors are pretty skeptical that the Fed is going to be able to cut interest rates as soon as this month. There's just a 19% chance priced into the market of a July interest rate cut. But look at that. There is growing confidence that the Fed will be able to start cutting interest rates at the meeting after the July one, the one in September. 93% chance priced into the market for a September rate cut. Goldman Sachs is the latest big bank to join the camp of a September interest rate cut. When we look at the chart of where interest rates are, it's clear that the president is upset because rates are still pretty elevated, right? I mean, during his first term, rates were around 1%, 2%. Right now, they're still above 4%. They've come down, but only just a bit. And the president is concerned that not only is it slowing down the economy, but it's also making it much more expensive for the government to pay interest on the mountain of debt. Debt that some nonpartisan groups have argued will only grow significantly higher based on the policy bill that was passed out of the Senate today. But one last point here, Issa. Trump is calling for not a slight decrease in interest rates, right? He's calling for massive cuts. And I think reasonable people can debate, right? Does it make sense to cut interest rates in July or September or later this year? But it's pretty hard to find anyone who's calling for the size and scale of interest rate cuts that Trump is. He says that he wants the rates to go from around 4.5% to just 1%. And that would be very dramatic. And Issa, I'm not sure he'll be able to find anyone who could get through the Senate confirmation process and cut interest rates as drastically as he's hoping for.
We shall see. Certainly you won't be happy about that September cut. Certainly too late for the president's nights, no doubt. Matt Egan, thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it. Now hits courts alligator Alcatraz and is expected to hold what Donald Trump calls the most menacing migrants. Coming up, we'll take you there.
On the season finale of My Happy Place.
There's something about Thailand that seemed very well.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entities that he owns. There has not yet been work to actually put that down on paper today, according to White House officials. But obviously, this feud very much reignited between the two men. And it does feel a little bit like deja vu. Remember those couple of weeks ago when it had seemed as if the two men had reconciled.
Voting. The US Senate finally passed Donald Trump's tax and spending bill just hours ago. The vote was a 50-50 tie, which required Vice President, as you can see there, J.D. Vance, to cast the tiebreaker. Several Republican senators said they could not accept the combination of big cuts to Medicaid or the estimate that the bill would add to more than $3 trillion to the deficit. We're just hearing from President Trump. Let's play who just left the Alligator Alcatraz.
Happy about it. This was great today, going down to Florida, seeing what Homeland and Ron and everybody else have been able to do in a very short period of time. So happy about it. I hope you enjoyed it. Go ahead. Any questions? What about him? Well, I just don't think he does a good job for the country. He's always a no. I call him Rand Paul Jr. He's always a no. Nothing constructive at all. I mean, just terrible. Thomas Massey from Kentucky. And nothing constructive. I don't think he's a very smart guy. Good education, but that's about it. What degree are you trying to make an example out of him? I don't care about it. I don't think about him. I mean, when I oppose somebody, and for some reason the voters, almost always, they seem to go along with me because they know I'm working hard. I have a nice high IQ. They like that, We like high IQ people. But they know I make good decisions. That's why we have that. Trump was right about everything, right? But, I don't like guys they just keep saying, no, I vote no, I vote no. There's nothing. Let him do something. Let him get what he wants to vote yes. But if you look at his voting record, it's always against. Well, he's going to have an opponent.
Apologies for the audio there. It was not very clear. The president there aboard Air Force One speaking to reporters. Not very clear what he was addressing. I'm guessing the big, beautiful bill, which he said earlier today was music to his ears. The bill now heads to the House for approval, with Republicans hoping they can get it to Donald Trump by Friday so he can sign it on July the 4th. What we don't know is, will Trump's mega bill split the Republican Party? Joining me now is CNN senior political commentator and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Congressman, great to have you. Apologies, I'm pretty sure you couldn't hear it. I couldn't make sense of what he was saying. But look, let's speak about this beautiful bill. It was a bit like pulling teeth, wasn't it? The bill's now through, but there are clear holdouts on the Republican side. Now moves to the House. Do you expect it, Congressman, to be equally fraught when it gets to the House here?
Yes. I mean, by the way, he was going after Tom Massey, and he's right. Tom votes no on everything, but Tom is a little more principled than Donald Trump. But Yeah, I mean, look, it's as a former moderate Republican in the House, I can tell you how this goes. It starts out with now there's going to be 10 or 15 so-called moderates that aren't really moderate, by the way, that are going to have problems with this bill, and they will ultimately capitulate and vote for it. So here's the thing. If they make any tweaks to it, then it has to go back to the Senate, and the Senate had a hard time getting this through. I think the Senate is saying to the House, take it or leave it, and so they're going to have to twist a lot of arms. But again, I'll be surprised because ultimately people like to look like they're putting up a fight, but they will never cross Donald Trump. We've been doing this for 10 years, and he'll get what he wants, and we'll add $4 trillion to the debt and give the richest Americans their tax break that they want so bad, even though they probably won't even notice it, except their accountants might.
And on that, I mean, we did see GOP Senators Rand Paul, Tom Tillis, and Susan Collins voting no on the legislation. We also know 24 hours ago or so, Tillis said he was seeking re-election. What does this tell you, Congressman, about the state of this Republican Party and whether there is any room at all for dissenting voices, given this is a president, above all, who expects loyalty?
Yeah, I mean, look, keep in mind, when there's three people, magically there's only three people. And if they'd have lost one more, a lot of this is planned. So there are people that'll say, like, I need to vote no. And so they'll find a way to allow them to vote no so they can get reelected while they have just enough to pass. What is it saying? I mean, look, as a guy that's lived through this, obviously, I'd say 4 years ago, there was room for dissent in the Republican Party. Today, I mean, 10 years of Donald Trump and 10 years is enough to remake a party. There is no room for dissent. You're going to have people that can tweet good things. Look, here's a question. How come half of the Republicans that are so principled in the House are not demanding $25 billion for Ukraine? They're putting $150 billion behind ICE to deport people. Why aren't there good Republicans pushing for $20 billion, $10 billion, I don't care, for Ukraine aid? They're not doing it because they don't want to cross the president. So look, is there hope for the Republican Party in the future? I certainly hope so, because this country needs two healthy parties. But as of now, this is literally the party of Donald Trump, despite what kind of fake opposition can be brought up. Since it's so close in the House, there's a small chance that this goes down, but it will be against all odds.
And there is, and we have been mentioning this for the last several hours, another battle brewing in the wings, and that's with Elon Musk, who has for weeks railed against Trump's policy bill, a fight that got ugly, and then he backed away. Now he's back, and he's proposing not only starting a political party, but then also going after some Republicans who'd said one thing against the bill and now voting for it. What do you make of his comments, first of all, on this third political party? How would that resonate, you think?
Well, look, I mean, if he was serious about it, I mean, he could find somebody and make an effort. If you think back to, for instance, Ross Perot. Ross Perot had a ton of money, was able to get on ballots and kind of created this thing, right? Like this movement, but he couldn't win. A third party contender cannot win because you have to get 270 electoral votes. If you fail to get 270 electoral votes, it goes to the House of Representatives to vote for. So all a third party can be is a spoiler. Look, I really wish there was a third party. I honest to God do. The problem with Elon Musk right now is he's hot and cold on Donald Trump. So anybody that would be like, hey, I'd love to start a third party with Elon Musk and his money would be like, well, yeah, but I'm going to jump on that. And then all of a sudden he's going to turn for Donald Trump again. And let's keep in mind, it was Elon Musk that was giggling on stage with a chainsaw because he was cutting people's things that they need, USAID, AIDS for Africa, those kinds of programs. He was giggling about cutting them. So it's not like because he's opposing this bill or opposing Trump, somehow he found Jesus or anything like that. I mean, he still wants to cut everything.
Definitely a flip-flopper. Congressman, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
You bet.
Now, the bill passed the Senate while U.S. President Donald Trump was touring a controversial new detention facility in Florida. We played a little clip of the president there. He was on board Air Force One. He was making his way from there. He says a tent city will house some of what he calls the most menacing migrants on the planet. The so-called alligator Alcatraz will house up to 5,000 migrants. The Trump administration calls the facility uniquely secure, their words, since it's surrounded by swampland teeming with alligators and pythons. Palestinians. The project is sparking, though, backlash from environmentalists and activists who call the center dehumanizing. Let's get more from CNN's Tom Foreman, who joins us now. So, Tom, just lay it out for us. What exactly is this Alligator Alcatraz?
It's about 45 miles west of Miami, so way down there in Florida. It's an old airfield that has largely been abandoned, and they put all these tents and trailers on there, and they said they're going to put about 5,000 people whom they are in the process of deporting there. The reason they're doing this is because they have not enough facilities now for the people they've already picked up and haven't been able to ship out yet. So they're saying this place with a built-in airstrip could be the real key to doing things. It has, however, triggered tremendous backlash from environmental groups who say, what about the impact of putting all these people out there? The governor says won't be a problem at all. From indigenous groups who say they were driven off that land largely, and that land is important to them for a lot of reasons. They don't like the idea of this going on there. From tourism people who say this is very close to the famous Florida Everglades National Park, and it implies that it is a wasteland where people can't even survive. That's not the case, and on and on and on it goes. The biggest single complaint is from people who say, look, as much as the Trump administration keeps trying to say this is all about picking up murderers and rapists and drug dealers who are in this country illegally, so far the vast majority of people they have picked up have not been criminals like that. They've been people who keep jobs and are taking care of families and may have kids who are born in the United States who are United States citizens. And polls have shown most Americans don't really want those people treated this way, maybe not deported at all. So in one way, the administration thinks this is a solution by putting 5,000 people out here in the summertime in a hurricane area. In a lot of other ways, people think it could be another new problem for them.
Tom Foreman, thank you for laying it all out for us. Appreciate it.
Good seeing you.
And still to come today, an early summer heat wave across many parts of Europe is breaking records, even here in the UK. Bring you that story just ahead.
Let's talk business.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entities that he owns. There has not yet been
to swelter under a brutal early summer heat wave that is breaking records. England has just recorded its warmest June on record. And in Spain, this year's June temperatures beat a previous record set in 2017. The heat wave is peaking today and tomorrow, with the high temperatures impacting nearly every aspect of life for Europeans. In Paris, it reached 38 degrees Celsius today. Melissa Bell takes a look at how people are coping or not with the heat.
This is one of Paris's main train stations, the Gare Saint-Lazare, and you can see people have come out to distribute water to passengers, but perhaps more importantly, in a bigger reflection of the impact of this heat wave on cities like Paris that are simply not used to coping with temperatures like this, is that all the trains are now at a standstill and will be for the next several hours because we're told the heat has impacted the rail network. It is a reminder, amongst so many others, of some of these very difficult conditions being faced across Europe as a result of this heat wave. Not just high temperatures of more than 104 degrees in many parts of Europe this Tuesday, from Italy, Spain, Greece, and France. But it is also that this heat wave, which has come at an earlier time than many of the heat waves we've seen in previous years, 2023, 24, had already seen records set, as experts told us this was the new normal. This time the heat has come earlier. And of course that means greater risks and dangers looking ahead. It continues to be a very hot summer of wildfires and all the other difficulties linked to extreme heat conditions as Europe settles into what is in its new normal. Europe, which is currently the fastest warming continent in the world. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
Well, Russia says 3 people were killed early Tuesday after Ukraine struck a missile production factory deep inside Russia. Video from social media captured explosions and people running from the long-range missile blasts. And this comes after Ukraine reports that a Ukrainian fighter jet pilot was killed over the weekend after Russia launched a huge aerial assault involving hundreds of drones and scores of missiles. Turkish police have detained at least 4 cartoonists over an image that sparked protests as well as condemnation. Officials accuse the cartoonists of drawing and distributing an image depicting the Prophet Muhammad and Moses shaking hands as bombs fall below. The cartoon was published in a political satire magazine. Turkey's Interior Minister called the cartoon a provocation. The judge overseeing Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial has been meeting with defense as well as prosecution lawyers today, discussing responses to requests from the jury. Earlier, jurors asked for guidance about how the distribution of controlled substances is legally defined. The jury is now into their second day of deliberations. Of course, we will keep you up to date on any developments as soon as they happen. Still to come, though, in the show, the royal train will soon reach its final destination, while the royal family has decided to put the brakes on this regal mode of transportation. That is next. So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by 1 vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very...
It's set to be decommissioned by 2027 as part of cost-cutting measures, according to Buckingham Palace. It was used only twice this year and cost nearly $110,000 to operate. With more is our Anna Stewart, and I think we've just kind of answered the question why. It's
quite an expensive way to travel.
Because it's incredibly expensive. It's just not the right thing to be doing at this very moment when costs are so high.
We had the accounts out yesterday, so everyone could see what's costing lots for the British taxpayer in terms of the royal family, and travel was a big one. We kind of expected this to happen. The current sort of service of the train was due to come to an end in 2027, and that is when it will retire. They simply won't renew it. And really, Issa, I've got lovely pictures of this train. This one was launched in 1977 for Queen Elizabeth II. It's from 1977. It's pretty dated, even inside. Yes, it has bedrooms. Yes, it has an office.
It looks pretty good, actually, when I saw the images inside. I mean, dated for today's standards. But
it's perhaps better than National Rail.
It certainly is, I can tell you that.
But it would have needed a lot to keep it going and to renovate and all the upkeep costs in the years to come. And clearly, they're just not using it that much. This was possibly the favourite mode of transport for the late Queen. Things have changed, and it's not the first time they've had to retire all sorts of transport. Do you remember the Royal Yacht Britannia?
Oh, yes, I've been on that. I've been on that. It's gorgeous, yeah. And
it came to the end of its time in 1997, again due to cost. And now the royal family are looking to really almost completely electrify their fleet of vehicles. They'll use 2 helicopters instead of the train. The cost per use is significantly less. We're talking about maybe $4,000 versus $60,000 per use. And they will also be using King Charles's Bentleys fueled by biofuel.
I was going to say, King Charles, who obviously cares deeply about the environment, this will be incredibly important for him, but also the memories that he may have had as a little boy on this train.
I think as a family travelling, and that there will be so many memories, and I imagine parts of this train will end up being in museums where the public can get to see them and share some of the memories, some of the pictures that are on the walls in Prince Philip's bedroom, in the Queen's bedroom. I'm sure there'll be plenty of mementos for royal fans who will be very sad to see this go.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. And that does it for us for this hour. Do stay right here, though. Quest Means Business is up next. Have a wonderful evening. Anna and I shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Monumental development that's set to reshape Abu Dhabi's skyline.
So what's happening in Saadiyat Cultural District, I doubt will ever happen anywhere or any other place in the world again.
Explore the creativity and ingenuity behind some of the Emirates' most ambitious architectural projects.
I like to think of it as a constellation of stars. Each museum is a star in itself.
And see what's being done now to propel the city into the future. 1 square metre, this weekend on CNN.
Today. Tonight on 360, new reporting to get the full story.
The will to fight, how important is that?
Be unafraid.
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
Have compassion.
That's real trauma, what you have been through.
Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, today on CNN.
25 years of Inside Africa. Celebrate its culture.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, you know, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entity.
That's a good day. For the first day of trading of the new quarter, at least the Dow anyway, extended its record high. Those are the markets, and these are the main events. President Trump's big, beautiful bill passes the Senate despite new threats from Elon Musk. The chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve says he would have already cut rates this year if it weren't for Trump's tariffs. And wildfires are sweeping right across several European countries as temperatures there spike. We will hear from the CEO of insurance giant Swiss Re about the potential damage. Live from New York, it's Tuesday, July 1st. I'm Paula Newton in for Richard Quest, and this is Quest Means Business. And a good evening to everyone. Tonight, the U.S. Senate has approved President Trump's sweeping domestic policy bill. The Senate vote was 51-50. Yes, with Vice President J.D. Vance needing to break the tie. The bill extends Mr. Trump's first-term tax cuts, and it slashes spending on health care and other social programs. Critics say the bill will add trillions to the national debt. The president says it has enough Republican support to clear a final vote that now needs to happen in the House. Listen.
It tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill.
there is something for everyone. And I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And we do go live now to Capitol Hill, where all the action has been. Our Annie Grayer. Annie, they did it. He did it. This did not look like a sure thing, and yet by the end of the day, it was. I think the first question to you is, will there be a political price to pay for this, given it was so close and that the vice president did have to break the tie?
Well, let's look at the 3 Republicans who voted against this bill, which was the maximum of no's that the Republicans could have taken and still gotten the bill passed. So Senator Rand Paul had long been a no on this piece of legislation because of the attachment of the debt limit to Trump's bill. So he's kind of in his own category. But then let's look at Senator Tom Tillis and Susan Collins. Senator Tillis voted against proceeding against this bill and the next day announced his retirement. So that just shows you how he was preparing for the political blowback that he was going to receive by coming out against this bill. Now, the big question mark is going to be around Republican Senator Susan Collins, who voted against this bill. She is up for re-election in 2026. She has not firmly announced if she's running again, but all signs are pointing towards her doing that. So this is going to be a huge question for her. Is there room in the Republican Party to vote against a piece of legislation that President Trump wants so badly and still represent your state? So that is kind of the political calculus that's going on right now. And of course, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski, who was weighing whether or not to vote yes or no on this up until the last minute, told me after the vote that she supported the legislation because she got a lot in the backdoor negotiations, but she's not even satisfied with the version of the bill that she votes on. She hopes that the House will send it back. But that just shows you how much of political calculations are going into these senators for their voting.
Yeah, and it gets incredibly complicated, as well as you point out. There are a lot of backroom deals to get that 1 or 2 votes over the line. I want to ask you, though, what happens now that it goes to the House. Now, the president has been very clear. He wants a big ceremony, July 4th, to sign this thing. Are people ready, to put money on it, to say, yeah, this will happen?
There are a lot of steps that need to happen between now and President Trump potentially signing this piece of legislation. So the House Rules Committee is currently meeting on the Senate's bill to discuss the changes that were made in this Senate-passed bill and what the House passed a few weeks ago. So it has to clear that committee, and then tomorrow morning, House Republican leadership is hoping to have this on the floor as early as 9 a.m. tomorrow. But a lot of Republicans are coming back into town, reading through what passed in the Senate, and realizing that there are a lot of big differences when it comes to how Medicaid is going to be cut and phased out, how much of a fund rural hospitals are going to get, what kind of phase out for energy tax credits there are, how deep of the spending cuts there are. These are all issues that were coming up in the House. So now Republicans have to get together and see if they can also line up behind this bill and give President Trump his win for July 4th. But just remember, Republicans can only lose 3 votes in the House if they want to pass it with all Republican votes. That's going to be a very tight rope for House Republican leadership to walk. House Democrats, meanwhile, are meeting tonight at 6 p.m. to discuss their strategy, because there are a lot of legislative levers that Democrats can pull to try and delay and slow down this process, to try and have Republicans miss that July 4th deadline. So that is all of what's juggling in the House right now. And as I was saying, it's a lot between now and a potential bill signing.
Yeah, still a lot going on in Capitol Hill on this holiday week. Annie Grayer for us. Thanks so much for bringing it all to us. Now, as you just heard Annie talk about the bill's enormous costs there, it has actually now rekindled Elon Musk's feud with the president. Musk is vowing to start a new political party if the bill becomes law, and he's promising to go after Republicans who voted for it. In response, President Trump suggested that the U.S. government could stop doing business with Musk's companies. Tesla investors are watching all of this carefully, as you can imagine. The automaker's shares closed 4.3% lower. They are down 12%, in fact, over the past month. Hadas Gold is with me, and you've been following this back and forth for so many months now. So Elon Musk now apparently back in the political game when he had indicated that perhaps he wouldn't be doing this. What material, like substantive damage, could Elon Musk do, if not to the bill, then to politics, the MAGA politics going forward?
Yeah, well, listen, Elon Musk can make huge damage if he wants to, because Elon Musk is the type of person that when he gets obsessed with a project, he will go all in on it, you know, kind of go founder mode, as they like to say, spending 24 hours a day on it. And he has the funds, endless funds, essentially, to back him up. So this is the starkest political threat we've really heard from him, because yes, he got into that fight with President Trump a few weeks ago. They had the big blow up. They seemed to sort of make up, but it wasn't clear how that would translate politically. And now Elon Musk is laying it out, and he's saying, I am going to be supporting any primary challenger to a member of Congress who has talked about cutting government spending but voted for this bill. He put up what would be essentially a poster, he said, that all of these potential members of Congress would face, and it looked like a Pinocchio doll going up in flames, saying that their face would be superimposed on this, and that's what they would see. And then, as he noted, he is also stating that if this bill passes, that he will be starting a new party, which he dubbed the America Party. That is also the name of the super PAC that Elon Musk supports. That's the PAC that funneled so many hundreds of millions of dollars to support President Trump and other Republicans last year. And he said that he will start this party. Of course, that's a whole other story about how difficult it is to create a new political party. But even Elon Musk just getting involved in a primary, that can have a lot of effect. You know, of course, he has a lot of money. Now, President Trump's brand, of course, is still very, very strong amongst Republicans. It's much stronger than Elon Musk. So we'll have to see how that will actually play out in actual elections. But Elon Musk has already said that he is going to be supporting at least one opponent that President Trump has declared, and that is Congressman Massey. Massey, of course, is one of only 2 Republicans who voted against this bill in the House. Elon Musk saying publicly on Twitter that he is going to be supporting Massey. And President Trump actually just a few minutes ago on Air Force One saying that Massey is going to be history. So we can already see ourselves setting up kind of a new fight going forward. This is obviously a complete flip-flop for Elon Musk. He spent all of that money last year on President Trump. He spent more money in the beginning of this year on that Wisconsin race. There were reports that he had promised $100 million to President Trump's aligned super PACs and outside groups ahead of the midterms. Obviously, that might be off the table. And we heard Trump hitting back, suggesting he might be using Doge to go after Elon Musk as well. But so far, Elon seems to be at least holding back the more personal attacks that we saw last time around. He wrote in a post on X, so tempting to escalate this, so tempting, but I will refrain for now. And as we're seeing right now, that Tesla stock investors not so happy about this. They were looking forward to Elon Musk staying away from the politics, focusing on Tesla, focusing on SpaceX. Tesla had a big week with robo-taxi being rolled out in Austin. They were really hoping that they could get Elon's attention back on his companies, but obviously the pull of politics cannot keep Elon away.
Yeah, Hadassah, I'm sure you were startled like I was to actually hear Democrats praising Elon Musk and agreeing with him in a certain way to say, yeah, Elon Musk is right. This bill will do damage. Hadassah Gold for us. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Now, as the Senate voted on the bill, President Trump toured a remote migrant detention center in Florida dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. The facility was once an airport and sits deep in the marshy wetlands of the Everglades. It is surrounded by alligators, and not just alligators, pythons as well. Officials say the center will house up to 5,000 migrants as they await their deportation. Listen.
It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country.
Kristen Holmes joins us from the White House now. Good to see you, Kristen. This detention center being portrayed, of course, by the White House, and you just heard the president, as a big win. And that's on top of the fact that if we go back to the bill that just passed the Senate, it could be law in a matter of days. It would include more than $140 billion altogether for border security, money for ICE staff, and more of those detention centers that the president likes so much. I mean, what is the White House saying about where all of this is going? Because even within his base, you are hearing people ask and say out loud, is this crackdown on illegal immigration going too far?
They don't believe it is going too far. And you heard, we had a reporter there on the ground today in Alligator Alcatraz who talked to at least one Trump supporter who was saying that this is what they wanted to see in their area. And that's the group of people that President Trump is trying to appeal to. It is his base. And we should make no mistake that the timing of this trip is not a coincidence. There are a lot of other things in Washington going on that play into this trip, one of them being this budget bill. President Trump has been trying to strong-arm this enormous budget bill through Congress that would provide more aid to ramp up deportations in the United States. And this was part of that to showcase what they are doing. President Trump has wanted to show the optics of his hardline immigration policies. And the reason for that is because he believes that that is something that his base wants, but he also believes that they still have positive numbers from around the country when it comes to the issue of illegal immigration. Now, as you said, it's less positive than it was after he was elected. However, his team still believes this is a winning issue for them, and they're going to continue to double down on this. And just make no mistake, I mean, this is the kind of center that President Trump has been talking about for some time. I mean, not necessarily this idea of crocodiles and alligators, but it is something that he's been talking about, these maximum security prisons or holding centers in which people can't get out or escape, which is what he was talking about on the lawn before he went to Alligator Alcatraz and saw Florida Governor Ron DeSantis down there. And it should be noted that Governor DeSantis has really been on the forefront of all of these immigration policies. He has fully embraced President Trump's stance on immigration. And so it's no surprise that he is the one who built a facility like this.
Yeah, it is good that you remind us again. This is what many voters wanted in the United States, and Donald Trump continues to double down on that. Kristen Holmes for us at the White House. Appreciate it. Now, still to come, Europe swelters under record-breaking temperatures. Extreme heat events are causing concern for a leading global insurer. We'll hear from the CEO of Swiss Re next.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Happiness could lead to...
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House. And there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board. And he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by one vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, you know, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin.
It's reached above 40 degrees Celsius. That's more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit in parts of Spain, Portugal, and France today. The heat triggering health alerts right across the region. Melissa Bell has our report now from Paris.
This is one of Paris's main train stations, the Gare Saint-Lazare, and you can see people have come out to distribute water to passengers, but perhaps more importantly, in a bigger reflection of the impact of this heat wave on cities like Paris that are simply not used to coping with temperatures like this, is that all the trains are now at a standstill and will be for the next several hours because we're told the heat has impacted the rail network. It is a reminder, amongst so many others, of some of these very difficult conditions being faced across Europe as a result of this heat wave. Not just high temperatures of more than 104 degrees in many parts of Europe this Tuesday from Italy, Spain, Greece, and France. But it is also that this heat wave, which has come at an earlier time than many of the heat waves we've seen in previous years, 2023, 24, had already seen records set, as experts told us this was the new normal. This time the heat has come earlier. And of course, that means greater risks and dangers looking ahead. It continues to be a very hot summer of wildfires and all the other difficulties linked to extreme heat conditions as Europe settles into what is in its new normal. Europe, which is currently the fastest warming continent in the world. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
Now, as Melissa just touched upon, wildfires are sweeping across several European countries as those temperatures spike. In France, fires broke out on Sunday in the southwest of the country, burning nearly 400 acres, or about 160 hectares. In Turkey, 50,000 people have now been evacuated as firefighters tackle fierce blazes, mostly in the country's western provinces. Swiss Re, one of the world's top reinsurance firms, says about 480,000 people, think about that, die each year from extreme heat. That makes events like these much more dangerous than floods, earthquakes, and hurricanes combined. Joining me now is Swiss Re CEO Andreas Berger, and I want to thank you for joining us as we continue to deal with this extreme heat. I mean, your insurance company has pointed out there's clear evidence that extreme heat events are now more frequent and more severe. And I want to underscore a point here. This isn't going to change, given where we are, current climate conditions. So where do you see this going? We just heard from Melissa Bell about how the infrastructure in France, the heat is so severe that even the infrastructure is being impacted.
Yes, Paula, thank you for having me here. This is a serious problem, and the data shows clearly that the frequency and the severity, not only of extreme heat, but also natural catastrophes in general, is increasing. And clearly, there's something that has to change. The traditional or conventional measures are not sufficient anymore to address this problem. And I think here we need to all come together. It's not one party alone that can solve the problem. This is a multi-stakeholder approach. Just on natural catastrophes in general, 2024 was the 5th consecutive year where we exceeded 100 billion insured losses, US dollar insured losses. This year, we expect around 145 billion of losses of natural catastrophes. So this is something that we have to deal with. We, as a reinsurance company like Swiss Re, we are the shock absorber of the industry. We sit behind insurance companies, and we can provide parts of the solution, which is providing data models that we can provide a good understanding over 161 years of collection of data, loss data. And also we have more than 50 scientists who work on more than 200 proprietary models also to address this topic.
But people, and I say people, I mean stakeholders of all kinds, have to understand the data, the science, and then actually do something about it. I do want to get to what can be done in a moment. But I would say, if I look at it from my point of view, we all seem to be collectively jumping off a cliff here with no net. And the reason is because your predictions of uninsured losses are quite grave. And on top of that, we have governments who are less and less able to really back up those protections for people, companies, and their livelihoods. Where do you see this going? And when do you believe it will be so critical it'll be difficult to ignore?
So this problem, as I said, is too big to solve just by one party, by governments, for instance. We just have to come together. We can provide the data to understand, really. There's 3 steps that we need to look at to understand and quantify the risk. Very often, that's where the problem starts, because data is not readily available, it's fragmented. So I think we can help to make sense of it. Secondly, we need to talk about mitigation. There's so much that can be done. And thirdly, we can only talk about as insurance or reinsurance solutions. Now, it's the 20th anniversary, by the way, this year in August for Hurricane Katrina. You know, if these events would happen again today, normally those losses would be 3 times higher. Now, in the case of Katrina, if this would happen again in Louisiana, it would be less impactful than actually Katrina in those days when it happened. Why? Because mitigation measures were taken. Also, building codes have been updated. So all these things are very important to reduce the exposure. There's a lot that can be done, but I think awareness creation, quantification of the risk, and trying to find out what actually can be done to mitigate it. And only then you talk about insurance and reinsurance to provide our balance sheet. This is a tripartite relationship. It's the government side, the public hand, the private industry, and we also, obviously, as the insurance and reinsurance industry, come to the party.
You know, this can seem a bit overwhelming, obviously for people in their own personal lives, but also for businesses. You know, a recent report that you published showed the vulnerabilities to infrastructure. And as I said, we just heard about in Paris how the rails were impacted. I mean, what do you say to people that, given the context right now, that the advice that you are giving people about mitigation is actually not taking place, or if it is taking place, not taking place quickly enough?
Yeah, we have more and more companies, but also municipalities coming to us and asking the question, what can we do? But not only today, but also what can we do in 10, 20, 30, 40 and more years? We need to anticipate. We need to do projections, and that we can simulate when we can assume, for instance, temperature rises. What does that actually mean, and what does that do to the physical assets of a municipality, the schools, the buildings, of companies, for instance, telecommunications companies, who are suffering now with the cooling of their data centers? That all can be anticipated, and one can plan for it. The investments can be directed towards mitigation properly and in advance. I think there's a lot that can be done, and I think as an industry, we can come together and provide our support for the solution.
Andreas Berger, a sobering conversation, but a necessary one. I want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Paula.
Now, the U.S. Federal Reserve Chair says tariffs, they're the reason interest rates have been static this year. Jerome Powell says the Fed would have lowered rates without them. That's next.
Join me, Larry Madowo, as I introduce you to Africa's trendsetters. See how.
So, Kevin, let's start then with the big, beautiful bill. Finally passed the Senate. There were, though, several GOP holdouts, but this is not the last hurdle. Just walk us through the battle of this bill and just really how divisive it has been.
Yeah, the bill is not a victory for the president quite yet. It still has to go back to the House, and there are some challenges that the president will face in convincing Republicans to get on board, and he will need almost every Republican to vote for this bill. Remember, the first time around when the House passed it, it only succeeded by 1 vote. They have to vote again because the Senate made such substantial changes to the bill. And I think, you know, when you look at the Republicans who voted no in the Senate, you do get a good sense of the different cohorts of opposition that the president could be facing. And so you had Susan Collins from Maine, Tom Tillis from North Carolina. They both opposed this bill because they thought it made too deep a cut to Medicaid, the program for Americans who are low income. They said that it went too far in sort of slashing the social safety net. They said they couldn't get behind it for that reason. You also had Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky who voted against it because he thought it raised the deficit too much. Essentially, he thought that this bill cost too much. And in those three senators, you do get a sense of these polar opposite sides of the opposition within the Republican Party that the president will now have to reconcile once he gets to the House. And those are viewpoints that a number of Republicans in that chamber of Congress still feel. There are the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus members who have already complained that the Senate version of this bill explodes the deficit in a way that the House version did not. And then you also hear people who are concerned about the political fallout from taking away people's health insurance, from making it too onerous on a number of Americans to sign up for some of these programs. There's one estimate that puts the figure, as you pointed out, at 11.8 million Americans who would lose their health insurance because of this bill. And so the president still very much has his work cut out for him, but he does remain very confident. He wants it on his desk to sign by Friday. He was a little shaky on that deadline earlier today, but when you talk to White House officials, they do ultimately believe that this will pass.
And just talk us through, we mentioned that very briefly, Kevin, the spat that seems to be reignited once more between the president and Elon Musk over, of course, the big, beautiful bill, because that's where it started in the first place. So whether the White House is, taking these threats by Musk seriously.
Well, it sounded like President Trump was taking them seriously. He raised the prospect of potentially cutting some of the government subsidies for Musk's companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the other entities that he owns. There has not yet
been a moment when the U.S. Federal Reserve Chair says interest rates would be lower if it weren't for tariffs. France has banned cigarette smoking. Can you believe it? In France's public spaces, those frequented by children. President Macron is pledging to create the first tobacco-free generation. But before that, these are the headlines this hour. President Trump's sweeping domestic policy bill is one step closer to becoming law. Now, the bill was narrowly approved by a U.S. Senate thanks to a tie-breaking vote from Vice President J.D. Vance. It now faces one final vote in the House. Mr. Trump hopes to sign it by the end of the week. While the Senate was voting, Mr. Trump visiting a migrant detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz. It's being built in the Florida Everglades at an airfield that never opened to the public. Environmental groups, migrant rights supporters, and Native Americans are among those opposed to the plan. Thailand's prime minister has been suspended over a leaked phone call with Cambodia's leader. Now, on the call, Paetongtarn Shinawatra appears to criticize her own army. This after border clashes led to the death of a Cambodian soldier in May. She told Cambodia's Hung Sen that if he wants anything, to tell her, and she will take care of it. The court accused her of breaching ethical standards, but she says it was a negotiation tactic. And we do want to return to our top story. President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill is on its way to the House after passing a narrow Senate vote just a few hours ago. My next guest is the Financial Times U.S. national editor, Edward Luce. His latest piece is entitled Donald Trump's Big, Beautiful Act of Self-Harm. Luce argues that the bill will transfer money from the poor to the rich and that it will come back to haunt Republicans at the polls. I want to thank you for joining us as we continue to digest what just happened on Capitol Hill. Your first point, this will damage Trump's blue-collar MAGA brand. Are you sure? How will that happen?
You can never say never. I mean, and of course, the age of disinformation and the age of propaganda and social media means there isn't necessarily a straight line from doing something and being held accountable for doing it. But the two biggest parallels with this big, beautiful bill in terms of just the unpopularity of going for Medicaid and food stamps. But Medicaid, half of Medicaid recipients voted for Trump, half. The biggest parallel
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. Over the next few minutes here on The Right Stand, we will show to you how a hidden ISIS recruitment network is operating from Kerala all the way up to Khorasan. And these grooming gangs are now spreading their tentacles all across Bharat. How Dalit girls are being indoctrinated and radicalized for terror. From UK to Prayagraj to Kerala, it's the same modus. Are there grooming gangs in Bharat too? Exclusive details have been shared by Manoj Kumar Gupta, Group Editor, Investigations and Security Affairs, Network 18. Let's start with telling you how a growing jihadi network operating out of Kerala is serving as a silent but dangerous conduit, funneling radicalized Bharatiya youth into the ranks of ISIS Khorasan in Afghanistan. Now, this entire matter has come to the fore during an investigation by CNN News 18. And according to top intelligence sources, radical elements in Kerala have turned the state into a key ideological processing center for ISIS recruitment, targeting vulnerable individuals, particularly those who are economically disadvantaged, facing penury, and they are at a position where they are very, very vulnerable, and that too Dalit minors, with promises of A, dignity, B, financial stability, and of course giving them a cause. Now, these recruits are initially drawn in through Gulf-funded Salafi institutions like Peace International School, and then later indoctrinated into covert safe houses across Kerala, and often operated by banned outfits such as the Popular Front of India and its political front, the SDPI. Now, the process is systematic. Once isolated, the recruits are subjected to an intense ideological reprogramming process that lasts between 3 to 6 months, where they are conditioned to a certain extent, where they are totally brainwashed and radicalized. Salafi Wahhabi texts are used to frame the Hindu caste system as oppressive, and jihad is promoted as a form of liberation. Recruits are stripped of cultural identity, renamed and trained in encrypted communication, crypto transactions via Monero, and also basic weapons handling. Most of these recruits, viewers, travel from Kochi or Thiruvananthapuram airports using forged documents, often via Dubai or Istanbul, before reaching the ISIS-controlled territories in Nangarhar or Kunar provinces in Afghanistan. This is that entire Khorasan region. Now, some groups, like the infamous 2016 Kasargod module, used land routes through Sri Lanka and Iran. So from Kerala into Sri Lanka, and then from Sri Lanka making their way to Iran, and from Iran all the way using the land routes to eventually end in that region of Nangarhar. Now, authorities estimate that between 1,500 to 2,200 foreign fighters are currently embedded in the ISKP ranks in Afghanistan, with Bharatiya being prioritized for operations in so-called the Hind province. So for the Hind jihad, people from Al-Hind are being targeted, and this is not limited only to Kerala anymore. It is spread across the region, across the country. They are being identified, tracked, converted, radicalized, and then being sent off. There are more details. We'll share that with you through the course of this conversation. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps of the Indian Army, with us. Shashikantji, former IPS, with us. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow IPCS, with us. My namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Shashikantji, have you encountered these cases, and how would you see these sort of grooming gangs? Now, in the UK, it caused a huge furor. Here, many tried to wish it away. There were terms used as love jihad by the courts, which did not find public acceptance. But this is a similar toolkit.
Yes, you're right. It all started from the Yorkshire scandal in UK. And the same thing, these gangs, grooming gangs are operating here also. Yes, in Punjab, I haven't seen this thing, but since I belong to UP, I've seen several such cases. Keep on going there, interact with my friends, yes. And again, I'll say, it's not a new phenomenon. It has been happening for quite some time. You'll recall that lots of these young girls from Hyderabad and other places, they were taken to, these sheikhs got married and they took them abroad, abandoned them, and then they were trained, and some of them was arrested in Kerala and other places. everybody knows about it. And this love jihad, so-called love jihad, yes, again, I think is doing immense damage because these guys, youngsters who belong to not to very well kind of families, they look at certain persons, so-called social icons, who are married with the Hindu girls. So I think that it is a trend-setting kind of thing that they also need to do it. That's from where love jihad started, and now it's come to this state where these girls are being used for not only for immoral purposes, but for even terrorist activities in Afghanistan, as also other places where ISIS operate. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, General Pandey. Through your course of long tenure of service, have you encountered these cases similar to this? Do you have reason to believe that these grooming gangs and this toolkit must spread in our country?
Correct. One has encountered. One is, please understand, it's not a very recent phenomena, as has been said. It is a very, very long phenomena. Unfortunately, in our society, where the women are supposed to be, not going out, and something of this nature happening is akin to a major societal shame, and thereafter is suppressed. The second is there is a law and order machinery which tries and believes to suppress. We should not talk about it openly. Everybody comes to know. And particularly down in the area of Kerala, I am quite aware that about 20 years back also, this concept was already on for, it not for in form of conversion actually, but technically using the women, young girls for other purposes, which were not so nice purposes. So when there are very soft voices started coming out, there were Kerala girls who were found to be in Afghanistan or in ISIS controlled territory, and they are wanted to come back, or there are challenges and issues. All those information was suppressed, right? So in our society, especially in our Indian society, imagine when in modern societies like UK, Sweden, they want to suppress such event. Well, you can imagine what is happening in India, right? So that is first part. There are money which is involved, How many are you able to convert or able to marry or take them out of the society, of their original society, has also got with mobile numbers roaming around or being circulated in that area, and cost being given out for each type of a girl. And the most unfortunate part is that it is part of a great organized strategy in which the top community leadership, the religious leadership, they accept, they want, they direct, they control this entire thing, and the masculinity of the youth is exploited towards this number game, that how many have you been able to actually groom becomes. The biggest problem also happens is that the girls in the teenage, where you start looking at them, they've not exactly matured. You don't even know how to control, manage and handle. And that time of rebel mentality of a girl is also exploited in this age bracket of about 13 to 15. Earlier, the better, right? Because that shame is much more better to be harnessed, controlled and manipulated for long term. And the worst happens is that in this grooming gang, you have got girls who are involved, because that becomes something akin to a religious mission, that I am doing something great for my religion, my cause, by actually luring somebody into my fold for purposes which are larger and much more higher level purposes. So this entire mentality, which is which works in cohesion, which works in synergy, it ensures that the vulnerable girls are isolated, identified, isolated, lured, trapped, and once they have been put into some sort of a compromising position, thereafter it's very difficult for this girl to go back to her family members. And even if they go back, how are the family members going to react? For one such case which goes into the eyes, ears of the law machinery, right, and this defunct our judicial system, you start trying to ignore, and those people in the police and societal system, they want to suppress this information. आगे क्या होगा ये पता नहीं होना चाहिए. And there is a very big catchy word which is used. You know, it will cause dissonance in the society.
Yeah.
So when you speak truth, when you open up wounds, it may cause friction in the society, and therefore let it pass and slide is the norm. And this adds to the confidence of those people who are involved, because they know nobody is going to touch them. In case they get touched, it becomes a matter of greater honor that, okay, I was able to own this. Women in our societal system are more or less treated as properties, and that is a matter of shame. I think somewhere we need to encourage girls and women to come out and speak of such stuff and talk about it. If you don't talk about it, then it will continue. You imagine in UK happening all this.
Right. Say, General Pandey, what happens is, by memory, the story of ISIS widows was done by Praveen Swami, and everybody knows what happened there. They were all girls from Bharat. They'd all gone from Kerala, and they were so far radicalized that we were in a quandary. They were housed in Kabul, whether we even want them back here, because they were so far gone. The other cases, and I was investigating at a given point in time more than 10,000 such cases, but everything was brushed under the carpet or buried because of the Hadia case itself. Now, and how society and people reacted, and how there was this entire aspect to try and gloss over this reality all around us. Now, CNN News 18's findings also revealed, before I go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra, just sharing these details with our viewers and our panelists, that children of Kerala origin jihadis are being raised in Afghanistan to become the next generation of ISIS fighters. One such case is of Nimisha Fatima, a Hindu woman from Palakkad who converted to Islam, adopted the name Fatima Isa, and travelled to Afghanistan with her husband. While her husband was later killed in 2017, their daughter, born in Nangarhar, is reportedly being trained by the ISKP operatives. In another case, Sonia Sebastian, an engineer from Ernakulam who converted to Islam and joined the ISIS, was killed in a US drone strike in 2019. She was indoctrinated in a PFI-linked safe house in Alwa before fleeing to Afghanistan. With over 2 million Keralites living in Gulf countries, intelligence officials point to a well-oiled radical funding pipeline. Radical mosques and madrasas in Kerala are being financed by Gulf-based donors, allowing the network to operate seamlessly and expand across state lines. The Uttar Pradesh police have also confirmed that Kerala-based radical groups are targeting over 50 Dalit minors annually for trafficking. Investigations linked to recent arrests in Prayagraj have revealed similar patterns, with minors being lured through offers of education and jobs before being transported out of the country. Now, this threat is not new. The 2016 Kasargod module saw 21 individuals, including women and children, radicalized in Padanna madrasas and trafficked to Afghanistan. Of those, 16 were killed in airstrikes between 2016 and 2019, and 5 children were eventually repatriated. Now, despite repeated warnings from intelligence agencies, the network continues to evolve using forged documents, encrypted apps, and platforms like Telegram, etc., and crypto assets to avoid detection. Security agencies now consider the Kerala-Afghanistan pipeline one of the most urgent jihadi threats to Bharat. Sources say ISKP views Indian recruits as particularly valuable for propaganda and operations in South Asia, especially as regional instability is growing. Abhijit Iyer Mitra.
Thank you, Anand. So, this is, if you notice, this is a pattern across the Middle East. You remember what ISIS used to do to Yazidi and non-Muslim women in Iraq. We've seen this happen in Pakistan, where the government and the police actually collude in kidnapping. There was that very tearful, cry for help from a Hindu Pakistani assemblyman at the National Assembly last week. The problem here is you have a set of sociological things on the ground happening, which is extreme gender segregation and containment of one community's women, whereas the other community's women, multiple communities' women are quite open. They're allowed to, go out, socialize in public, talk to people from the other gender and things like that. Now, the problem is they've realized that there is a business opportunity here which comes from collusion with state authorities. And what is that collusion? It's basically fear. Because, when you have a street veto, when you can come burn down buses and things like that, I mean, you remember what happened in neighboring Karnataka with the hijab and so on and so forth. there is this fear that they will come out on the streets, become violent, and so the authorities just keep quiet because they don't want to find one girl is getting hurt. What's it to me? As long as it maintains social peace, it's perfectly fine. And this then becomes a business opportunity. The danger now is that there is great monetary benefit to this kind of recruitment and smuggling. And now that it has been financially incentivized, given all the sociological conditions on the ground, this is now becoming something very, very dangerous. The problem is you will not get anyone to actually crack down on this, because I can bet you the state authorities, it doesn't matter how the political pendulum swings in that state, will not crack down on this, because this is one of those things where, between the Congress and the current dispensation, the political margins are razor thin. They're on knife's edge. The last thing you want is a whole community alienated and going against you, voting for the other person, which skews the political calculus.
True, but Abhijit Iyer Mitra, in this case, the non-Salafi Wahhabi Muslims are also considered apostates. This is how far gone this radical sect is. And they are the ones, and there is specific funding that is coming only for this lot. They believe any other sect of Islam who does not believe in this Salafi Wahhabi way of this one thought process and so fundamentalist. Even the Saudis have shunned this now, but this is far more embedded in Kerala today. And the non-Muslims are all non-sectarian Muslims are also considered apostates. That's the irony of it all.
So the problem here, Anand, is that, if you go to there is actual Wahhabi Salafi doctrine. Wahhabis will get very upset if you call them Wahhabis. They only call themselves Salafis. They will get very upset if you ever tell them that people like ISIS or these Kerala wannabes and, Afghan wannabes are in any way Salafi. There is a very clear Salafi doctrine established by Ibn Taymiyyah in the 1200s, which is Takfir, which is only an Arab has an interpretational monopoly over the Quran. These people who are running these networks, who are passing these judgments, they are not Salafis. In fact, they have to bow down to any Arab interpretational primacy that an Arab throws, which is why these people are treated like dirt in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Emirates and things like that. This is quite outside the Salafi Wahhabi fold. These people are considered takfir even by the Saudis and the Emiratis. You try kidnapping a girl, a Hindu girl or a Christian girl like this, or grooming her like this in Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, and you see what happens to you. If the police beat you up for 30 days, consider yourself blessed. It will be far worse than that. The problem here is a lacuna of law and order. It is that, they have the power of the gun, they have the power of the street veto. They're able to co-opt state authorities, and they're able to, decide whatever they want is halal or not halal in this particular case.
No, they are also able to subvert the law. That's what's happening. They have embedded their agencies and their agents in across all the wings of the judiciary, executive and administrative. And that's where the problem is, because they then get patrons and patronage, and they have so much money. Money comes in billions of dollars, and that's a shocking number when we were able to peruse those numbers. So they have the wherewithal to fund it, and they know that they just need to get one case. Like I keep saying, that one Hadia case buried all the other cases. That's what they were able to do. They concentrated their effort, and look eventually what happened to her. What happened to that entire set of law people? Where they all eventually ended up in. And nobody asked this question, that how come someone who claimed to have only an income of 3,500 or 5,000 rupees per month was able to foot a bill of more than a crore for top legal fees? Nobody asked that question. Who's backing these entities? Satya Sarani and that entire lot which currently stands banned, they are still operating. It's not that they are not, under other names and other faces. There's just more before I go back to General Pandey and Shashikantji and also come back to you, Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Recent arrests in Prayagraj show ISI-backed handlers using Salafi doctrine to sanctify terror training for operations in Kashmir and with the ISIS Khorasan. According to top intelligence sources, the conversion of Dalit girls to Islam is a strategic move by the ISI and ISIS-K, executed through funds delivered by Gulf charities to Kerala-based modules. These Kerala groups exploit the Salafi Wahhabi ideology to convert Dalit girls and recruit them for terrorism, taking advantage of their discrimination and economic deprivation. Now, these revelations come after 2 people were detained on charges of abducting a minor girl and forcing her to convert to Islam. The incident was reported from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh, and according to the details, the girl belonging to the Dalit community was abducted and taken to Kerala, where she was being trained for terror activities. Listen into what the survivor's mother and the Prayagraj police had to say.
मेरी रक्षा सहेली पड़ोस के रहने वाली है और मैं कोटेदार की बेटी के शादी में गए थे 8 तारीख को। उसके बाद रक्षा मेरी सहेली बोली चलो घूमने, बीच रास्ते में मुझे बताई इस्लाम अच्छा धर्म होता है और सब खराब। उसके बाद यहाँ फुल फुराई कैफ नाम के लड़का मिला, उसके फ़ोन से वो बात की ताज मोहम्मद के पास, तो बोली मैं आ रहा हूँ। फिर इसके बाद कैफ ने स्टेशन पे छोड़ा, उसके बाद फिर मैं लोग टिकट कटाई। उसके बाद फिर ट्रेन में बैठी, मैं रो रही थी, तो रक्षा बोली क्यों रो रही हो, रो मत, मैं जहाँ चल रही हूँ। गई फिर दिल्ली से बिना टिकट के हम लोग केरला गए। केरला से उसके बाद एक घर में लग गई, मुस्लिम लड़के थे ढेर सारे और बड़ी बड़ी दाढ़ियाँ थी और मुझ जैसी दलित लड़कियों को धर्म परिवर्तन कराते थे और जिहाद की ट्रेनिंग देते थे। और जब ये सब मैं सुनी घबरा के भाग आई।
हमारी लड़की 8 मई को दावत खाने गई थी कोटेदार के बिटिया के साथ शादी में और वहीं से गायब हो गई 10 बजे रात। उसके बाद इन्हें टिकट कटाया दरस्ता ने, उसके बाद ले गए दिल्ली पहुंच गई। दिल्ली से केरला गई, केरला से हमारे लगे फ़ोन आया था, वो बोली कि अम्मी हमको पकड़ा है, आओ छुड़ा लो। तो आए, हम पुलिस की इतला दिए थे, पुलिस ने छुड़ा के ले आए हमारी लड़की के।
15 वर्षीय नाबालिग लड़की को धर्म परिवर्तन कराने के उद्देश्य से केरल ले जाया गया तथा इस संबंध में थाना फूलपुर पर सूचना देने पर अज्ञात नंबर से फ़ोन करके गाली गलौज व जान से मारने की धमकी दी। 3 टीमों का गठन किया गया है जो इसमें गहनता से जांच करें।
So here's what intelligence sources confirm. They confirm that madrasas act as recruitment hubs. So have a look at this. Estimated around 26.9 billion amount is the amount of money that is being remitted, with many unregulated Salafi institutions offering free shelter, education and stipends to Dalit girls. So they are funding madrasas, NGOs and purely for this entire Salafi Wahhabi bent of preaching and thought process. Now, and they exclusively, and they label non-Salafi Muslims as apostates, as I was mentioning a short while ago, and glorify jihad. Dalit converts are groomed via encrypted apps, framing terrorism as defensive jihad against Hindu majoritarianism. Look how the narrative is being spun. Significant damage also stems from state governments, which often dismiss love jihad narratives as propaganda from Hindu groups. But look what these gangs are grooming young, gullible girls for terror, for jihad, for acting against the state and many a times acting against the very tenets of Islam, followed by many other sects and against even Muslims, if you were to look at it. And NIA evidence of forced conversions have been ignored. That's what sources suggest. Like I said, more than 10,000 cases the NIA had between 2016 and 2018. All of that got buried. And nobody knows what's happening to all of those cases. Nearly 30,000 girls, as claimed by the Kerala Christian Forum, said that Christian girls in Kerala have been groomed between 2006-2007 till about 2019-2020. That number is further being updated. Now, this institutional blindness also allows groups like the banned outfits, PFI and its various outfits to operate freely despite bans. Satya Sarani was one of those which claimed 3,000 conversions. Intelligence sources stress that this entire Salafi Wahhabism provides Kerala-based groups with an ideological weapon to exploit caste oppression and supported by Gulf-financed infrastructure and geopolitical alliances ranging from ISI to Al-Qaeda to globalized terror pipelines. Over 70% of terror cases languish in courts for more than 5 years. That's a lot of time, viewers. for these gangs to not just identify, track, convert, radicalize, but also get them to execute acts of terror or go to places which are nothing but hotbeds or hubs of terror. In 2024, the Kerala police released PFI bomb maker Shajir Mangalaseri due to a lack of evidence, despite NIA dossiers. Now, this impunity enables recurring recruitment. Converts adopt Arabic names and are forced into Arab dress and language, severing ties with their past, and which makes it far more difficult for them to even return. They're so far gone, mentally washed, brainwashed. General Pandey, are we aware? Can we wake up to this, and how can we counter this? Ji.
No, firstly, look, we have to understand that all this conversion, when it happens, doesn't start with the elite classes. Always starts with the Dalit and the lower, so-called lower marginalized society population. And once that conversion starts, and when it takes a shape of its own and a movement for its own, it becomes very difficult to revert that thing. So this political compulsions or political alliances or the reasons of politics in which when vote bank politics comes, people keep quiet, and all these things are brushed aside, suppressed, not talked of, while everybody in the system knows that this is happening. And it is only when some sort of a media goes into this reporting, thereafter for a period of time there is a talk about it, and thereafter it again gets suppressed, right? So that is one part. And the second, which I said, was this whole business of getting money from abroad for a variety of education systems, right, to support religious indoctrination or education or whatever it is. Why should this be allowed in our country, right? Why is this funding coming? After all, in case people have to fund their own religion, they must be allowed to use their own money inside the country and thereafter prosper.
Yeah.
But why cannot we check? So the first thing we need to check is this business of money which is coming. It is not only coming for one particular community, it's coming for so many other communities in terms of direct funding for variety of reasons. When that money comes, people don't actually have to work or work hard, and thereafter they are involved in all this kind of an activity in which they will source, they will convert, they will try and kidnap you. Imagine, Anand, that we keep on talking of conversions, forced conversions, kidnapping of girls, raping, and being used for various other purposes in countries like Bangladesh or in Pakistan. It is happening in our own country.
Yes.
Right? So tomorrow or today, when we want to actually tweet about it, some Pakistani is going to say that, look, it is being done into your own country. Why are you pointing a finger towards us? So somewhere I think our law and order machinery has to start getting slightly much more dispassionate about it and not be controlled by the political dispensation for whatever it is, to ensure that at least these poor girls are not taken out for a purpose which is not correct, you know. And once, the worst is that once these girls are taken out, this particular girl has run away and has come out. But you imagine when this girl goes out to Kerala where she can't speak the language, she's put into one little house, isolated, she doesn't know the language, doesn't know the food, and slowly when she's kept into isolation, that Stockholm mentality comes, and thereafter once she's converted, trained, groomed and sent across, then she needs to continue to prove a point about her loyalty. And after some time, after 4, 5, 6 years, the mind takes a shape of its own. It's very difficult for her to actually come about. So in this one particular case which we are just talking of, that when this girl is being offered to come back, she says, no, my orientation remains aligned to ISIS. I am a jihadi, I will do anything for that. So what, my husband has died, I will take my own daughters on the same path. The conviction and shaping of the mind, because she's got nowhere to go. Even if she comes back to the society at an age of about 20, 24, 25, then how she is going to accept that I have done this thing which was wrong, I was taken on a wrong path. Right. This becomes another level of challenge. I think we must talk about it. There should be a public awareness campaign. People who are Dalit or higher caste, lower caste, or I frankly don't believe in all this. People across the entire segment should be talked about it, that okay, you may believe all religions are good, but frankly to become a human suicide bomber or a person who's going to work against your country and get out and be used as a tool by somebody else has to be talked in open domain. This thing which you're talking in media, especially in an English channel, may be heard by very few segment of evolved people who will ignore because their daughters and their children are not being affected by this racket which is happening for the marginalized society. It has to be talked in local dialect in the language in those channels. So I'll rather urge you that your channel in News 18 and others who have got local language channels, they need to talk about it much openly. You imagine a modern country like UK, they suppress this information for such a long time, and eventually even while coming out into parliament they still try to bury. There even the current prime minister is trying to say wish-wash the entire thing. It is a life problem, and this life problem, when they'll come back to your own community, they will not only groom, these girls will groom furthermore frankly number of people. They are going to be threat to society.
Well, your suggestion taken, sir, and point well made, but it's far closer to us than we realize. That's what, if you are looking around in society, we'll understand that. Abhijit Iyer Mitra and Shashikant ji, final words before we move on. Ji, Abhijit Iyer Mitra.
Well, I'll just, please.
So look, sir identified the problem very clearly. This is ultimately a case of your own law enforcement agencies taking this very seriously. You cannot have the kind of conflicts of interest in running the police that we're seeing right now. Okay, everything gets politicized, which it will in a democracy. But the problem is, it is one thing getting politicized, and it is quite another for the police not to be doing what they should be doing in the normal course of things, or suffer career consequences for doing what they should be doing. That, unfortunately, is the reality of this. The solution to this is actually quite straightforward. It is on one side the policing aspect of things, and on the second it is social sensitization. You know, why are these people able to isolate these girls and take them away from the family? It's because the family feels some kind of shame and things like that. You need to start having social education where the girl always feels welcome back to the family, always feels part of the family, always feels loved and things like that. It is a two-part solution. It is very straightforward. It is surprising we're not doing it, because the longer we put this off, the more the problem metastasizes.
Shashikant ji?
Yeah, well, I'll take another dimension now. A lot has been said about this problem. But to my mind, as a former intelligence officer, is that there are lots of such girls who have converted, but they're still here. These are basically what we call in our language, they are going to be the sleeper cells. Whenever any such thing happens, look, whatever started from Northeast, the same thing is happening here. They've got a large number of sympathizers in Northeast who are playing ball with the Chinese or these missionaries abroad. The same thing is happening here. So lots of these girls who have got themselves converted, who have not come into notice, they will continue to act as the sleeper cells. You know what happens whenever there is any problem, it's very difficult to catch hold of the persons who has hurled a bomb or killed some person. Where do they go? They remain here. They just go to the sleeper cells. These guys, sleeper cells I'm talking of, they provide them with money, they provide them with a shelter. Whatever is happening externally, our forces, our intelligence agencies certainly can cope up with that. But what my worry is, what these agencies are doing as far as the internal threat to our India's security from within the country arises. They are not serious. And again, talking about judiciary, you know what happened in the Ajmer case. It went on for decades and decades. The cases have been suppressed, as General Pandey has rightly said. Nobody takes action. But to my worry as a former intelligence officer is that I really dread these sleeper cells who have been acting active in Punjab. They were also indoctrinated. They are lying low. The same kind of thing is happening in this case. That's what my, not only gut, but I know because I keep on talking to my colleagues, various DGPs, etc., all over the country. And this is what my fear is. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Abhijit Iyer Mitra and Shashikant ji, for joining us. General Pandey, do stay on with us as we move on to our next story. And this is a point of conversation. There's been controversy over, the Indian Defence Attaché's remarks on the IAF losses in Operation Sindoor. The Indian embassy in Indonesia said that the remarks made by its defense attaché at a recent seminar in which he indicated that the Indian Air Force lost jets to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor due to political constraints were taken out of context and misrepresented. The clarification followed with the Congress after the Congress latched on to the Navy officer's admission and accused the government of misleading the nation on military losses suffered during a 4-day conflict with Pakistan in May. Now, this is what Operation Sindoor achieved. The Indian Air Force completed the mission in only 23 minutes. Pakistan's China-supplied air defense was bypassed and jammed. IAF's operation demonstrated Bharat's technological edge. The IAF used loitering munitions to devastating effect. Air defense weapons like Pechora, the LRAD guns thwarted Pakistan. The indigenous systems like Akash showed stellar performance. Chinese PL-15 missiles and Turkish origin the Yiha UAVs were neutralized. Pakistan's long-range rockets, quadcopters and drones failed. Now these are the also, let's have a look at this. These are the 11 Pakistan air bases that were pummeled between 9th and 10th. These are the 11 Pakistan bases and also the 9 terror hubs. These were precision strikes. Skardu Air Base, Noor Khan Air Base, Murid Air Base, Chakwal, Sargoda, Pasroor, Gujranwala, Rafiki, Shorkot, Rahim Yar Khan, Jacobabad, Sukur, Bholari, Okara, and the entire Lahore, Sialkot, Malir Cantonment, Karachi terror bases. They were all attacked during Operation Sindoor. Muzaffarabad, Bagh, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Chakamru, Murid-ke, Bahawalpur. All of these were attacked, pummeled, decimated. All of this happened within 20-25 minutes of time and over a span of 90 hours. So what should be more important to us as a country? Number of aircrafts that Bharat lost or our forces lost, or the 90-hour victory that pummeled Pakistan? What should matter more? Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey stays on with us. General Pandey, your thoughts on this?
You know, I have been watching with great dismay this whole conversation, not only about what the naval DA in Indonesia has said and how it is being politicized. I just want to ask a question through a channel to anybody who's tweeting and tasking and going asking the government or whosoever they want. This question is being asked to which constituency? Are they asking the political dispensation? That are there military losses or what they have achieved? Or they are trying to directly target the military forces, armed forces, for whatever has happened in the period of 88 hours or 90 hours. This needs to be segregated. The third part, which part of national security anybody who's in media, layman, or in any part or any side of the political establishment doesn't understand. National security is the level of national, and security comes with certain degree of confidentiality of what we have done and what has been done to us. When the documents of 1962, 1971, they have been kept under wraps. Why are we so excited that we want to know what exactly has transpired into an 88 hours, especially by the people who are not responsible directly or accountable for it? The entire operation, I will just try and briefly, while you have talked of successes, you know, when I look at as a professional or a person who looks at military operations or political military objectives, I look at it, there were a couple of objectives which were set when Pahalgam happened. The first major military objective was to strike at the terror hubs and send a message across to the Pakistanis that in case you're going to hide terror headquarters, your terror bosses anywhere in the corner of your country, it may be in POJK, which is ours, or it may be in Pak Punjab where you thought that we are not going to come and hit. We will come and hit them wherever they are. I'm actually not, a lot of people have asked me this question. I don't look at the numbers being hit. It is a signaling, it is symbolism, it is a declaration of intent, right? That we aren't going to go to the world with dossiers here and after. We will come after you wherever you are there.
Right.
So next time you make a new headquarters in Bahawalpur, Muridke or elsewhere, we'll come hitting for you.
Right.
The second is, there is a political objective. There is a political objective to put Pakistan into mat at the political and their political military leadership, for which there are other tools which have to be utilized. They are in diplomatic realm, they are in the realm of in IWT, in economic realm. So that tools are being exploited by the government of India and will continue to get exploited. But when you are asking that what were losses, how did it happen, who was at fault, you are trying to carry out a tactical level inquiry mission on a national security aspect which are related to military forces in the realm of armed forces, right? When you go for an operation, I'll go back very quickly. I wrote a paper on it, and it was very, this thing on restraint in Kargil. The restraint in Kargil, Anand, the Indian armed forces were very unhappy when the political dispensation of that time said that we will not escalate, we will not go beyond Kargil sector where the intrusions have taken. We will only carry out, we will evict the intrusion and we will do X, Y, Z, but will be limited to a geographical area, and we will finish our job and thereafter stop the war, right? It paid off in such handsomely to us that we were a country which was under sanction isolation. We came out totally as a responsible nation, and we were actually the people who were getting engaged by the rest of the world because of our responsible actions, right? So now let's relate to this. In case there is a talk which happens, there's a discussion happens when the decision is being taken with the national security establishment, which includes the military establishment, which says that what options can we execute in the given framework where we have to. If our aim is Viksit Bharat, we are not going to get into a long drawn fight, right? Look at the comparison what Israel and Iran have done.
Yeah.
They have wound up this operation, which was such a very, very engaging operation in 12 days, right? They could have also gone for a long drawn operation, would fight a battle and carry on, get sunk in it. Is there an Israeli establishment, Iranian establishment asking their respective governments how many air defense losses you had, how many aircrafts have you lost, how many bombs did you fire, how many people died? Nobody is asking. There's nothing which is coming out. It is somewhere in our Indian democratic system where everybody layman who's walking on the street is also wanting to know kitne gaye the tumhare, tumne unke kitne mare. We are not looking at the major successes we have. So what has happened is that as we are counting cherries, as we are looking at very, very low end stuff and talking of it, the larger aims and objectives which our country has achieved in this merely 88 hours of environment operations, we are losing out on the narrative. India is not losing the narrative abroad. We are losing the narrative inside because people are unnecessarily asking questions which are wrong questions. They should be asking a question: have you achieved your political mission? Yes, we have, or we have not. That is what the political dispensation to ask.
Correct.
Answer a question. Have we been able to destroy X, Y, Z of this thing by applying? How much force we were able to apply? That the military will apply.
True.
Somebody has to ask, why did Pakistani DGMO came out asking for ceasefire? Why did they bend so fast? We are not asking for these things. People are not asking good questions.
Not just that.
How did you maintain an escalation control?
Correct. Now, the fair questions are the ones that you are saying we should ask. But I think as a nation, we are somewhere conditioned that when we fight, we will not get hurt or we will not have losses. This zero casualty, zero loss victory is something which does not happen. Even on a street fight, you will punch the other person thrice or 10 times, but there will be one punch that you will get. So are you going to count that one punch you got? Or are you going to fight that you downed the opponent? It's a simple mentality of a fight. And I think as a nation, we need to think in that direction. General Pandey, thank you. Always a pleasure speaking with you. I have to move on for the moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now moving on to Tamil Nadu, a video linked to the alleged custodial death of 27-year-old Ajit Kumar in Tamil Nadu Sivagangai district, reportedly showing him being beaten by members of a police special team, was exclusively accessed here at CNN News 18 earlier this afternoon. Now in the footage recorded on a mobile phone, a temple worker Ajit Kumar is seen being beaten with lathi by police personnel. The cops in their statement said that he slipped and fell. Does he look like slipping and falling in the pictures? The cops picked up Kumar for questioning on the 27th of June after a woman filed a complaint saying her gold jewellery kept in a bag went missing after she gave her keys to Kumar to park her car near the Madapuram Bhadrakali Amman temple. Kumar's brother alleged that cops beat them after taking them into custody. Kumar was declared dead after he was taken to a hospital on the 29th of June after complaining of discomfort. The state government has ordered a judicial inquiry even as Kumar's family protested, alleging police brutality. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin spoke with Ajit's family. He actually, via DMK minister, called them and spoke with them, and he said, "I am very sorry, stay strong, we have taken serious action." Listen in.
நடக்கூடாது நடந்துருச்சு, தைரியமா இருங்க, நான் ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்கேன், என்ன ஹெல்ப் பண்ண சொல்றேன் அமைச்சர்கிட்ட சொல்லி கரெக்ட் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன், தைரியமா இருங்க.
இல்லைங்க சார், விசாரணைக்கு கூட்டு போயிட்டு இந்த மாதிரிலாம்
அதான் நடந்துச்சு, உடனே ஆக்ஷன் எடுத்துருக்கோம்.
சரிங்க சார்.
அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு எல்லாரையும்.
சரிங்க சார்.
நீங்க தைரியமா இருங்க, உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணுமோ அப்புறம் எப்படி சொல்றேன்.
இல்லைங்க சார், பையன் வயசு வந்து 29 வயசுங்க சார். எங்க அம்மா வந்து எங்க அப்பா வந்து சின்ன வயசுல இறந்துட்டாங்க. நான் வந்து லூக்கன்ற ஒரு பிரைவேட் கம்பெனியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன் சார். ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு வளர்த்த பிள்ளை சார் அவன். ரொம்ப எங்கள் அம்மா சொல்லுங்க.
யாருமே ஏற்றுக்க முடியாது, ஒத்துக்க முடியாது. அதுக்கு என்ன தண்டனை வாங்கி விடுவோம், கொடுத்துருவேன். தைரியமா இருங்க.
சரிங்க சார், ஓகே சார்.
What Thiru Stalin, the Chief Minister, has told the brother right now is that nobody can bring them back, but whatever is the punishment that is deserving, I will work hard to get it. Whatever that the punishment is what, I will try and work hard to get it. But is that enough? Kalyan Raman of the BJP is with us and C. Rajashekharan also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind, gentlemen. Mr. Kalyan Raman, the Chief Minister himself personally assuring that we will take care of the family but also ensure this is not repeated and the strictest of punishment is meted out to the perpetrators.
I simply have one question, whether he is reading out from a piece of paper or reading out from his mind. This is a simple question. Stalin will always read from a piece of paper. What kind of assurance is this?
Sir, right now, I'm interrupting you, sir, but there is an update that Stalin has said that the Tamil Nadu government will extend full cooperation to the CBI, and he has also directed transferring the probe into Shivaganga custodial death to the CBI. He's also said central investigation can come. CBI can investigate the matter. TN government will cooperate. Now, sir.
See, CBI is a default thing because somebody has gone to the court and the court is bound to order for a CBI inquiry because it is done by governmental agencies right under the nose of Stalin himself, who is the Home Minister himself. So, having killed somebody, it is a clear case of murder. For murder, they was just suspended to begin with. When the hue and cry started about the murder, then somebody goes to the court. Prior to that, they said that this guy stumbled upon, the victim stumbled upon and then got injured. What kind of nonsense is this? We have a puppet CM called Stalin who doesn't understand anything. Whatever is given in a piece of paper alone, he mutters. He is simply muttering what is written. What nonsense is this? Somebody is killing right under your nose, under your control, and you don't have any control over it. You don't even file a case of murder against them. And then when somebody raises the issue, goes to the court, then you file an FIR saying that he stumbled upon and got injured. Doesn't he know that how it has happened? He has got a huge intelligence under the Senthil Velan, from whom he gets a report on a daily basis, not only daily basis, on an hourly basis, if required on a momentary basis, he is supposed to get. That is the role of Stalin as Home Minister all about. He is simply reading out from a piece of paper. It is utter nonsense.
Okay.
This assurance, very fortunately, the matter will go to the CBI. If not, they will simply close the case saying that it is a murder. There are 24 murders by the police department in the last 4 years. 24, not 1 or 2.
24 custodial
in Chennai
deaths.
Itself, so many of them.
Yeah. See, Rajashekharan, it's because of
Exactly.
public
Murders.
pressure,
We call them as murders.
public pressure, anger, and also the video surfacing that exposes the cops and also the courts taking cognizance. It's pressure and it's also dictated letter. It is not a suo moto action, heartfelt action by the Tamil Nadu government.
About it.
Okay. Let's see Rajashekharan respond. Yes, Mr. Rajashekharan.
Anand, my heart goes to the family of the deceased, Ajit Kumar, who had been brutally killed by the 5 head constable and constable. The main culprit is that Raja, the head constable with the yellow t-shirt, and he is the person who had been consistently hitting him in front of the temple because there was a complaint against that fellow, Ajit Kumar, the deceased, that a lady who had given a complaint had given her car and 10 sovereigns of gold ornaments of her mother were stolen from the car. And all this put in a nutshell, the HRNC department had said that this fellow is responsible. The officer of the HRNC department has told the police, local police, that Ajit Kumar is responsible for that missing of that gold ornaments. So based on that, a special team was formed and this incident happened. It's very unfortunate, highly condemnable. See, equally, you should go by the merits of the case. This is not the 24 case which Kalyan Raman is referring. It is only the 4th case. All of the 20 other cases are different cases, not custodial death. This is also not a custodial death. A custodial death means you arrest a person, arrest the accused, take him into the police station, and you hit him black and blue, and he dies in the police custody. It's custodial death. But this case is not a custodial death. It happened in front of a temple. And of course, the police are responsible. They have been arrested, remanded. And the highest section of the
what did they say initially, that he slipped from the stairs? Why did they say that?
Anand, see, a post-mortem report takes 24 hours, but in this case it took 48 hours. Point number 1. Before 48 hours,
why did it take 48 hours?
The report.
No, please allow me.
The post-mortem report is influenced by the government.
Don't take me. I am not defending anybody. I am going by the merits of the matter.
How a post-mortem report comes? How a post-mortem report comes saying that he stumbled? It comes because it is influenced.
Okay, I'll tell you. First of all, understand. I have no brief to defend the government or the police, but I am only speaking whatever is available before the 4th Honorable High Court, and the judicial inquiry has been ordered. The matter has been immediately transferred to CBI.
Why did somebody?
And the CBI is going to take over. See, let us go by the chronology of the case.
It's a question that's being asked.
Please understand.
Mr. Rajashekharan.
Please understand. Let me speak.
Okay.
If you keep on
okay, complete, and then 30 seconds complete, and then Mr. Kalyan Raman respond.
Please give me 30 seconds at least. See, this is an unfortunate case, a freak case. I totally agree with you. I don't support or I don't defend anybody. But the police and the government has immediately sprung into action. They have arrested everybody. The SP has been transferred. The DSP has been dismissed. And the T02 murder has been filed. FIR has been filed. And CBI inquiry has been ordered. CBCID and CBI both has taken cognizance of it. A judicial district magistrate has been appointed to give the report. And everything has happened in the span of 48 hours. And what more you expect? This is a freak incident. This is the 3rd incident.
Is it a freak incident? Are you convinced it's a freak incident, Kalyan Ramanji? Final word.
It's a freak incident because the poor people.
Okay, now your 30 seconds is over. Now, please, yes, Mr. Kalyan Raman.
Yeah. First of all, there was absence of FIR before the guy is taken into custody. Okay. So, in the absence of FIR, if somebody is taken into custody, then it is Jungle Raj.
Right.
It is not a government. Stalin is not running a government, he is running a Jungle Raj. Okay?
Right.
We are talking about a particular case. We can go to any particular case in UP. We can talk about it if you are so interested. Let's talk about Tamil Nadu and the Jungle Raj under MK Stalin.
Right.
So we'll only talk about that.
No FIR.
Stalin does not know anything about governance. As simple as that.
Let's see what the people have to say, what the CBI says in its investigation. Thank you very much, to our panelists. On the way out in the Kasbah case in Kolkata, just quick update as we wind up this edition of The Right Stand. Manojit and his 2 associates have been sent to police custody till the 8th of July. Pinaki, the security guard, has been sent into police custody till the 4th of July. Thank you for watching.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The debate over constitution appears to be far from over. 3 days after RSS General Secretary Dattaray Hosable pitched for the words of socialist and secular in the preamble that were added during emergency to be reconsidered, the showdown has escalated with a ban threat nonetheless on the RSS. Congress's other scion, Priyank Kharge, son of Congress Chief Minister in Karnataka and Minister in the State Cabinet, has threatened to ban the organization RSS if the party ever assumes power at the center. Kharge attacked the RSS for being an anti-national organization, one that fuels toxicity and hate. Nothing new really as far as the view of many in Congress is concerned. While some in the past and even currently consider RSS hardly as harmful as Kharge, there is no denying that there is no love lost between the two entities. The Congress has, for example, in the past banned the RSS thrice, and it's clear it might want to do the same if it comes back to power. Today's India and its political environment, though, is not what it used to be under Nehru or even Indira or even in the 1990s. Is a threat of this kind of a ban enactable, given that the Congress party itself has been cozying up to many organizations that can easily be labelled more communal, more anti-national and anti-constitution than the RSS. But there is another more relevant question to be asked, specifically in context of emergency and constitution. Does this ban threat not reflect a dictatorial mindset? Is it even doable anymore in today's world? And therefore, is it more rhetorical than realistic? We'll take that up with our guests in just a bit. First up, let me break down exactly what Priyank Kharge said in his attack. He took to social media platform X a couple of days ago and said, "The day the people vest me with enough power, I will use every constitutional tool to dismantle the toxic anti-national machinery of the RSS. RSS has never had the courage to face the people directly. It lurks behind the scenes," he says, infecting institutions, radicalizing youth and outsourcing hate. He also added, "It thrives in shadows, never accountable. It was, is and will always remain a cowardly anti-national force, a parasite feeding off the very republic it claims to serve." Certainly no one's minced there. But take a look at the history of the RSS and the Congress party in the past. As I said, the RSS has been banned by the Congress governments in the past thrice since independence. The first such case was obviously in 1948 following Mahatma Gandhi's assassination. At that time, there was reason to suspect RSS of involvement, not just in the assassination given that their member was involved, but also of other instances of violence that have broken out. The ban, though, was lifted soon after in 1949 after negotiations and informal conditions, some say, were set with Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, although opinion differs on exactly how that lifting came about. RSS was then banned during the emergency under Indira Gandhi, and the reason was because it was considered a potent organization for organizing protests against the government, talking about its scams and other actions. The ban then was lifted when the emergency came to an end in 1977. RSS was then banned in 1992 following the Babri Masjid demolition, along with a whole host of other organizations that spanned across both communities, Hindus and Muslims. The ban was imposed because communal tensions had reared their ugly head, there were widespread protests, etc. going on. The atmosphere in the country was hardly conducive. But it was later lifted in 1993 after the Justice Bhari Commission found that the ban was wholly unjustified. While Congress remains hyper about RSS, for example, here's what the party has taken a rather soft stand on. Let me break this down for you. The Congress party, extremely bold as far as the statements on RSS is concerned. But remember, they've been soft on Kashmir separatists. None other than the former Prime Minister has met even somebody like Yasin Malik. The Tukre voices like Kanhaiya Kumar are actually today in the Congress party. It has been a partner of organizations like the IUML, and the IUML's history too traces back to the Muslim League pre-independence. So if they have a problem with RSS because of its role during that time, why not with somebody like IUML? Jamaat-e-Islami support. Recently, Jamaat-e-Islami support has been taken by Congress in elections that it has fought again in the state of Kerala. Why is it that it is not so emboldened to speak out against organizations which can equally be accused of being communal and partisan? PFI criminal activities in the very state that Priyanka Kharge comes from. Previous Congress government under his father's chief ministership have been accused of going soft on PFI elements and even taking back cases against PFI. And we all know the ideology that PFI is known for. AISF, formerly known as the ISF, remember this is also a party that is led by a religious figure that the Congress party had aligned with in Bengal elections in the past. And some of the statements made by their chief is hardly something that the Congress party would be proud of. So why is it that there is hate for RSS, which seems like to be one-sided? If it stands for constitution, anti-communal forces, anti-national forces, there are a whole host of them in this country that can be accused of that. And is it more rhetoric than reality when these threats are imposed or are posed and given out in today's modern day and age? We'll take that up with our guests.
दो शब्द जुड़े गए। हम सब लोगों को मालूम है सेक्युलरिज्म और सोशलिज्म की, तो क्या वो रहनी चाहिए प्रस्तावना में? ये विचार होना चाहिए।
We will see. It's not the first time they will be banned, right?
Let's go across to our guest joining us. Prashant GS is spokesperson of Karnataka BJP. With us, Syed Asad Abbas is political analyst who hails from the state. Sanjay Jha, political analyst formerly with the Congress party, and Daniel Francis will also be joining us. Sanjay Jha, I begin with you. What do you make of this threat that Priyanka Kharge has thrown? Yes, you may not like the RSS. Yes, you may have opposition to the RSS and certain beliefs that the RSS has. But just for suggesting that the inclusion or the addition of the words socialist and secular can be relooked at in modern India 50 years after independence, do you think it merits this kind of a response? Will this not be seen as dictatorial, exactly what the Congress accuses present-day government of?
Shivani, good evening, and to both my other friends on the panel. I have 2 points to make. Firstly, as an individual, I'm against bans of any kind. And this is not just about the ban that Mr. Kharge has talked about on the RSS. I believe also of the kind of bans that individuals are feeling in this country since Mr. Modi became Prime Minister.
Those are not, no, Sanjay, let's not do that. Feeling a ban is not a thing.
Fundamental rights.
Feeling a ban is not a thing.
Yeah, no, but 1 minute. I'm trying to make it a little more relevant to our conversation because I think India is feeling the pressure of an authoritarian regime for a long time. Now, let's answer your question. I think the issue is not about banning the RSS, but to basically, it's a hyperbole. I think that statement is a hyperbole to tell people, as you rightly said in your introduction to your program, that if you have an organization that actually calls itself cultural and social, but makes heavy-duty political statements. I believe the statement made by the gentleman from the RSS, I don't want to even name him, because I think it's an extremely shameful statement that he made. He is challenging the very core foundations of India's constitution.
No, they aren't. They aren't core foundations of Indian constitution. Sanjay Jha, we need to have this conversation.
It is not Ambedkar's constitution.
No, this is not the preamble that was given to India. That's precisely the issue here.
Well, Shivani, if I can have no interruption,
Mr. Prashant, I will allow you to. Please allow me to moderate this. Mr. Prashant, I will come to you. I will come to you. I will come to you. I don't want this to be over each other's voices. Yes, but Sanjay Jha, that's inaccurate. This wasn't the foundation of India.
No, I'll tell you why you are wrong as well, Shivani. Let me tell you the truth in simple words. When the constitution was formed, and just because the words secular and socialist are not there in the preamble, obviously the BJP hasn't read the constitution because their founders and they themselves had no role in the freedom struggle or in the entire architecture of the constitution.
Well, Prashant, you have to be patient. I'll come to you. We've just begun. Please be patient. I'll come to you.
Yeah, because if he interrupts me again, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave the program because I hope the people are seeing right now the dictatorial mindset and the ideological kind of rigidness of this party that he doesn't even have the tolerance to listen to my part of the talk.
But so Sanjay, can I implore you to please make your point? You're saying, I think you're suggesting that India was socialist and secular in its ethos, even if these words were not part of the preamble. Do I have it correct?
Absolutely. So let me now kind of conclude with that. I think the fundamental issue that you need to ask the gentleman there who's been interrupting me repeatedly is if the RSS of the BJP today want to remove secularism, he's publicly confessing. The RSS in his 100th year has made a public declaration that it is not secular. Why would you want it removed?
But
if you are removing the word...
My contention is exactly this, Sanjay Jha. My contention is exactly this. First of all, somebody is throwing up a question at you. I don't think in a modern democracy, the reaction should be this is so shameless, you can't talk about it. I don't think Indian adults should accept that kind of behavior, that certain things are so taboo that you cannot even have a intelligent, mature discussion about it. I'm personally not of that favor. That exactly is the mindset that allows people to not speak their mind. You know, that feeling of a ban that you talked about, I think it extends to the argument that you're making as well. You can't stop people from voicing their opinions. You may not like them. There's nothing shameful about an opinion unless you're threatening somebody's safety physically. There shouldn't be any other limits to free speech. And
Shivani, the RSS is running this country. Let's be clear.
I'll come to all of that. No, Sanjay, let's not broad base this from what I have started on. One, is it not a dictatorial mindset to suggest that you'll ban the RSS because you don't like it and because somebody from the RSS suggested that, okay, we can re-look at these words being added? History cannot be denied. These were not parts of the preamble. The only party guilty of changing the preamble is the Congress party. It was done also not with the will of the parliament. It was done during emergency. So if somebody suggests, okay, we can re-look at it, it becomes communal? I don't think so. Let Mr. Prashant come in. I'll come back to you. Sanjay, I'll come back to you. Let Mr. Prashant come in. Yes.
Shivani, firstly, all of us are aware as amendments that Indira Gandhi carried out during emergency 39 to 42, where 39th amendment, which happened in a record 4 days' time, introduced on August 7, 1975 in the Lok Sabha, passed by the Lok Sabha after a 2-hour debate, then on 8th August introduced in the Rajya Sabha, passed on the same day in Rajya Sabha, and on August 9, 1975, passed by 2/3 of state legislatures where Congress was in power, and on August 10th, 1975, President gives his assent.
Right.
If this was not the murder of Constitution of India, what else? And she gave herself unbridled powers that her election cannot be challenged. And before the Supreme Court was slated to hear the case, you amend the Constitution to say the office of the Prime Minister or the President cannot be questioned. And Supreme Court, based on the law of the land that existed as on that date which was amended, said that we will not look into the matter. So therefore, if anybody who has murdered the Constitution, it is Congress led by Indira Gandhi and nobody else. And they talk about constitutional amendments in such fervor. Let me point out as to number of times that Congress leaders have amended the Constitution.
No, fair enough. We know that. We know that. I have those numbers. We'll run them on the screen. Prashant, the discussion is not so much about whether the Congress has, amended the Constitution or not. We know that they have. The discussion more so is about the fact that you're very quick to point out that the RSS should be banned because, let's say, you find it problematic. I'm not saying whether you should or should not find it problematic. But Daniel Francis, the problem then also is...
No, Shivani, this indicates the mindset of the Congress. The Congress mindset has always been to oppose anybody who stands up for the nation and who puts nation first. For Congress and its stooges like the once congressman panelist here, for them the Gandhi Parivar comes first and everything else takes a backseat.
Yeah, that's a hyperbole of the other kind. But Daniel Francis, the question that also goes here is, I've just read out a list of institutions or organizations that are equally communal, if that is the charge that goes against the RSS. And Congress has had no problems taking their support even to win elections. Priyank Khadge is saying that the RSS is an organization that works in the shadows like a parasite. What about Jamaat-e-Islami? That's also a social political organization and it has its political fronts. And you have no problem taking the Jamaat-e-Islami support, the IUML support, that which was born out of the Muslim League in India. If they can transform themselves and become a part of social society today and representative of a community, then how can you justify targeting only the RSS? Daniel?
Very interestingly, a few days ago, we celebrated the 50 years of emergency. And the Maharashtra Pradesh Congress chief said that the RSS under Mr. Devras had supported the emergency. If you really go back to history, which is recorded, that in 1980 also RSS worked in favor of Mrs. Gandhi to come back to power. Now, I am talking very objectively. RSS, whether the Congress of today hates or not, is not an issue. But the Congress of yesteryears did engage with RSS. We know that Nehru invited them for the Republic Day parade. We know that Golwalkar and Nehru met and had a constructive discussion on reimagining India, the Bharat that they called. We have also evidence of the fact that Pranab Mukherjee went to the RSS headquarters, a stalwart of the Congress party, and later the president. So all these things are there. This visceral hatred for the RSS today that the Congress has was not there earlier. In fact, Congress, there was a section of Congress people.
What is the reason for this visceral hate now?
The reason for the visceral hatred that the Congress has today is to please Rahul Gandhi, because he single-handedly targets RSS. His grandmother never targeted, his father never targeted them the way he targets the RSS. And in fact, the RSS from its earlier form has become more moderate, and the Congress from its earlier form has become less pragmatic and more extreme in terms of their hatred and their outlook towards RSS.
Okay. Syed Asad Abbas,
they can never be on the same page. They can never be on the same page. But there were two paths that this nation saw and two perspectives in nation building. One never agrees with the other one, but there were many points in history that they converged, and they converged very well, and Congress benefited from that convergence.
No, interesting point you make. But Syed Asad Abbas, the issue also is this, that, you know, it is one thing to say that, okay, we don't agree with your view. It's quite another and a dictatorial way to say that when we come to power, we will ban you. You know, imagine if a similar statement was made, let's say by a BJP leader for any Muslim organization. And this reminds you of the kind of picture that was painted under the term of saffron terror. But none of that ever materialized, in the sense that there's absolutely nothing to back that saffron terror existed. How long are we going to use that bogey to suggest that RSS is same to other extremist organizations in India? Because fundamentally, I think, you know, this monkey balancing is done only for that reason. Only for the reason that, okay, if you accuse any Muslim organization of being communal, partisan, you know, pledging more of their allegiance to Islamic laws than the constitution of the country, then Congress can get up and say, oh, but there is an RSS as well. Although there are many differences in the way these bodies function.
Yuaniji, I'm very glad that at the opening of the debate you mentioned about, you know, you're championing the cause of modern reasoning. We are indeed a young country. We are a youth force to reckon with in this world. And I completely agree with you on the front that, yes, there needs to be logical reasoning and people with entitled opinions, and the logical reasoning must come through. Now, the debate being around the constitution, and Mr. Dattatreya, who is the General Secretary of the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, said about two words, secularism and socialism. the fact of the matter, let us understand what is RSS problem with socialism, which speaks of equality to all the citizens of this country, and secularism. Secularism simply meaning that the state, our beautiful country of India, does not have a religion of its own, but protects the rights of the religion of all the people of this country. The fact is, I think Mr. Dattatreya has read the map wrong. We as a country has always been socialist and secular, and we will continue to be without a single word being changed or altered from our holy constitution.
Okay.
This first
but why
needs to
was
be
it
tried
added
here.
then? Why was it added then? If we were always secular and socialist, it didn't stop previous governments before 1975 either.
It was, Shivaniji, I will answer that. That's a good question. It was rightfully added because it was understood
It
that
was
we
rightfully
are a
added.
nation.
You've already
I will
given
tell
a
you, yes,
judgment
it
on
was
the
later
intention
added.
also.
Shivani, I need to come in.
Shivaniji, yes.
Shivani, I
Yes,
need to
you're
come in here.
absolutely right.
Okay, Prashant, I'll come to you.
Shivani,
You're absolutely
Yes,
right
yes.
on the fact. Sir, can I complete my point, sir?
Yes, go ahead quickly, please.
Yeah, thank you. The fact of the matter, Shivaniji, you're absolutely right on the front that it was later added. Why was it later added? We need to understand our country is so diverse that every 100 kilometers we have a change of language, religion, caste, creed,
And that
color,
knowledge dawned
and
on
so
Indira
so
Gandhi
forth.
in
So
1975 during emergency.
Therefore, I will tell you that. Therefore, in order to unite this nation as one, there is a need of socialism and secularism.
So you're
and
saying
final
India
point,
was not united before 1975?
no, we were, of course, but in order to have a equality amongst all, in order to have the right reign of religion,
So we
it
didn't
is
have
important
equality
to be
amongst
secular.
all before 1975 under Nehru. We didn't have it.
No.
We
That's
had
not the
it,
point I'm trying
but
to
we
say.
still
No,
wanted more.
Shivaniji, I
No,
will
you're
tell
not
you that.
making. I'm
See,
sorry, Syed Asad.
No,
don't
no.
bend backwards
Shivaniji.
to support something that is
Shivaniji,
unsupportable.
we
It
need
was
to-
added during emergency,
It was-
and there is no
it
good
was, but
reasoning
it was-
why.
it was
It was
added in the
added because it
preamble.
was a
There is no doubt
political
about
statement. Okay, let me throw this to Mr. Prashant. Mr. Prashant, there are two questions that he asked. One is, what is the RSS's problem with these two words? You know, that's a valid question to ask today. Yes, you may oppose the fact that it was added by Indira Gandhi under the circumstances that it was added, and it wasn't part of the original preamble. But if the RSS believes that these words need to be relooked, they need to then come out and tell us why. Do they believe India is not secular? Do they believe that India is not socialist?
Shivani, Baba Saheb's constitution did not have these words for the reason that India has always been a secular nation which has allowed other religions to prosper in the
Then what is
country
your problem with
without even
secular
imposing
words,
anything.
sir?
Because Indian culture and religious ethos does not mean, has ever never meant to ensure that others don't follow the religion or practice their faith. Which is why, after series of debates in the Constituent Assembly, which my panelists must also understand, the words were not brought about specifically, though the demands were there. Baba Saheb Ambedkar,
I get that. I get that. That history is known. But Mr. Prashant, the question is, why does present day RSS oppose it? What is the end? What is the end goal in asking for these words to be relooked at?
No, Nehru did not want Ambedkar to win elections. He made sure Ambedkar lost the elections. So therefore, Baba Saheb's Ambedkar's constitution, Congress had a problem, and Indira Gandhi, only to fulfill her personal agenda of remaining in power, brought about this as a political tool.
But sir, you're
and
not
nothing else.
answering my question. Okay, let me take that to Daniel instead. Daniel, if this debate is to be had today, that whether we should relook at these addition of these two words in our preamble, RSS also has to tell us why that is a worthy cause to take up. Why should we go back to the previous preamble, even though we believe that we are socialist, we believe that we are secular in ethos, then what is the problem with these words?
No, there is no problem with these words as such. But of course, there's a problem in the way these words were adopted. And if you go back to the Constituent Assembly debates, the forefathers who founded this nation, out of their deliberations, did not wanted this country either to be secular or theocratic. That gives us a greater space, you know, when we limit ourselves as secular or as socialist. Now we are saying we are a socialist nation. Then on what basis the way Congress liberalized the economy? Why didn't it, why is it pro-privatization? What has it done for the, through secularism, through socialism in education or in healthcare? Has it been able to, stop? If you see the kind of Congress leaders in Maharashtra, where I come from, all our education and healthcare barons. That's not socialism. That's not socialism. It was done as a hogwash. It was done. The RSS, whatever position they have, but I have a position on this matter, and I would say that there was no need, and it was deliberated in the Constituent Assembly. There is absolutely no need.
Okay.
It was put without any need, without any need. In fact, it limits our thinking, and I agree with Ambedkar on that. It limits our thinking.
Well, Ambedkar
We are
was
not
very
a
clear
theocratic
that
state. We are
this
not a secular
decision of
state as
whether
such.
India is going to be socialist or secularist needs to be taken by future generations. That cannot be imposed in the preamble of the Constitution
and it was
at
a
the time
personal choice.
of independence.
It was a personal choice. It was a personal choice. Today also we have a country, very big country, which has Hindu population state, Muslim population state, Christian population state, and all these states are coexisting.
Okay.
Coexisting without
Sanjay
being
Jha,
defined whether they are secular or non-secular.
Sanjay Jha, the criticism definitely is that these were not the statement of intent or articles of faith of the Indian public or even the constitution makers. This was more a political ideology of the Congress party under Indira Gandhi that was inserted maliciously into the preamble. One, there was no need for it if you believe this is what India stood for. And secondly, this wasn't the general consensus of the public or the will of the parliament. It was a political statement inserted into preamble.
Okay, Shivani, if I'm not interrupted, I'll take 1 minute to wrap up my viewpoint.
Yes.
Please don't interrupt me. Don't allow somebody else to interrupt me either in the interest of a fair debate. The gentleman who spoke before me probably doesn't understand that there's a difference between socialism and communism. And socialism does not mean that you can't have free markets existing with welfare. I think he should read the Supreme Court verdict when the RSS and the BJP supporters went to the Supreme Court on a petition who challenged that secularism and socialism should be removed. The Supreme Court said, I'm sorry, but they are part of the basic structure. There is nothing wrong. For that matter, it's an open confession by the RSS and the gentlemen and the BJP that they are pro-crony capitalism. Number two, what is Mr. Modi doing by providing 800 million people free food grains? And Mr. Francis, since you're from Maharashtra, why is the BJP and the government of yours giving these Ladli Behna schemes? That is socialism. Please understand basic economic ideology before you argue through hyperbole. That won't work. As far as the gentleman from the BJP is concerned, Shivani, they still haven't answered the question. The problem is not why secularism was inserted and what the timing. The issue is what is the objection of the saffron.
No, I think all three are fair questions.
Secularism.
Sanjay Jha, all three
What's
are
your
fair
problem?
questions. I
They
asked
can't
you the
answer
question of wasn't this a political statement and intent
How is that
inserted
political?
into the preamble, which was not meant to be in the preamble discussed under the Constituent Assembly? Is that not grave enough to rethink about? I mean,
Well,
Congress
Shivani-
party today accuses the Modi government of being dictatorial about amendments
Shivani-
and not taking the opposition into confidence when they want certain decisions to be taken. The only time the preamble has been changed was this time. And what is the justification for it? None.
But Shivani, I'll tell you the justification. You're seeing mob lynching happening every day. Doesn't even make the headlines anymore. Calls
Indira
for
Gandhi was so
genocide,
certainly not thinking of that.
bulldozers. Despite secularism being in the constitution, look at what is happening.
Yes,
Imagine
precisely.
if there was
Why
no
did you need to
secularism in the
add it?
constitution.
Why did you? I'm sorry, we're going around in circles. You're
No,
saying
that's the
Indira
fact.
Gandhi foresaw that Narendra Modi will come to power and suddenly we'll all feel bans on us in 2014 and lynchings will happen. As if
Shivani-
lynchings didn't happen before 2014.
Shivani,
Sanjay Jha,
the truth
I expect
is
a better
the
argument
founders
than
of the
that.
institution-
No.
Founders of the constitution had to
I'm
see
sorry, both sides
future.
are actually
That's Shivani.
shifting the goalposts when it
Shivani,
comes to
Shivani,
the actual nub of the debate. Why did it need to be added in the first place when it was debated and it was found that it was redundant to be added to the Indian preamble? The conditions under which it was done, and also what has changed if we have these words. So nobody really wants to get into that. Yes, I'll give 30 seconds to all of our guests. Yes, Daniel, first you.
I just want to say something, that it was put in the constitution without consultation. It should be removed from the constitution with consultation, not like the way the Congress did. Okay, that's something I want to say. Second thing is that socialism and the Congress, the kind of secular India or socialist India the Congress envisaged. Congress was the first state to bring anti-conversion law. Is that secularism, Mr. Sanjay Jha? You are the one who brought the privatization in India. What is that secularism? Your own Congress president in Maharashtra, since I don't know much, said that Devras helped to the Congress in the emergency. Is it not true? Did you take help from the RSS during emergency?
Okay.
Did you not take help from the RSS in 1984 and 1980 elections? You did take help. So shut up. No need of not giving gyan to others
Shivani,
while
I
you
want
are
some
yourself
decency on
are
your
hiding.
program.
That's not right.
I want this guy to apologize for speaking the language he did.
Daniel
This guy is
Francis,
an
I would
absolute
request not
disgrace.
to
No, I'm not
be
apologizing.
like
This guy is
this
an
with our
absolute
other
disgrace.
guests.
That's not right. Don't
This guy
put
is an
other
absolute
guests down.
disgrace.
You are not
He's
the
a
only
liar.
person who has
He's a
any kind of
liar. He's
knowledge.
bluffing your viewers on the program.
Okay. Can I
the
just
first
request
liar.
both gentlemen
You're
to
not the
please
only
be
person.
very
Shivani.
aware that it will be nice for all of our guests
He's
to be
an
spoken to
indecent
nicely,
ignoramus.
despite
Yes,
our
so why
disagreements.
Congress took help
I
from
don't
the
want to
RSS?
fade anybody's
In
mic,
1980.
but
I'm
please
not
don't
coming on
force
your
me to do
program
this.
against
I have to
Shivani.
give 30
This is the
seconds to
last
Mr.
time I'm
Prashant.
coming on your program.
Please, guests.
Can I come in,
I shouldn't have to
Shivani?
say this, but please moderate your language. Yes, Prashant, Mr. Prashant,
Shivani.
Yeah, Shivani.
go ahead.
Yes. See, this particular argument about Indira Gandhi had to insert it by the dismissed congressman does not hold water, because they did not consult with anybody before inserting, and even now they blatantly go by the Gandhi Parivar saying that what they've done is right. They don't even want a discussion. And if you have to get down to how communal Congress is, what are the statements they have made in the past about aligning with PFI? In Karnataka, Congress and PFI had an arrangement to say that
Can I
100
come in?
candidates would be put up and then Congress would support and vice versa. It was only on communal lines that they wanted to fight the
Syed,
elections.
come in?
No,
and not
Syed, I
anything
wanted
else.
to ask you
So
exactly
therefore,
this. You know,
this
this
has been the Congress's
secularism.
mindset to align with
Can
these
I come in,
forces, and
Shivani?
only when somebody stands up for national interest,
Can I
the
come
Congress
in,
has a
huh?
problem.
No, that's a fair
Show me
question.
one
Syed,
PFI person
no,
who's
Syed,
standing in
Asad
times of
Abbas,
crisis.
you know, the
Yes.
secularism ka stamp that Congress gives itself. You know, it's on very shaky ground, because Congress has also been known, you know, to play footsie with Islamic extremist organizations. So either you take a principled stand that you don't stand for any religious rhetoric. If you go soft on one, then you have no grounds to be hyper on RSS. Nobody's going to believe it.
Shivani, firstly, the BJP spokesperson from my state of Karnataka mentioned about PFI SDP. I respect it, sir. Kindly Google or research on this front. It was Honorable Chief Minister Sri Siddaramaiah ji. You will find more than 10 statements where he has categorically stated, please, Bharatiya Janata Party, go ahead and ban them. If they
Yeah, but
are
he
an
also
extremist
listed
radical
cases against
organization.
radical PFI rioters.
Absolutely not. Those went to the court,
Yeah,
ma'am,
the court
and only the
reprimanded the
was able to
government
do it.
of trying
Not
to lift those
Siddaramaiah.
cases.
Not Siddaramaiah. Also, one more point. The irony of this whole debate is Mr. Dattatreya, who is speaking of the constitution and Indira Gandhi and the emergency. Mr. Dattatreya spoke at the Ambedkar International Center, jointly organized by the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts.
So what's the irony there?
The very interesting point here is he speaks of Indira Gandhi and he speaks of altering or changing the constitution of Ambedkar. Look
No,
at the
but
Supreme
this is what
Court's
I'm
wording.
talking about. No,
Look, wait,
Syed,
Shivani,
this is what I'm
look-
talking about. There's
look
no
at the-
irony there.
look at
One
the
second,
Supreme
one
Court's
second.
wording.
One
Constitution
second,
was
there's
changed
no
by Indira Gandhi.
irony there at all.
Allow me to finish my
You
point,
can,
please.
no, you can.
Allow me to finish
you
my
can,
point, please.
One second,
Just give me 10
Syed. 1
seconds.
second, Syed.
Give me 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Please look at the Supreme Court's verdict. Why didn't the Supreme Court, agree to the petition which was launched?
That's fine.
to,
Supreme Court
alter?
orders or
Supreme
judgments
Court was
are
open to the
overturned by
fact,
governments
and
all the
Supreme
time.
Court
The Supreme Court is
accepted
not the
that
final word on what
secularism
happens on the
and
Indian
socialism
Constitution.
will
1 second.
continue to be a part of the preamble of the
No,
Constitution.
that's not an
No
argument.
RSS
Just
can take
because the
away that.
Supreme Court didn't find it worthy at that time doesn't mean as citizens I can't debate it. That's not the point here.
You can
But
debate, but Supreme Court's order is
we are
sacrosanct.
talking about the parliament re-looking at it. We're not talking about a legal process here. But you talked about how he was at an Ambedkar plus Indira Gandhi organization lecture. And that's exactly the beauty of what I'm talking about. You can disagree with what Indira Gandhi did. I don't think that the Congress does itself any favor by digging in its heels to try and justify even what was not justifiable under Indira Gandhi. Her other good actions can be lauded. Her prime ministerialship otherwise can be lauded. So for Nehru and so for Narendra Modi. The problem is this demagogy, Sanjay Jha, that you accuse the BJP of. This demagogy exists in Congress just as much. And my second question to you, before I wrap up, the Congress doesn't get to say that it stands for secularism when it plays footsie with Islamic terrorism or terrorist-minded organizations in India. It doesn't get to do so.
Well, I can tell you that we can carry on for a long time. But did you hear the Supreme Court what it said on bulldozers being done to raise homes, and it was clearly targeted, right? You know what the Supreme Court says? It said it kind of shocked our conscience. Shivani, in this country, we are talking about Sharbat Jihad now. Since Mr. Modi became Prime Minister, we have normalized mob lynching violence. I don't know how people in this country go to sleep.
We can't let this gentleman now...
Again, this guy will start all over again.
Mr. Prashant, please allow him to have his say. Allow him to have his say. I will try and give you a rebuttal as well. Please, let's not interrupt each other. But Sanjay Jha, that's not my debate today. I understand you have a problem with the way things are running in the country today. Exactly. But that's not my question.
But don't you think Mr. Kharge's comment is based on what is going on in the country?
No, but where is the proof that RSS is responsible for all of this? You have to make your justifications, right?
Well,
this whole mindset that if I come to power, I'll ban you. That's dictatorial.
No, hang on. I'm not. How did I start my conversation?
You said you are not for bans.
I said I am not in favor of bans, but you got to understand where Mr. Kharge was coming from. You have the Supreme Court was told by Mr. Ashwini, whatever Chaube or whatever is Nishikant Dubey, that the Supreme Court is creating a religious war. That the Supreme Court is creating a civil war. He blamed the Chief Justice of India.
Can I come back to the debate on the Constitution and the amendment? Can the Congress party claim that it stands for principles of secularism?
Of course it does. Of course it does.
By taking 100%. IUML support, ISF support, Jamaat-e-Islami support to win elections.
So why doesn't the BJP ban them? If they are really organizations that need to be banned, tell the BJP to ban them.
No, but why doesn't the Congress create an equivalence between these two? The Congress is saying that it doesn't stand for communalism. Why doesn't the Congress say that we will not take their support? That question goes to the Congress first.
So why don't you ban the Bajrang Dal, ban the VHP?
Why? Because they stand up for Hindus, is it?
The Congress is saying it will ban the RSS, right? If you are talking about banning the RSS, you can't ignore the other organizations that are equally sectarian, communal, as you may claim the RSS is. No, I am discussing Priyanka Kharge's statement. I have to give 30 seconds to Mr. Prashant, then I have to wrap it up. Yes.
See, Shivani, Congress's alliance partner does a big rally in Patna.
Yes.
About what? About throwing the Waqf amendment which has been now passed into the dustbin, which means they don't even respect the laws which have been passed by the parliament, which is the will of the people. So therefore, Congress time and again has insulted the people of the country by aligning with forces which are anti-India. Their supreme leader of Congress, Rahul Gandhi, goes outside India, bashes India, defames India outside the country. For what? For political mileage and to get the support of this.
I have run out of time. I've run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us and for that engaging debate. But I have to go on to our other big story that we're tracking. In Tamil Nadu, Sivaganga, the death of a 29-year-old temple security guard has put the spotlight on emboldened police officers. 6 policemen have now been suspended after the post-mortem report of Ajit showed that he had suffered multiple injuries. Police picked up Kumar from questioning on June 27 after a woman filed a complaint saying her gold jewellery kept in a bag went missing after she gave her keys to Kumar to park the car near the Madarpuram Bhadrakali Amman temple. Now, the High Court has also ordered a judicial inquiry led by a retired judge of the Madurai bench and directed the Tamil Nadu government to initiate action against all senior officials responsible. Ajit Kumar worked as a security guard at this local temple, had no criminal record and was the eldest son of a father who had died in 2004. But he was beaten by cops just on the suspicion of theft and he has now succumbed. Such was the extent of the barbarism that was unleashed on him. This is what his post-mortem report says. He suffered brain hemorrhage due to a fatal head injury caused by blunt force trauma. There were 300 plus contusions all over his body, including his head, chest and limbs. Multiple injuries consistent with physical abuse during custody and acute injuries to vital organs that could have also been caused because of this assault. On the investigation front, 6 police officers have been arrested and sent to judicial custody. Sivaganga District SP has been transferred and put on compulsory wait at the office of the DGP. We have Ramanathapur as SP who has been appointed with additional responsibilities for now. Case has been handed over to the crime branch of the CID. Meanwhile, the Madras High Court, as I said, has ordered a judicial investigation into the matter. Pulling up the Tamil Nadu police, the court has asked if Kumar was a terrorist to deserve this treatment. And there are also accusations that it was all because the DMK was also involved as far as this matter is concerned. The big question that we asked today is simply this: is the state complicit as far as these police excesses are concerned?
Because you have become a chief minister, it doesn't, differ. So I think if at all Mr. Stalin can recollect what he has said 5 years back, he should have resigned by this time. After this incident has happened, this is the 24th incident, 24th lockup death in the last 4 years. This is shameful.
To make politics out of everything. They somehow are that they are crazy without power. And the BJP wants to enter into Tamil Nadu. The problem is that 6 police officers were not transferred, they were suspended. Which means the police have taken action.
Let's go across to our guest. Joining us, Shrikant Karunesh is spokesperson of Tamil Nadu BJP, Suman C. Raman, political analyst from the state. I'm also joined by Sanjay Sahai, who's a former IPS officer. Mr. Sahai, let me begin with you. This kind of impunity with which cops act sometimes, and it isn't only in Tamil Nadu, although Tamil Nadu has had very grievous cases of custodial deaths that have come to light. Do you think this is possible without some sort of explicit government support, state support, if I can say that?
See, first and foremost, what I can say by being one of the panel members of this discussion and being an ex-police officer, I can only hang my head in shame. That is the introduction which we intend to start. See, every police posting is done by the state government, and state government today primarily means political bosses and nobody else. If we talk of the interference, the political is not political interference today, it is literally taken over. If we take this case, I think this case is a perfect example of how abysmally low policing can get into this country, more so based on the fact that 24 cases have taken place. I don't know the details of those cases. I presume that most of them have been either accidental or self-inflicted. But if this is the reflection of what the other cases were also there, I don't think anything can happen without a very clear-cut support of the police leadership. And where police leadership is getting support and strength, I have no idea. The audacity of this case is literally mind-boggling. Now you come to 2-3 things. See, first is, I think in 1996, we had the D.K. Basu judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court of India, where they have pronounced as to how arrests will be made in this country. I think flouting it has become the norm. And in this particular case, literally every single thing which is there in the Supreme Court judgment and not obeying that judgment is a contempt of court. I think everything has been flouted. The second most important thing is our lockups, as directed by High Court of Mumbai and Supreme Court. They're supposed to have cameras. And there are also public cameras. What these people have very, I think, deviously done is to move around in locations where there are no cameras.
No cameras. Yes.
Correct.
No, obviously there was an intent here to hide this kind of a brutality. And there was also an attempt. But sir, there was also an attempt to hide this crime or death in the first place. I'm joined by S. Harish Mohammad Ibrahim, who's a political analyst, joining us. What explains that the impunity is such that the police and the state tried to bury this case? They were trying to brush it under the carpet. They were trying to deny that there was a custodial death at all.
No, first of all, that is a total falsehood. The case was being registered on 28th of this month, once the news has been came to the limelight. And immediately, 6 of the policemen have been suspended and kept on hold. And once the autopsy report is ready within the 24 hours, on 30th, all the 5 have been changed to the BNS systems with the culpable of homicide 196(2)(a), and they all have been sent to the judicial magistrate for the further investigation.
But is
So
it
where
not
does
true?
the foul play?
Is it
where,
not true
no, where
that
does the foul play? As per
I'll tell
your
you.
statement, where does the foul?
I'll tell you what.
Tell me.
Is it not true that initially the police suggested that this wasn't a beating death? That, you know, the accused tried to flee, slipped, and therefore had died. Obviously, they didn't deny the death, but they tried to brush under the carpet the cause of the death.
No, Shivani, we have to understand there is nowhere in judicial custody or extrajudicial killing or the lockup death has to be defended in any way. And the state government has been clear with their stand that whatever the necessary steps has to be taken, it will be taking, the law will take its own course. And by 28, the issue got reported. And by 30, after the autopsy report, all the 5 has been nabbed and been taken down to the judicial custody, with the case has been transferred from the BNS 196(2)(a), where I want to know, where does the foul play happen here?
Where is the foul play? Okay, let me take that to Shrikant Karunesh, because the BJP is not happy with the action that has been taken so far. The DMK party and the Chief Minister says we've done what could be done as far as this case is concerned.
Yeah, good evening, Snehal. This is a very shameful incident which has happened in Tamil Nadu repeatedly again and again. It's not even 24, it is the 31st such incidents when DMK came into power. What Mr. Ibrahim is telling is absolutely incorrect, because the court has raised few points which is so shameful to this ruling party, and the Chief Minister is handling the this police department. They said this transfer is eyewash. They said this is against human rights. They said this is a very brutal act of Tamil Nadu police. The height of the comment is the state has killed its own citizen. The court has condemned vehemently this ruling party for their brutality against its own citizens.
No, the court is talking about the brutality of the cops. My question to you, as the BJP and the opposition in the state, why are you blaming the DMK or the party in power for this? This has happened in other states. This has happened even in previous governments.
Yeah, when it happened in the previous government during 2020, when Thoothukudi case happened, when that time DMK was making all sorts of drama. They were on the roads literally. They ransacked everything. Plenty of things were happening. That was one such incident happened in 2020. But now, here, 31 such incidents have repeatedly happened. I tell you,
so this data of 31, I'll have to put it in abeyance because we don't have this data. But yes, this data has been presented in court. The court has asked. Sir, I'm coming to you. Sir, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Let him finish. This data has been presented in court. The court has asked for details from the state. So we'll put it in abeyance. But please go ahead. Finish your point.
This is from the press. I'm telling you, when there is no FIR filed until he was beaten to death.
Yes.
There is no FIR filed.
Yes.
And when the autopsy report, what they are telling, that will not happen only because of the interference of the court and the opposition party's interference. Until that time, DMK was trying to hide it. In fact, the court has witnessed one Mr. Sengai Maran of DMK and the Tirubunam DMK secretary and also the DSP have tried to bribe 50 lakhs of rupees through the deceased family to keep silence on this case.
Yes.
See, DMK government has tried all sort of things, but this person was beaten black and blue with iron rods, 44 injuries right from his face, nose, head, ears, abdomen, his glute, everywhere he has injuries. Totally inhuman. And how can a police can use a rod like this and hits its own
absolutely.
people?
As far as the cops in this case are concerned, there can be absolutely no expectation of any sympathy towards them. Because it's one thing to be violent and brutal like this. It's another to do this when you're actually supposed to protect the law and the citizens of this country. But yes, Mr. Ibrahim, you wanted to come in very quickly.
The CM has not given any statement. The height of this is the CM has not given any statement for this. They say, okay, we are taking action, but no sympathy for the deceased.
Okay, Mr. Ibrahim.
What kind of falsehood is blabbering on a live national television?
Come on,
NHRC
mind
has
your
given.
words. You are
NHRC, no,
blabbering.
one second. Give me a second. I haven't interrupted you. From 2016 till 2021, there has been a 40. Shivani, you have to control him.
Okay, can I just come in? Mr. Ibrahim, I will request you to please just address all of our fellow panelists with as much respect as you can. Please go ahead.
That is the most respect I can give for the falsehood he has been blabbering like anything. By 2016 till 2021, there has been a 43 cases that has been filed by the NHRC report on the national. One second. If this is how your debate is going to run, then there is no point of being here. No, from 2016 till 2000. Oh God.
Okay, one second. Can I just request everyone to please, I don't want to play monitor here and I don't want to, keep people on mute. I request that people will speak in their own allotted time. Yes, Mr. Ibrahim, please go ahead. 30 seconds. Nobody else to interrupt him, please. 30 seconds.
You have given 3 minutes of uninterrupted time to him to blabber.
Sir, you got enough time before him as well.
Let me come to the point. 2016 till 2021, during the ADMK regime, there has been a 43 police custody death has been reported by the NHRC. And now it has been dropped down to 23. That is a 50% of cut down. We don't want to defend, as like the previous speaker, we don't want to defend any kind of extrajudicial killing or anywhere.
But what about
the law will take its own course.
But what about the DMK connection? There is a connection to both the complainant. I'm coming to that. There is a connection to the complainant. Why would, for an ordinary complaint, first of all, no FIR be filed? Before an FIR is filed, interrogation is done. Interrogation is done.
Wrongly informed to you.
And what about the attempt to? What about the attempt to buy the complainant's family, the victim's family? Yes.
Shivani, you have to get my clear facts. On 28, once the matter is being disposed between the Thirupuvanam Judicial Inspector raid, the FIR has been reported on 303. The FIR registered on 303/2025. Immediately, 6 of the policemen have been.
Sir, you're not understanding my question. Let me take that to Suman C. Raman. The allegation is that Ajit was picked up. No, 1 second. No. Please allow a free exchange of. No, please allow a free exchange. I have allowed you enough time. Please don't act like a victim right now. I've allowed you enough time. Sumant C. Raman, one of my guests hasn't been. Please just hold on. The allegation, Sumant, is that Ajit was picked up before even FIR of the theft case was registered. That is what I'm talking about.
1 minute, Shivani. Please let us be very clear. I think the gentleman speaking does not know the difference between a CSR and an FIR.
Yes.
A CSR was registered. It was not an FIR. Unless he is accusing the Madras High Court of telling a lie. In court today, they have raised, the judges have actually asked the question, why was no FIR filed?
Yes.
And this gentleman is sitting on national TV and saying FIR was filed.
He's talking about the FIR on the death case. I am talking about the FIR on the theft case. He's not understanding the question I'm asking.
The man was picked up with no FIR in place at the time that he was picked up for questioning. That is the illegality which not me or not anybody, the Madras High Court has raised it in court today.
Yes.
On what basis was this person picked up without any FIR? And look, the other thing, on what basis do you go and say that the man... Oh, by the way, I must tell you, in 2022, there was another custodial death. And you know what happened? The man tried to escape and had seizures and died.
Yes.
This was said by the Honorable Chief Minister in the Assembly, that the man had seizures and died. Now, this man also has attempted to run, also had seizures. Now, I don't know. There is even this video now, I don't know whether they will question and say that this video is not actually him or it is AI generated. I don't know what they are going to say. But this is a... Shivani, let us be very clear. This is a pattern. 24 custodial deaths in the last 4 years. Tell me the number of policemen who have been dismissed. Forget charged with murder. Tell me the number of police. That is the next step. Tell me how many policemen have been dismissed from service.
Okay, let Mr. Ibrahim answer that.
Wait. I have another one.
Okay, 1 second, just hold on. Yes, let Sumit finish. Nobody else. Yes.
Between January 1st, 2024 and October end 2024, an RTI application said 100 accused suffered fractures in police stations by allegedly slipping on the bathroom floor. This was an RTI. How many policemen in the same period slipped on the same bathroom floor? No record. My question is, this is a pattern of brutality which has been normalized by the state government. Had action been taken in those 100 cases, it would not have. This is just an extension, breaking a bone and killing people. It is just that.
And then lying about what could be the cause. In this case, the postmortem revealed it. Otherwise, the cops were trying, as in past cases, apparently, to brush it under the carpet as a normal death.
Okay, how can you have such brutal injuries as outlined in the postmortem report being caused just by somebody having a fit? I mean, are they taking people to be fools?
Okay, Mr. Ibrahim, I've got a minute left. I'll give half a minute to both of our political representatives.
Shivani, one last sentence.
Yes.
By the way, there was an assistant superintendent of police who was found guilty by a state-appointed committee of having tortured an accused by pulling out his teeth forcibly.
Yes.
Right? The man was reinstated by the same state government.
And you know, just a week ago, there was a case of a constable hitting 3 women who had gone to the police station, including a pregnant woman. And that constable is also under suspension. But I think, Mr. Ibrahim, very quickly, I've got very limited time. The question to be asked is, you know, the state government, if it really wants to arrest this pattern, it needs to start doing more, because there doesn't seem to be fear amongst the cops that they will lose their job or face criminal action.
Shivani, I clearly mentioned 2016 to 2021, there has been a 43 police custody death has been reported, where it has been dropped down to 50%. We are not defending here. The state government or anyone is not defending or not going to go ahead and compare with the previous government. But the law will take its own course, is what the CM has been categorically said. And the law has taken its own course. Once I don't know who is the speaker before.
Sumansi Raman was speaking before you.
Okay, what kind of judicial knowledge he has, he doesn't know. Once the CR had been given, the prima facie evidence has to be collected, and it has been interrogated.
In any case, that doesn't justify what the cops did.
So you lied when you said FIR.
The main issue here is whether cops who do this are going to face both criminal action and plus a loss of job. Otherwise, there's not going to be any fear amongst errant cops either. I do thank our guests for joining us. The Right Stand is coming up after a short break.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. A young temple guard by name B. Ajit Kumar was brutally beaten up by the police in Tamil Nadu's Sivagangai district. Now, the police initially tried to cover this whole thing up, but now CCTV footage has emerged of what is clear. It is daylight torture. He's been beaten with sticks, he's been kneed, he's been elbowed, and all this while from the footage you can see that Ajit Kumar, who is accused of theft of some valuables, he is begging and pleading with the cops. Now, some of these cops are wearing what they call mufti clothes so that their identities are not revealed. But somebody managed to capture this on mobile phone, and this footage, you can see it's been captured through some kind of a windowsill. This is clearly showing the extent of brutality that's been unleashed on this young individual. Like I said, the police initially tried to cover it up. In the FIR, they mentioned that he slipped and fell, but the death now clearly happens to be because of the torture that he suffered in judicial custody, in police custody, I must add. So the question is, why should, in this day and age, in the 21st century, the police not be held to the same standard that the enforcers of the law, the rule enforcers, who the cops are, they hold all of society to? Why should they not be held to the same standard? There are numerous Supreme Court verdicts that have come out against such torture, against such extrajudicial custodial killing, as it were. The question then is, will the Tamil Nadu government listen? Yes, they've acted against these 5 errant police personnel. They've been arrested, they've been suspended from duty, and now the latest is, and this has happened just in the last few minutes, that the state has decided to give the matter to the CBI. But will there be actual accountability? Will these people be put in jail, convicted and sentenced, so that it becomes an example for other cops not to follow? Now, such was the extent of the barbarism that was unleashed on Ajit Kumar. He suffered brain hemorrhage. That's because there was a fatal head injury that was caused by the blunt force trauma. You can see he was beaten up with sticks from that footage that we showed a moment ago. There was blunt force trauma on his head, and it led to brain hemorrhage. There were over 30 contusions across his body, on his head, on his chest, in his limbs. There were multiple injuries consistent with physical abuse during custody, and some acute injuries to his vital organs, which only could have been caused because of assault, because you can't have injuries to your vital organs deep inside your body just because you slipped and fell. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has spoken with the family of the temple guard, Ajit Kumar. He has assured all assistance, and just in the last few minutes, the state government has also decided to hand over this matter to the CBI. The state government is saying that they will wholeheartedly cooperate with the central agency in this matter and want to get justice for Ajit Kumar and his family. Let's listen.
Sir, Naveen பேசுறேன் சார்.
வணக்கம் தம்பி, வணக்கம் தம்பி, வணக்கம். நடக்கூடாது நடந்துருச்சு, தைரியமா இருங்க. நான் ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்கேன். என்ன எங்க ஹெல்ப் பண்ண சொல்றேன் உங்களுக்கு அமைச்சத்தை சொல்லி. கரெக்ட் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன். தைரியமா இருங்க, தைரியமா இருங்க.
இல்லைங்க சார், விசாரணைக்கு கூட்டு போயிட்டு இந்த மாதிரிலாம்
அதான் நடந்துச்சு. உடனே ஆக்ஷன் எடுத்துருக்கோம்.
சரிங்க சார்.
அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு எல்லாரையும்.
சரிங்க சார்.
நீங்க தைரியமா இருங்க. உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணுமோ எப்படி சொல்றேன்.
இல்லைங்க சார், பையன் வயசு வந்து 29 வயசுங்க சார். எங்கள் அம்மா வந்து இப்போ எங்கள் அப்பா வந்து சின்ன வயசுல இறந்துட்டாங்க. நான் வந்து லூக்கன்ற ஒரு பிரைவேட் கம்பெனியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன் சார். ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு வளர்த்த பிள்ளை சார் அவன். ரொம்ப எங்கள் அம்மா சொல்லுங்க.
யாருமே கேட்டுக்க முடியாது, ஒத்துக்க முடியாது. அதுக்கு என்ன தண்டனை வாங்கி கொடுத்துருவேன். தைரியமா இருங்க, தைரியமா இருங்க.
சரிங்க சார், ஓகே சார்.
Meanwhile, the courts have also weighed in, pulling up the Tamil Nadu police. The Madras High Court has asked if Ajit Kumar was a terrorist to deserve the kind of treatment that was meted out to him by the police. The Madras High Court also further questioned as to why the inquiry was held inside the police station in the first place and if there were any CCTV cameras inside the police station. The Madras High Court has also asked what is the question that is in everyone's mind, which is why was such brutality unleashed, and that too in a theft case? As the court said, he's not some kind of terrorist. He's not some criminal mastermind that he has to get this kind of treatment. Why was he subject to this kind of third-degree torture?
If at all Mr. Stalin can recollect what he has said 5 years back, he should have resigned by this time. After this incident has happened, this is the 24th incident, 24th lock-up death in the last 4 years. This is shameful. This government should have gone by this time.
They somehow are there. They are crazy without power. And the BJP wants to enter into Tamil Nadu. The problem is that 6 police officers were not transferred, they were suspended. Which means the police have taken action.
All right, I want to go across for a quick face-off on this. Vinod P. Selvam is leader of the Tamil Nadu BJP, A. Saravanan, spokesperson of the DMK. Saravanan, you're a lawyer. I'm sure you have fought cases of such a nature where, you know, people who are accused persons are treated to this kind of third-degree torture. I mean, on your conscience, can you condone something like this? I mean, is this acceptable in a civilized society, in a progressive state like Tamil Nadu?
Zaka, nobody can accept this. In a civilized society, see, the civilization is judged by how you treat your criminals. So in that sense, definitely this is a blot on the way they have conducted. Like any force, any department, there are black sheep, there are rotten apples who spoil the image and name their predecessors, their colleagues have fought to get. So in that vein, definitely this has to be condemned and has been condemned, and strictest action possible will be taken. The stringent punishment, I think now the CBI is going to investigate this, and definitely all the culprits will be booked.
So, Saravanan, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Had this footage, now it's caught on camera, everybody can see, had this footage not come, I believe it's been captured by some mobile phone, by some person there, had this footage not come, the police would have got away with their initial FIR, which is that Ajit Kumar slipped and fell.
See, Zaka, I don't think investigation goes by what's there in the FIR. Investigation goes by what is there in the postmortem report. Investigation goes by what the eyewitness account says and all other things, not just what is there in the FIR, irrespective of this.
No, but why did they say slipped and fell? The attempt was to cover up, right? That's why they said slipped and fell.
Yes, Zaka, the initial attempt was to cover up because it is within the same jurisdiction and the same cops. That is why the cops were arrested, the DSP has been put suspended, and the SP has been put on compulsory wait.
No, which is what I'm saying. Had it not... Yes. See, even when he died, it was known, and let me get Vinod into this conversation. The autopsy report reveals brain hemorrhage, 30 contusions across his body, signs of torture, blunt force trauma, and acute injuries to his vital organs. None of this is going to happen if you just slip and fall, which is what the first FIR said. So clearly the attempt, Mr. Selvam, was the police want to hush this up. And maybe Saravanan is right, it's the same cops. The cops will always protect the cops. That's what happened initially. It's because of this footage that came. Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. A young temple guard by name B. Ajit Kumar was brutally beaten up by the police in Tamil Nadu's Sivagangai district. Now, the police initially tried to cover this whole thing up, but now CCTV footage has emerged of what is clear. It is daylight torture. He's been beaten with sticks, he's been kneed, he's been elbowed, and all this while from the footage you can see that Ajit Kumar, who is accused of theft of some valuables, he is begging and pleading with the cops. Now, some of these cops are wearing what they call mufti clothes so that their identities are not revealed. But somebody managed to capture this on mobile phone. And this footage, you can see it's been captured through some kind of a windowsill. This is clearly showing the extent of brutality that's been unleashed on this young individual. Like I said, the police initially tried to cover it up. In the FIR, they mentioned that he slipped and fell, but the death now clearly happens to be because of the torture that he suffered in judicial custody, in police custody, I must add. So the question is, why should, in this day and age, in the 21st century, the police not be held to the same standard that the enforcers of the law, the rule enforcers, who the cops are, they hold all of society to? Why should they not be held to the same standard? There are numerous Supreme Court verdicts that have come out against such torture, against such extrajudicial custodial killing, as it were. The question then is, will the Tamil Nadu government listen? Yes, they've acted against these 5 errant police personnel. They've been arrested, they've been suspended from duty, and now the latest is, and this has happened just in the last few minutes, that the state has decided to give the matter to the CBI. But will there be actual accountability? Will these people be put in jail, convicted and sentenced so that it becomes an example for other cops not to follow? Now, such was the extent of the barbarism that was unleashed on Ajit Kumar. He suffered brain hemorrhage. That's because there was a fatal head injury that was caused by the blunt force trauma. You can see he was beaten up with sticks from that footage that we showed a moment ago. There was blunt force trauma on his head and it led to brain hemorrhage. There were over 30 contusions across his body, on his head, on his chest, in his limbs. There were multiple injuries consistent with physical abuse during custody, and some acute injuries to his vital organs, which only could have been caused because of assault, because you can't have injuries to your vital organs deep inside your body just because you slipped and fell. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has spoken with the family of the temple guard, Ajit Kumar. He has assured all assistance. And just in the last few minutes, the state government has also decided to hand over this matter to the CBI. The state government is saying that they will wholeheartedly cooperate with the central agency in this matter and want to get justice for Ajit Kumar and his family. Let's listen.
Sir, Naveen பேசுறேன் சார்.
வணக்கம். நடக்கூடாது நடந்துருச்சு, தைரியமா இருங்க. நான் ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்கேன். என்ன ஹெல்ப் பண்ண சொல்றேன். அமைச்சர்கிட்ட சொல்லி கரெக்டா எடுத்துருங்க. தைரியமா இருங்க.
இல்லைங்க சார், விசாரணைக்கு கூட்டு போயிட்டு இந்த மாதிரிலாம்
நடந்துச்சு. உடனே ஆக்ஷன் எடுத்துருக்கோம்.
சரிங்க சார்.
அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு எல்லாரையும்.
சரிங்க சார்.
நீங்க தைரியமா இருங்க. உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணுமோ அப்படி சொல்றேன்.
இல்லைங்க சார், பையன் வயசு வந்து 29 வயசுங்க சார். எங்க அம்மா வந்து எங்க அப்பா வந்து சின்ன வயசுல இறந்துட்டாங்க. நான் வந்து லூக்கன்ற ஒரு பிரைவேட் கம்பெனியில் ஒர்க் பண்றேன் சார். ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு வளர்த்த பிள்ளை சார் அவன். ரொம்ப எங்க அம்மா சொல்லுங்க.
யாருமே ஏத்துக்க முடியாது, ஒத்துக்க முடியாது. அதுக்கு என்ன தண்டனை வாங்கி விடுவோம், கொடுத்துருவேன். தைரியமா இருங்க.
சரிங்க சார்.
Meanwhile, the courts have also weighed in. Pulling up to Tamil Nadu police, the Madras High Court has asked if Ajit Kumar was a terrorist to deserve the kind of treatment that was meted out to him by the police. The Madras High Court also further questioned as to why the inquiry was held inside the police station in the first place and if there were any CCTV cameras inside the police station. The Madras High Court has also asked what is the question that is in everyone's mind, which is why was such brutality unleashed, and that too in a theft case? As the court said, he's not some kind of terrorist, he's not some criminal mastermind that he has to get this kind of treatment. Why was he subject to this kind of third-degree torture?
If at all Mr. Stalin can recollect what he has said 5 years back, he should have resigned by this time. After this incident has happened, this is the 24th incident, 24th lockup death in the last 4 years. This is shameful. This government should have gone by this time.
They somehow are there. They are crazy without power. And the BJP wants to enter into Tamil Nadu. The problem is that 6 police officers were not transferred, they were suspended. Which means the police have taken action.
All right, I want to go across for a quick face-off on this. Vinod P. Selvam is leader of the Tamil Nadu BJP, A. Saravanan, spokesperson of the DMK. Saravanan, you're a lawyer. I'm sure you have fought cases of such a nature where, people who are accused persons are treated to this kind of third-degree torture. I mean, on your conscience, can you condone something like this? I mean, is this acceptable in a civilized society, in a progressive state like Tamil Nadu?
Zaka, nobody can accept this. In a civilized society, the civilization is judged by how you treat your criminals. So in that sense, definitely this is a blot on the way they have conducted. Like any force, any department, there are black sheep, there are rotten apples who spoil the image and name their predecessors, their colleagues have fought to get. So in that vein, definitely this has to be condemned and has been condemned. And strictest action possible will be taken, the stringent punishment. I think now the CBI is going to investigate this, and definitely all the culprits will be booked.
So, Saravanan, can I ask you one question? Yes. Had this footage, now it's caught on camera, everybody can see, had this footage not come, I believe it's been captured by some mobile phone by some person there. Had this footage not come, the police would have got away with their initial FIR, which is that Ajit Kumar slipped and fell.
Zaka, I don't think investigation goes by what's there in the FIR. Investigation goes by what is there in the postmortem report. Investigation goes by what the eyewitness account says and all other things, not just what is there in the FIR, irrespective of this.
No, but why did they say slipped and fell? The attempt was to cover up, right? That's why they said slipped and fell.
Yes, Zaka, the initial attempt was to cover up because it is within the same jurisdiction and the same cops. That is why the cops were arrested, the DSP has been put suspended, and the SP has been put on compulsory wait.
No, which is what I'm saying. Had it not... See, even when he died, it was known, and let me get Vinod into this conversation. The autopsy report reveals brain hemorrhage, 30 contusions across his body, signs of torture, blunt force trauma, and acute injuries to his vital organs. None of this is going to happen if you just slip and fall, which is what the first FIR said. So clearly the attempt, Mr. Selvam, was the police want to hush this up. And maybe Saravanan is right, it's the same cops. The cops will always protect the cops. That's what happened initially. It's because of this footage that came out that they had no choice, but they had to, take corrective action.
It is not the first time that a custodial death has happened in Tamil Nadu under the DMK's watch. 24 deaths is not a small number.
No,
and
that's
the
wrong.
police don't seem
there
to have
are
learned
not
from the
24
mistakes
No, one
of the
second. Let
past.
him finish. I'll come back to you, Saravanan. Let him finish. Come on, please. Yeah.
See, whatever statistics Mr. Saravanan is going to come and hold and say it didn't happen is not going to work because the High Court themselves have observed In fact, there's been a question asked to the chief minister if he is willing to publish a white paper on the number of custodial deaths which have happened after DMK came to power. In 2020, when a similar episode happened in Sathangulam, the DMK and its alliance and this film fraternity whom they have a great control over, all of them took to the streets, and it was a very emotive issue in the state, and it's a very condemnable issue, and that is one of the reasons why even this government collapsed in 2021. Now the same episode has happened in Tirupavaram. The kind of brutality which has been shown on Ajit Kumar is completely horrendous. It's an heinous crime, and in fact the High Court has come down very heavily. Mr. Saran is a lawyer himself, so he should be knowing better. The High Court has in fact called this a murder of a citizen by the state itself, and it's very disheartening to see what has happened. And as you rightly said, if this video has not come out, this would have been declared as a case of fits. That's what the police FIR reads, that this person had fits and he died because of that. But the postmortem report says otherwise. 42 injuries on his body. There is not one organ which has not been damaged by the brutality. And what is very interesting to note is that in Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu police have never ever formed a special team to nab an individual who's not a history sheeter, who does not have a criminal record, for the mere case of a theft of a single chain. It has not happened before. It is not like there are no thefts happening in Tamil Nadu. Robbery is a part of our everyday life in Tamil Nadu. It's been happening everywhere. Murders happening everywhere. Rapes happening everywhere. But a special team was formed to nab this individual.
Okay.
And under whose instruction did this happen?
So that's something that the court has also asked. Saranan, in a petty theft case, petty or serious theft, whatever it is, it's a theft case. The court has asked, why was he treated like he was a terrorist? Now, clearly, either the cops were acting under the influence of some powerful person whose chain or valuables may have been stolen, or there was something else at play here. Clearly the reason is, for somebody who's accused of this kind of a petty crime to be meted this kind of treatment, third-degree torture in police custody, surely something else is at play here, Saravanan. So that's what people want to know.
Let's not make wild insinuations that this could have happened, that could have happened. The origin of this theft is because the way the police reacted is because of, they say it's a viral social media claim that of a woman that her jewels were lost. So this became a sensation.
But you think for a theft case, this kind of, this is how the police should...
Yes, Zaka, absolutely there is no justification for the way the police have acted. You asked me a question, why so much of interest? This interest is because of this social media post. And another important aspect is, whoever it is, howsoever high they may be, whoever is behind this, somebody else are behind this, all of them will be booked. Tamil Nadu government, the DMK government will spare no effort. There may be allegations if the state police investigates that they want to shield somebody, they want to ensure that the investigation does not go in a far way. The chief minister says, let it go to CBI. Absolutely no problem. Whoever it is, howsoever high may be, whichever party they belong to, howsoever rich they may be, let them all come out. Let them all be treated. Let them all get the stringent punishment if they are involved. So, see.
But by the way, it's also the same CBI that you accuse of being, a caged parrot and acting at the behest of the central government and so on.
That's true, Zaka. That's true. Let me finish this. See, they allege that 24 custodial deaths have happened since the DMK government has taken power. That is false. There are only 4 custodial deaths since DMK has come to power, and all the cops have been arrested. So they were talking about...
One second, this 24... One second. This 24 custodial deaths was a figure cited in a writ petition that was filed in the Madras High Court since 2022, that in the last 4 years, there have been 24 custodial deaths. This was filed in a writ petition in the Madras High Court. And the court has not rejected it, by the way. The court has not said that these numbers are wrong.
That's why I'm coming to that, Zaka. See, custodial death also includes people who die in prisons, maybe to health reasons or any other reasons. They are all termed as custodial deaths, wherever murder has taken place. So, investigation has taken place, and it has been proved, post-mortem reports, doctor report, everything has conclusively proved that they have died due to their illness or some health complications. So that does not have come under the purview of something what has happened in Tribhuvanam or in Sathangulam. And let me make this very, very clear that in case of Sathangulam, there was so much of uproar because the government decided to protect the culprits. The chief minister went on record and said...
One second. Let me ask Vinod. You know, this figure that you're disputing, about 24 custodial deaths, at least, you know, it's the deaths case. That's what people are, you know, appalled about. But if you look at just torture, broken limbs, etc., Vinod, 2024, again, basis an RTI. The RTI reply revealed that 300 people in the Pural prison in Chennai, which is one of the biggest prisons in the state, 300 people had broken limbs. Tamil Nadu police have resorted to 21 encounter killings since 2021. This is as per an RTI, by the way. So much so that the High Court, the Madras High Court, pulled up the Tamil Nadu police for, quote, disregarding constitutional rights by staging these encounters. These are not my words. These are not words from, you know, opposition parties in Tamil Nadu. Words of the High Court of Madras. Mr. Selvam.
So, the 24 deaths, I can even name them with the deceased person's name, starting from Namakkal sub-jail to the Secretariat, Housing Board, Police Station. There have been several episodes, incidents where individuals have been murdered in custody. You know, that's what I should actually call it. Custodial deaths is too, it's not harsh enough for what has been happening. Now, just these namesake arrests and transfers is not going to be doing any good, because we need to try to understand what has happened to various police officers who were accused of, custodial deaths in the past. All of them are back and they are working again, maybe in different police stations, having the same attitude. Just like how he said, the police save the police. But that's not enough. That's not how justice gets served. I, in fact, want to go one step ahead and talk about the person who should actually be taking responsibility for this heinous crime is the minister who's responsible for the police department. And in this particular case, the minister happens to be the chief minister himself. The chief minister holds the portfolio for the police. And if 24 deaths have happened under his watch in his department, using his conscience, he should actually be the one stepping forward and resigning at this point. Saying sorry to the family is not going to be enough. A sorry is not going to bring the life back.
Very quickly, 10 seconds.
A 29-year-old individual has lost his life today.
Yeah, Zaka, if the same logic is applied, Modi ji should resign 1,000 times. Amit Shah should resign 10,000 times. Will they do that? Will they preach? Will they follow what they preach?
Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Let's move on to the other stories that we're tracking. But we'll leave it at that between the DMK and the BJP. This has become a huge story in the state of Tamil Nadu, and we'll be on the back of it, tracking whether the people who were responsible for the death of Ajit Kumar are brought to justice. Meanwhile, in neighboring Telangana, a day after a massive blast reduced a chemical factory in the state literally to ashes, and this is barely an hour and a half away from Hyderabad, the death toll has now gone up to 36. Operations are continuing with the police and the fire department officials retrieving several bodies from the rubble. In fact, we're given to understand at least 3 to 4 more bodies are in such a state where they can't be identified, and therefore they've not revealed the true extent of the death toll. Right now, it is at 36, but could likely go up even further. This blast happened at a chemicals factory. It's called the Sigachi Chemicals Factory. This is in Sangareddy district. It has raised many questions over the lapses, the lack of regulatory mechanisms. Since this accident happened over the last 24 plus hours, no one there has seen the owners. The FIR that has been registered does not mention anything about the owners of the factory or the managers of the factory or the people who are responsible for these lapses. And the police don't seem to be in any hurry to make any arrests in this case. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy today visited the site. He sought a detailed report on the accident. He also instructed officials to conduct inspections in all chemical companies in the state. A high-level 5-member committee has been formed to review and probe the mishap. But the critical question that needs to be asked is, even if this was negligence, even if this was an accident, somebody needs to be held to account for these 36 deaths. Who is that person?
Inquiry is going on. I wanted to find out all the details. Then only I can comment anything. Otherwise, if I comment something, it will take another turn. Definitely, we will see whatever concerns are there, whatever lapses are there, whatever regulation has to be implemented. We will examine everything. We will take a serious view on those incidents. Same time, I have told my people 1 crore rupees for death families. 10 lakhs rupees major that accident and limited whatever injuries are there, for them also 5 lakh rupees, and medical thing, government will take care everything.
Well, the chemical factory was involved with the production of microcrystalline cellulose. It's a purified, partially depolymerized cellulose that's derived from fibrous plant material. Oftentimes, it's derived from wood pulp. Now, explaining the probable cause of this blast, a fire official said that pressure seemed to have built up when the workers were operating the spray dryer. Now, investigators are also probing the reactor spray dryer blast, which is likely from a chemical reaction or the ignition of chemical dust particles. Fine dust chemical particles could have accelerated the blast and the subsequent fire that eventually happened. But the question that still begs to be asked is, why do we see such industrial accidents in India in the first place? Here are some factors that could be at play. There are redundant regulations, including 15 acts and 19 rules. There is a lack of unified approach for the chemical industry. There's a degree of fragmentation that leads to overlapping jurisdictions between various government departments, and that leads to loopholes in the enforcement of these various rules and laws. It weakens oversight and it weakens the enforcement of these safety measures. The lack of a central database on industrial chemicals and their risks also creates a knowledge gap, and that hinders hazard assessment, safety protocols. Boiler operations often fall under untrained contractual workers who lack proper safety and emergency response training, as has been highlighted by a study by IIT Kanpur. And this often leads to confusion during accidents. It increases risks, particularly with hazardous chemicals. Also, there are industries that try to cut corners, owners of companies and factories that try to cut corners. Cost cutting by some industries often neglects safety equipment and infrastructure, whether it's proper ventilation and whether it is proper fire safety. There's also lax implementation, insufficient inspectors, corruption, low safety awareness in what is clearly an informal sector.
This is the place where exactly the explosion was happened. Almost 36 people died in this incident and several people injured, almost 45 people getting their treatment in the different hospitals. And the Chief Minister, just now Chief Minister visited this place and assured for the complete compensation for them. The government Chief Minister announced that they will pay 1 crore rupees of ex gratia to the people who died in this incident with the help of a company. They wanted to talk to the companies, and accordingly they wanted to provide 1 crore ex gratia to the people who died in this incident. And moreover, the government also announced, the Chief Minister also announced that they will pay 10 lakh rupees for the people who seriously injured and they are unable to work in the further, and they wanted to give 5 lakh rupees to the people who injured normally, who has got the normal injuries and they can come for the work later on getting the treatment. So now we can see here with the complete picture that the blast was happened right here. This is the broiler where that complete blast was happened. Here the entire process will come over there. The powder will come in the liquid format, and this broiler will make that chemical into the powder. It is almost 700 to 800 degree temperature. It will be processed in 700 to 800 degree temperature. Generally, it will be cooled, like it will be treated every time. But unfortunately, I think the primary estimation of the government is that the authorities is that it has happened because of proper for not maintaining properly. It's a human error itself.
Meanwhile, actor Shefali Zariwala's sudden death because of cardiac arrest has raised concerns over young and fit people falling prey to heart ailment. In the backdrop of that, one district in Karnataka has seen an alarming surge in heart attack cases. Adults who are as young as 22 years old have died of a heart attack in Hassan district in the state. The health department has instructed the health department officials to conduct a thorough study and find the scientific basis for why there is such a sudden spike. Now take a look at some of these numbers. 3 more lives were tragically lost to cardiac arrest today. 3 in one district in just one single day. So what that does is it brings the total number of deaths in that one district to 23 deaths just in the last 40 days, all of young people under the age of 40-45, because of heart attacks in that one district of Hassan. Now what's particularly concerning is that the age demographics of these victims, if you look at the breakup of the age factor amongst these victims. 6 of these folks out of the 23, 6 of them were between the age of 19 and 25. 19 and 25, that's not the age that you should be getting a cardiac arrest. 9 of them were in the age group between 25 and 45. So a majority, which is 15 out of 23, were people who were considered young, who were considered to be under the age of 45. The remaining 4 were between 45 and 58 years old. The fact that a majority of these deceased were below the age of 45 has left a lot of people in that district, particularly their near and dear ones, in deep shock. In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that the Health Department panel that will be looking into it will also probe the reasons for these sudden deaths, particularly the deaths amongst young people. Now, we've heard this sort of familiar argument that's been put forth, which again, politically, the Chief Minister and other officials in Karnataka are also citing possibly the side effects of the COVID vaccine, if any. Now, there are 2 problems with that. Number one, there is no scientific medical evidence to show that there is a connection between taking the COVID vaccine and increased heart attacks. And number 2, people took the COVID vaccine almost 5 years ago or 4 years ago. Why is it acting up now, for a full 4 years later, in seemingly young people?
Full-fledged politics has started over the heart attack deaths in Hassan. While the BJP said that the government was not doing enough over this issue, the Chief Minister has hit back now, saying that the COVID vaccines and the hurried approval to them could be the reason. He said that global studies are indicating that COVID vaccines could be one of the causes for sudden heart attack deaths in several youngsters. Interestingly now, a probe has been ordered, and this probe will be carried out by a committee which was formed a few months back to look into sudden deaths that were occurring and whether the COVID vaccine was a reason for it. The same committee will look at heart attack deaths in Hassan. Well, even as politics plays out over this issue, the entire aspect of newer cases coming in every day of people dying in their early 20s and 30s because of heart attack, especially in Hassan, is causing a huge concern. This committee will now look into individual cases, especially people who are in their early 20s, 30s or 40s who died because of heart attack in Hassan, and look at the underlying health condition, if any, was present and their medical records. But the fact that this committee has been just given 10 days to look into all these details, many are asking if that's enough to look into data of more than 20 people, their health records, and what is the kind of treatment that was given to them.
Just getting some breaking news. Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is in the United States for the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. In his opening remarks, the External Affairs Minister spoke about the need for zero tolerance on terror. Remember, this is the first big Quad meeting after the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor. Also reminding some of his Quad counterparts, the United States, Australia and Japan, that terror victims and perpetrators cannot be equated, as was the attempt, certainly after Operation Sindoor, by the Pakistan state and particularly its army chief to try and equate and rehyphenate India and Pakistan. But that narrative has been busted by the External Affairs Minister, that you cannot have the perpetrator of terror and the victims of terror being seen on an even keel. So that meeting, the Quad meeting, is underway right now in Washington, D.C. It's been presided over by the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, attended by the foreign ministers of India, Australia and Japan. But the bigger story that is going to develop over the next few days is on the India-United States trade deal. Whether it will be a full-fledged trade deal, a limited trade deal, or whether one will happen at all. India's trade team has extended its stay in Washington to try and iron out differences as both sides look to clinch a deal before the 9th of July deadline. Remember, Trump had imposed the 26% tariffs on India, 10% base and 16% reciprocal tariffs on the 2nd of April. And then after about a week or so, he put those on hold for 3 months. That deadline ends July 9th, which is next week. That's when the tariffs are all set to kick in. Sources have told CNBC TV 18, our sister channel, that the talks between India and the United States continue to face a stalemate over certain sensitive sectors, sensitive items when it comes to agriculture, agricultural products, and dairy products. India's negotiating team has extended their stay. Talks have now entered a critical phase. They're pushing hard for a competitive edge for labor-intensive sectors like textile, leather, footwear, etc. In this limited trade deal that they're hoping to clinch with the United States before that deadline that is looming over not just India, but all other countries that do trade with the United States, which is the 9th of July. In the midst of this, the White House press secretary has said that Trump will make an announcement regarding India in the next few days.
India-US trade negotiations have entered the final lap before the 9th of July deadline. Officials have made it clear that there will be no concessions on agriculture and dairy, as these are red lines in the trade talks, and India has kept them out with other nations too in trade deals, including with the UK and in talks with the European Union. Sources also say that both sides are yet to come to an agreement on average tariffs. While US wants to impose 10% baseline tariffs as an average tariff rate on India, India wants zero duty access or at least preferential treatment compared to Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh. Also, India wants an exemption from 25% US tariff on steel imports, but this is unlikely to happen. For the moment, the biggest issue is around agriculture and dairy, with Indian officials conveying that they may have to walk out if US persists with the demand that India should open up its agriculture and dairy sectors for US goods. But there is still hope that a deal may happen in the next 2 to 3 days, with the White House saying that President Trump and his team are working on trade deals with several countries and they will announce an update on India very soon.
And talking about President Trump, what happened to be once upon a time a solid friendship has turned so bitter now between US President Donald Trump and the founder of Tesla and the one-time head of Doge, Elon Musk. So much so, now President Trump is threatening to deport his billionaire friend Elon Musk back to South Africa, the country of his origin, the country where he was born. In fact, in recent days, after a period of uneasy truce, Musk was the one who first fired salvos over Trump and the big, beautiful bill that Trump and the Republicans are hoping to pass through the Senate. Musk has criticized the bill over trillions of dollars that it would add to the fiscal deficit. Somewhere close to $4 trillion is the claim made by Musk and his supporters. Musk has said that he would launch a new political party and oust all those Republican lawmakers who were supporting the bill, who said one thing in the campaign and who are now supporting this bill. Irked beyond measure, Trump has said that Elon Musk could lose a lot more than EV mandate, hinting that he could even look at taking away Elon's American citizenship and deporting him back to South Africa.
In a week already thick with fireworks, a different kind of explosion is lighting up Washington. And it's again between two of America's most powerful egos, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. One is the president, pushing a legacy-defining spending bill. The other is the world's richest man, calling it a debt slavery bomb. And now, the billionaire who helped support Trump's re-election says he's ready to destroy the GOP from within. At the center of the feud, Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, a massive tax and spending package worth over $5 trillion. It aims to extend his first-term tax cuts, boost military and border spending, and fund large-scale deportations. But it also slashes welfare, healthcare, and clean energy subsidies. The Congressional Budget Office says it could spike the US deficit by nearly $3.3 trillion over the next decade. Elon Musk, once Trump's top advisor and head of the Federal Department of Government Efficiency, is now calling the bill and the lawmakers backing it a betrayal of every fiscal conservative in America. He's accused Republicans of selling out to debt and waste. His words are, "We live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party." On X, Musk wrote, "Every member of Congress who campaigned on cutting spending and then voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame." And now the Tesla and SpaceX CEO says if the bill is passed, he'll launch a new political force, the America Party. He says the US needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican Uniparty and promises to fund challengers to every Republican who supported the bill. He's already spent close to $300 million in campaign donations and says he's just getting started. Musk said that they would lose their primary next year, even if it's the last thing he does on Earth. Trump once called Musk a brilliant guy. Musk credited himself with helping Trump win the 2024 election. But things turned ugly. After Musk's online tirade, Trump hit back with a threat of his own on Truth Social. Elon may get more subsidy than any human in history. Without subsidies, he'd have to shut down and head back to South Africa. He even hinted that Doge, ironically, the efficiency unit Musk once led, should investigate Tesla and SpaceX. Trump's anger isn't just talk. He's now threatening to cancel federal contracts and subsidies that fund Musk's companies, from NASA launches to EV credits. No more rocket launches, no more satellites, no more electric cars, Trump posted. We'd save a fortune. The market noticed. Tesla shares dipped $150 billion in value amid the chaos, though they later recovered. Is Musk serious about a third party? Musk says he is. But is the US buying it? Polls show nearly 80% of ex-users support the idea of an America party. But national surveys tell a different story. Only 8% say they'd vote for Musk over Trump. Most independents say neither. And political analysts say building a viable third party in the US is close to impossible. Ballot rules, funding structures, and institutional inertia all work against it. As the Senate rushes to meet Trump's July 4th deadline, the bill is still facing amendments, holdouts, and infighting. If passed, it'll reshape American tax law, defense spending, and social programs for years.
So it's been a month and a half since Operation Sindoor between India and Pakistan. It's the biggest conflict in terms of scale, in terms of depth that we have seen in the context of India-Pakistan in the last 50 years. The last time something like this happened was in 1971. So this month and a half now gives us a sense to really assess what India achieved in those 4 days, in those 88 hours between the morning of the 7th of May and the evening of the 10th of May when the ceasefire was declared. A lot of people have been assessing it, have been analyzing it, have been writing about it, have been talking about it. There is a lot of evidence already in the form of satellite imagery, in the form of video evidence that we've seen that locals have shot in Pakistan. And like I said, a lot of analysis has already been done. But what is the most definitive and authoritative account that we can get of just how much damage India left behind? And the bigger question is, has this now changed the whole paradigm between India and Pakistan? Is this enough of a deterrent now for Pakistan to mend its ways and stop using these terror proxies against innocent Indian civilians? One person who's caught the attention of a lot of people here in India is Mr. John Spencer. He's the chair of the Urban Warfare Studies at Modern War Institute at West Point. Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer. First things first, welcome to India.
Thank you.
What are you doing here?
So I'm learning more about what you just talked about Operation Sindoor, all the way from the April 22nd terrorist attack until the end of it. There's so many lessons there, from the tactical to the strategic. So I'm here to do interviews, and what I do is travel the world into war zones to get those lessons firsthand.
So what is it that intrigued you most about Operation Sindoor?
I mean, really every bit of it, from the strategic change of India's doctrine towards terrorism, that a response would be immediate, the nuclear blackmail won't work anymore, to the individual technologies in the town hall that you just did, like it's doing my research for me, asking those questions about the made in India indigenous systems, to the back and forth, and also the misinformation, which we live in a world of misinformation. Even in the United States, I hear people talking about how many Indian aircraft were knocked down. So this analyzing every bit of what happened, why it happened, what major decisions were made and when, and then what are the lessons that not just India took from them, but what can the rest of the world take from?
So why do you think this was different from any other operation that we've seen in recent times? So much so that you've flown all the way from the States. It's a long flight.
Yeah.
It's a long trek to be making. So What was so intriguing for you? What was the standout for you as far as this operation was concerned?
Well, I'm still looking for it. I mean, of course, two nuclear-armed countries going to war with each other. It's limited operation, but also which that leadership of India showed that, like, we were attacked, we're going to respond, very limited. The communication both publicly and privately that was happening, so many elements. I mean, I'm an old infantryman. I did 25 years in the military, so there's some little things that I'm looking at army-wise, but the drone, counter-drone fight, the fact that, you know, beyond visual range, technologies that were deployed, so many elements here. I think at that bigger picture, that definitely caught my eye of having been here on the ground to study the 2008 Mumbai attacks and how different the response was to that terrorist attack. Clearly launched by Pakistan, ISI, LET, but it was a different world back then.
Yeah.
So
what do you think changed between 2008 and 2025?
Yeah.
In the nature of the response that India delivered to Pakistan?
I think the Indian government is different. The world is different. So it's post-global war on terrorism when, you know, to be honest, the Pakistan double game of being needed, but also being a part of the terrorists exporting is changed. But the entire world has changed really since then. What we've seen in the Middle East to now, of course, in India, you know better than I do about the change in the government, the shift after 2019 and others towards made in India. That was multiple years of investment that get tested. And I think during the town hall, you really talked about, which I agree, that's another thing that's, of course, caught my eye is this was a test of Chinese military systems. Who is the biggest peer competitor of the United States. India just went to war with a Chinese proxy, basically, and dominated so India dominated the Chinese equipment. So that's a lot of interest to a lot of people. So that's a part of the study as well.
So when you say India went to war with the Chinese proxy, you know, I asked Air Marshal Dixit, who was there in our town hall, that it was basically the Pakistan army fighting with Chinese weapons. Is the jury still out on the efficacy of these Chinese weapons? Because, you know, for the longest time, Indian war planners and military strategists were talking about this two-front war. You know, Pakistan attacks and China attacks. India has to deal with both fronts. Now it seems more like a fused front. It's Chinese weapons, but Pakistan army is using them. How does that change the nature of how we understand war and how military has to prepare for it?
I mean, the character of warfare, and that came out in the town hall as well, is always changing, right? What new technology, and then you asked about what we call revolutions in military affairs, kind of like manned pilots, drones, all of that aspect. In this, of course, war is the ultimate test, and I deal with the military a lot. There's always ideals about the future of war and what will be most important. For me, all warfare is a combination of the old things you still need and the new technologies enhancing what is known to be what is necessary. The Chinese weaponry aspect of this, again, not tested. The Chinese military hasn't been tested in a very long time, so their tech is being tested and people are buying it. And then as I go around the world, you see, okay, whose tech is being sold to the world, whether that's air defense systems or fighter pilot jets or even missiles. And those get put to the test. Now I have to objectively roll that back. Okay, where did it perform well? Where did it not? And I do everything unclassified, so there's limits to my research. But clearly, on the full scale, and I think this was being missed about Operation Sindoor, is that India, with all of its equipment and, you know, variations from some Israeli, some mostly indigenous Indian, dominated. At least the ability to attack Pakistani sites, the 9 terrorist sites and the 11 military sites, that can't be mixed in the lessons here against the Chinese base on military, basically.
So going back to one of the things that you said, you know, new tech, and we saw evidence of the new tech, you know, drones in particular during the India-Pakistan conflict, as well as we've been seeing this in the context of Russia-Ukraine for a longer period. But you're not one of those folks who thinks that, you know, drones are going to replace fighter jets or fighter pilots.
No, I'm not. I've studied war long enough to know that there are revolutions in military affairs, what we call game changers, like nuclear weapons was a game changer, or, you know, the telegraph, the railroad, things like that. I've been watching drones since the first or the second Nagorno-Karabakh war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, when Turkish and Israeli drones dominated the battlefield, but you have to go there and see why, because it's just an open bowling ground. So anything can be hit that can be seen. It's a evolution of air power. Of course, it's a cheaper version of it. So you have the aspect, and you have the droning, swarming capabilities, which again, what I'm looking at too is D4S and other systems were very dominant even against what is working in other parts of the world, which is swarming. You know, whether it's Shahed version drones or others, if you swarm any advanced system, sometimes you can get breakthroughs. In this case, Pakistan wasn't able to.
What about the human cost? One of the things that governments, especially democracies, have been wary of is putting boots on the ground or sending fighter pilots across the line, because there's a nature of risk involved in it. Drones take that element of risk out because there's no human life being lost. I mean, it's a machine, and you can afford. There's no human cost involved there.
There is definitely, that is the goal, and it's been there in warfare for a long time. I mean, we've been experimenting World War I with basically wired devices, trying not to put soldiers at risk, which you shouldn't. I am also, though, of the mind that some operations, again, this is why explaining to people what the goal was. So even for India in Operation Sindoor, the goal was to reestablish deterrence, establish this new doctrine, not to go all in for something. Even when you see Iran, Israel, it's not a regime change. So, but if you want to do certain things like take ground, you still need soldiers, infantry to seize and hold ground. You can integrate these unmanned systems, and I agree with, like you during the town hall, manned, unmanned teaming is really what we're at. You can help assist in operations, not fully autonomous. Actually, there's even human reservations to fully autonomizing things in war.
Okay.
Like, we're really okay with defensive weapons.
Not so much.
Not so much offensive weapons that there's no human in the loop. Nobody's there yet.
So let me then come to the operative part, and which is that has India now set a new normal for Pakistan-sponsored terrorism? That Pakistan comes in, sends these terror proxies, they attack innocent civilians. Has India imposed a disproportionate level of cost that, if not deterrent value, at least there will be a rethink in the Pakistani establishment of using this terror proxy playbook, which they've been for the last 30, 40 years now?
So it's a good question. Clearly a new doctrine established, and the messaging from the very top to the bottom is very clear. Any terrorist attack will be responded to. It won't be like the other 2008, 2016, 19, nothing. To deter somebody, though, is a big goal when it's institutionalized. And as you've seen Pakistan generals and others making comments, I can't say that somebody's deterred, but there's definitely a new line that's established, and a red line is a red line if it's enforced. There is that deterrence effect, which will factor into thinking, but ultimately you want them to change their behavior of the proxy terrorism. I don't know, I don't think that's there yet, but definitely a signal was sent and received since Pakistan asked for the operation to stop.
So there's also, as you would imagine, a lot of concern here in India about what President Trump has been claiming, that he is the one who mediated, he's the one who got the ceasefire done and so on. Clearly the government of India has rejected that, saying that it was bilaterally arrived at, it was Pakistan that asked for the ceasefire. Why do you think he's saying this and continuing to say this?
I don't do politics, although I do war, which is politics by other means. Our president communicates very uniquely, says things very unique. Some people love him for it. It's very bold, rapid, quick, communicates directly to the people. I'll leave it to India to say who called for the cessation and not. I don't know.
Because the feeling in India, certainly, I mean, we were all covering the war, and we were actively in our newsrooms, we were in touch with our reporters on the ground, was that India could have gone more, it could have gone further, and there was a degree of concern that India was being restrained by the Trump administration. Is that a concern that you see as if not valid, at least coming from a genuine place?
Absolutely. I mean, I understand the Indian perspective on but But there is a sense of reality that during a war, of course, India and the United States are great partners, and that, of course, there is communication, but there's no restraint, there's no mediating, there's no nothing there. I mean, that's beyond, and I leave it to the people that were involved to say what happened, what didn't. I know that India's released the exact timeline, which is impactful, but of course, two great partners are communicating. The restraint, no. India showed immense strategic restraint in identifying the limited objective and then communicating that even to Pakistan, like, look, this is what we did, this is why we did it, and that's a part of my study as well, because that level of constant communication at the highest level, especially the Prime Minister, is so critical in a world we live in where information imagine if we would have had TikTok during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, that level of communication. So I think it is important that India says, like, no, this is exactly what was said. These are the phone calls that were made. That is all important on. I'm not going to go with social media.
There's some folks who are saying, a degree of parity has been now established again between India and Pakistan, at least militarily speaking. The president hosted the field marshal, the now field marshal of the Pakistan Army, for lunch at the White House. Is the American point of view now that India and Pakistan are re-hyphenated?
So again, I don't do politics, but so geopolitics is very complex. The relationships between nations and what they each get out of it. But terrorism shouldn't be complex. We should all object to any amount of, especially exporting of terrorism across borders to a proxy war. That's about the extent of that. I know from many years, from Iraq and Afghanistan, the global war on terrorism, those mill-to-mill relationships, all that, they're complex, but there should be clarity on disavowing terrorism.
But in terms of utility, what Pakistan brings to the American strategic playbook, one could understand, during the 20 years of the war on terror, because you needed depth and you needed some of these, bases to move logistics, move the militaries. There was a certain utility that Pakistan brought to the table, but the war on terror is over now and has been for the last 3 or 4 years. So again, what a lot of people here in India are trying to figure out is what is the strategic value that Pakistan brings to the American strategic table that there seems to be this degree of parity being established between India and Pakistan.
Again, not my area of study. I don't think the war on terrorism is over, although the global war on terrorism campaign, you could say, is over. But the global fight against terrorism, you have ISIS-K and along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, there's plenty of terrorists around, and I think any mutual cooperation.
No, what I meant was American troops are not there in an active form in Afghanistan anymore.
Although having intelligence capabilities against certain aspects, again, it's complex. Not my area of study. I study kind of named operations and wars like that.
So let's talk about the other operation that happened, which is between Iran and Israel. And again, it's unprecedented what we saw in that 12-day period. First with Rising Lion, and then the United States getting in, bombing those 3 nuclear sites. There's been some concern again. First, it was through American media reports, leaked intelligence reports suggesting that the damage in those sites was not as much as the Trump administration is claiming it is. What is your own assessment? I mean, has Iran's nuclear program been sort of permanently depleted? Has it been pushed back by a few months? What is the real impact of this 12-day war?
Sure. So I definitely don't think anybody even tried to say it was destroyed, depleted, eliminated. The goal that Israel set for the operation was to roll it back, to take it away from an imminent breakout in the terms of nuclear weapons. And I don't think there's anybody in my world of objective analysis that can say, not just those multiple attacks, although the United States did, Operation Midnight Hammer, one attack, but there had already been multiple attacks on those 3 and the 4th site, Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo, and there's the plutonium enrichment site. Not just that, but as an objective analyst, has the program been rolled back? Of course, those enrichment sites, and the one that got 12, 30,000 pound American bunker busting built for that site, so designed for that site, did immense amounts of damage. But as an analyst to say, was the goal of the war to roll back the system achieved? Well, the 11 high-ranking nuclear scientists that were eliminated, all the missile component sites, all the bits and pieces that you need in a nuclear weaponization program undoubtedly rolled back.
But push back by how far do you reckon? I mean, months, years?
So I don't do classified research. I think it's more than months.
Okay.
I did hear an analyst I trust is saying even if you started from scratch, you could get it done in about 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's assume that that's the case. I mean, I'm not even going by what the IAEA chief, who reportedly has said that it could be a matter of months before Iran starts enriching again. What I'm curious to know is, again, what's changed in the playbook? Because the playbook is the same. I mean, if Iran's going to go back to its bad old ways, then does Israel have to keep doing this every few years?
Yeah, this is what, again, at that higher level, because I do tactical stuff about, the immense amount of dominance that Israel showed on Iran. But what were the strategic goals? One is the ideal that Iran is this big invincible actor in the Middle East. Israel, being a very small nation with very limited capability, just proved that they're highly vulnerable to attack. Israel dominated their skies and could hit what they want when they want it. But the system was also, the red line was moved. Before it was, we're going to use only diplomatic measures, economic measures to deter. There's a lot of similarities here between these operations. And Israel and the United States says now, look, the old days are over. If you restart this program, not saying we will, but we can, if necessary, use force again if you're continuing to develop it.
Viewers, pay attention. Tonight is a big story, an exclusive story. A CNN News 18 Hard Facts exclusive. The woke ecosystem will find it difficult to dismiss this worrying development as a divisive right-wing conspiracy to polarize public sentiment. Grooming jihad, viewers. The grooming jihad scandal that exploded in the United Kingdom. And you can see those pictures of the accused in the middle of your screens on the left, viewers, has now erupted in India. Viewers, for those who may not know, grooming jihad is the enticing or abduction, forced conversion and radicalization of young girls so that they can be exploited, viewers, by those who claim to be fighting for the cause of Islam. Viewers, here in India, the Prayagraj police has unearthed the case of a Dalit girl from Uttar Pradesh who was allegedly taken from her village to Kerala, where she was forcibly converted to Islam and pressured to train for jihad. Viewers, the Prayagraj police suspect the involvement of an organized network targeting poor and Dalit girls and are coordinating with Kerala police to investigate further. Grooming jihad was once documented in a movie called The Kerala Story. But viewers, fiction has turned to reality, and we should all be worried. The victims' parents confirmed the abduction, conversion, and radicalization, and so did the Prayagraj police. Viewers, listen first to these impassioned cries of a mother and of course of the police, viewers.
हमारी लड़की 8 मई को दावत खाने गई थी कोटेदार की बिटिया के साथ शादी में और वहीं से गायब हो गई 10 बजे रात। उसके बाद इन्हें टिकट कटाया दरस्ता ने, उसके बाद ले गई दिल्ली पहुंच गई, दिल्ली से केरला गई, केरला से हमारे लगे फ़ोन आया था, वो बोली कि अम्मी हमको पकड़ा है, आओ छुड़ा लो। तो आए, हम पुलिस की इतला दिए थे, पुलिस ने छुड़ा के ले आए हमारी लड़की के।
15 वर्षीय नाबालिग लड़की को धर्म परिवर्तन कराने के उद्देश्य से केरल ले जाया गया तथा इस संबंध में थाना फूलपुर पर सूचना देने पर अज्ञात नंबर से फ़ोन करके गाली गलौज व जान से मारने की धमकी दी। 3 टीमों का गठन किया गया है जो इसमें गहनता से जांच करें।
Viewers, this incident that has been tracked to Prayagraj and is now exploding is concerning, not only because young Hindu girls are the victims, but because, viewers, in specific, Dalit girls are being preyed upon. Now remember, viewers, for a while an ecosystem has been claiming that meme or the Muslim community and the Bhim or the Dalit community share the same sense of camaraderie, as they are both marginalized in what the ecosystem calls an increasingly Brahminical polity. So they have the reason to come together and they will always look out for each other's interests. Viewers, this is an inversion, complete inversion of that claim, viewers. 2 people have been detained. Charge is that they abducted a minor. They forcibly converted the minor girl to Islam. The girl belonged to the Dalit community. The minor girl was taken to Kerala. Minor girl was being trained for terror acts. The highly placed sources in the intelligence agencies have told CNN News 18's Manoj Gupta that almost $26 billion have been set aside by hardline Islamists in the Gulf to fund this grooming jihad, as it is being called, which is a very meticulously planned operation. ISI-backed modules scout Dalit girls for conversion to Islam. They are abducted or enticed using all these funds that are supplied by Gulf donors to Kerala-based modules. So they are sourced from different parts of the country. They are taken to Kerala. They are housed in isolated coastal or backwater properties in Thrissur, Malappuram, etc. Recruits are then given Arabic names, made to sever ties with their community. Weapon handling, encrypted communication techniques are taught to them. Salafi Wahhabi texts frame Hindu religion as oppressive. They are completely turned against their faith, viewers, and the radicalized converts are then smuggled to ISIS-K, Khorasan camps in Afghanistan and beyond to be sexually exploited in the name of serving the faith's so-called saviors. And viewers, the routes are by air. There are several different permutations and combinations. You have the Kochi, Istanbul, Kabul route. It's all very murky. Then you have the Kochi, Dubai, Kabul route. You also have by land, Kerala, Sri Lanka, Iran, Afghanistan. So it becomes a huge, big sort of jalebi almost, viewers. There have been incidents in the past, but these have been dismissed as isolated cases. In 2016, the Kasargod module, 21 individuals were radicalized in Padana Madrasa's, viewers. Trafficked to Afghanistan, 16 were killed in airstrikes between 2016 and 2019. 5 children were repatriated. The facts that have emerged now, viewers, this is very, very important to focus on. The facts that have emerged deal a body blow to the ideological denialism of India's pseudo-secular tribe that even ignores the systemic exploitation of the most marginalized Dalit girls because accepting the truth would damage their carefully constructed narrative of victimhood and Islamophobia. Because they constantly say there is only Islamophobia, that you cannot have, in a sense, the roles reversed. And viewers, let me tell you the most cynical expression of this attempt to constantly equate victimhood with the minority community, the Muslim community, found expression, viewers, in the anti-conversion bill that the UPA tried to bring in, where only one community would be the victim and the other community, no points for guessing which one, viewers, would always be seen as the guilty oppressor. That bill had to be rescinded, viewers. But this is the same mentality. They will deny this. Whether it's in the UK, the same ecosystem, this woke ecosystem, viewers. And in the United Kingdom, this has become an issue that is being raised in Parliament. In India, this will never be raised in Parliament, let me tell you, viewers. Because everyone is trying to appease. In the name of projecting themselves as secular, viewers, this virtue signaling that goes on doesn't allow for justice. And I want to ask, where is the outrage now? Or is it always to be selectively expressed depending on the religion of the oppressor? If the oppressor is Hindu, then yes, there should be outrage. If the oppressor is Muslim, viewers, not. Let me tell you, there was a case in Hathras, viewers, where a Dalit had been sexually assaulted by an upper caste. The entire ecosystem landed up there. All the political parties, viewers. And viewers, let me tell you, just 2 hours away, in another eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, the reverse happened. A Dalit girl was sexually assaulted by a Muslim. No one went there, viewers. How can it be? Meme and Bheem, you see. How can it be, viewers? Is the ecosystem silent because the victims are Dalit Hindus and don't fit the stereotype of the perfect victim? Is the Ladki Hoon, Lad Sakti Hoon brigade silent because turning the glare upon Muslims risks losing a vote bank? Viewers, I'm not saying this. The left said that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's Congress party in the recently concluded by-election in Kerala was taking the support of Islamists. Are Dalit rights being sacrificed at the altar of vote bank politics? Viewers, these are some specific questions and I need to ask these questions tonight of our panel. I want to go straight across. We have, of course, with us Rahul Iswar, who hails from Kerala. So I want to bring him into the picture first. Rahul Iswar, look, we don't need this evidence. This evidence only confirms what is the known. But it helps because this evidence brings to the surface the rot, the unseemly rot that is going deliberately suppressed. And let me tell you, Rahul Iswar, even the church in Kerala, it's not just a Hindu-Muslim thing. Even the church in Kerala is saying there's a problem. And there are others in different parts of the country saying this is a problem. Yet, Rahul Iswar, this is the worst kept secret. Why is this the worst kept secret? Let me ask you this question. I've been very blunt. Please be blunt. Is it vote bank compulsions? What is it?
Rahul Shivshankarji, 2 submissions. If somebody is denying the fact of forcible conversion, let me point out this has been the case for a long period of time. Even Mahatma Gandhi's son, Harilal, was forcibly converted. Please remember, the father of the nation, the messiah of Hindu-Muslim unity, his son, Harilal, was converted into Abdullah Gandhi, then he came back later. So forcible conversions are a reality. 1. Second, Kerala is home to some great Muslim organizations like Muslim League, or MES or Samasta, which everyone respects. But Kerala is also home to some hardline Islamist, extremist organizations too, like Popular Front, like Satya Sarani, who have been indulging in forcible conversion. This is a reality that has been documented. The Communist Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, quoted authorities and said, nearly 112 people from Kerala went and joined ISIS. I am proud of my state Kerala, but this is a shortcoming that our state has. This is a negativity that my state has, and we should be open and honest in addressing it. We should address by taking into confidence our Muslim community brothers, no doubt, but there is an issue. As you rightly said about Kerala's story, it's a story of 3 girls, and that's a reality. And Rahul Shivshankarji might know the Nimisha Fatima, or the person called Nimisha Fatima. Yes. Her brother is a major in Indian Army. Her brother is a major in Indian Army, and this girl has been forcibly converted, went to Afghanistan. She has a child. Some people say she has also been into the extremist radical issues. Yes, that choice of words we can definitely debate. I call it Islamist. Somebody else may call it something else. But there is an issue that is documented in courts. There is evidence. And I urge our Muslim community brothers to come forward and condemn these, along with the main civil society. Me being a Hindu activist, I would request them also to come forward, because there is an issue. And as you rightly mentioned ahead, the UK, even in the UK Parliament, they have pointed out there have been radical groups who have been abusing and misusing young women. See, it's something documented. It's something in assembly, something in Parliament.
I mean, you talked about you talked about Miss Fatima's case, and there's the picture, viewers. And she, of course, was a Hindu woman from Palakkad, converted to Islam, forcibly adopted the name Fatima Isa, traveled to Afghanistan with her husband. Husband was killed in 2017. Their daughter born in Nangarhar, reportedly being trained by ISKP operatives even as we speak. They don't even spare children. And here, viewers, the ecosystem will deny it. Say this is a right-wing conspiracy. Vivek Srivastava, will you at least have today the moral
My
integrity,
first question to
the moral, no, excuse me, the moral integrity to come out and condemn this rather than question me, question Rahul Ishwar.
Do you have the moral integrity to condemn Mr. Rahul Ishwar for saying that Hindu activists should come forward? And, Bhaiya, there is a state government, there is a state police, there are central agencies. What is the role of Hindu activists in having law and order in this country? There is some sannyasi with 5,000 people. He is going from shop to
listen,
shop.
one second. One second. Do they have no right to protest? Only people should go out in this country holding Nasrallah banners. The Hindus have no right to protest, you are saying.
What Nasrallah banners?
No, of course you know.
No, Hindus are very happy. The BJP is not happy.
No, I'm asking you. No, excuse me.
Hindus are very happy. The BJP
I'm asking you a simple question.
The producer
will you,
sir, Suniya.
Instead of character assassinating individuals, instead of diverting from the subject. No, one second, sir, please.
Sorry.
I'm asking you a question, Mr. Srivastava.
Yes,
the question is a straightforward one.
Yes,
will you tonight accept the reality that there are now grooming jihad gangs in this country that are preying upon Dalits, which completely undercuts this meme bhim great?
No, it's your agenda. It's your Islamophobic agenda to give the Muslims a bad name. And the reality of the politics of this country is Jai Bhim and Jai Meme Lal Salam. That is the reality, and we are going to do it. And this Kerala story,
by preying upon Dalit girls, by preying upon Dalit girls,
and then they said sorry,
by preying upon Dalit
girls. Nobody is being preyed upon. It's
what
your
about
agenda.
those young girls?
All false stories.
Oh my God.
All is well.
Oh my
and the
gosh.
Muslims are good
Sir,
people.
where is Nimisha Fatima?
There is a lady today who is mourning the loss. Yes.
Where is Nimisha Fatima? Where is Sonia Sebastian? Do you have an answer? What are you talking, sir? These girls, their families have lost their daughter.
Let's bring a more rational voice. Hopefully there's a more rational voice in this conversation. 1 second, Vivek Srivastava.
Stop giving Muslims of Kerala bad name.
Listen.
Yes.
Stop. I beg you, stop. Mr. Srivastava, once again, trying to suppress an issue by being mendacious on national TV. Okay? Stop playing victim. 1 second. I want to bring in the Samajwaji National spokesperson. 1 second. Vivek Silas, put your hand on your heart and tell me that this is not happening. And that this completely undercuts this entire narrative that is being spun. That there is a natural coming together of the meme bhim. If that were the case, the meme would be going out of their way to protect the interests of the beam. Here, there is an open relationship where there is preying on Dalit girls happening, and this is not for the first time.
Yeah, Rahul, if something like this has happened, it's incredibly horrible. And I think, as you mentioned, grooming jihadis gangs in the country. And what is the government doing? What is the central government doing? What are the agencies doing? We claim we have the best forces, best agencies in the world. What are they doing?
They're catching these people. What do you think is happening here? Why do you think this story is coming out? Because the Prayagraj police has been alert enough, sir.
Okay. If they are catching, the law must take its course and they should be dealt as hard as possible.
Look,
what is
viewers,
the problem?
How they catch the scapegoat here. They don't want to, they want to scapegoat, viewers. Just
if we say no, you have a problem. If we say yes, you have a problem.
I'm asking you.
If we speak, you have a problem. If we keep quiet, you have a problem.
The question is, would you accept that there is grooming jihad happening on an industrial scale with the attempt at waging a jihad against this country through unlawful conversion? Sir, would you accept it?
Any conversion, be it anyone. If it is forceful, it is wrong.
Vivek Srivastava is saying
it is wrong constitutionally. But if we talk about Dalits are being urinated all over India. They are being beaten to death. They cannot even today enter the temple. Yes. You don't question that.
Listen, just a minute.
And it's good you talked about Hathras.
Okay.
I was debating with you. I was debating with you. You were in some other channel. And you were trying to prove that nothing has happened in Hathras.
Oh, come
the
on.
entire media
One second.
was trying to prove that nothing has happened in Hathras.
Okay, just
she
one
was also
second.
a Dalit
Just
girl.
one second.
Rahul ji,
just
she
one
was
second.
also a
One
Dalit
second.
girl.
One second. One second. Vivek, silence. First of all, I think you've confused me with some other Rahul. Okay.
No.
Listen to
you
me.
were there in Times Now at the time.
No, 1 second. I have a tweet, not just a tweet, an entire episode where I went after the Yogi government for trying to bury the entire evidence by carrying out a cremation much in advance. So please.
And the same Yogi government was saying,
one second,
the UP police was saying, the advisor to Yogi was saying that nothing has happened in
But let me tell
Hathras.
you viewers, vulturism of the kind these people exhibited, I call that out. And there are many. Of
We should
course.
not say anything.
Where do you go? Where have you gone, sir? Where have you gone?
When
in
we
the
tried to
recent
go to
past?
Hathras, we were beaten.
Have you gone to Bengal today?
We was beaten.
Have you gone to Bengal? There is a college in which there has been a rape. आप नहीं गए वहाँ पर?
Did the Prime Minister go to Manipur?
Party,
or did you go to Manipur?
1 second. Let
Did
me
you
just bring
go to
this in.
Manipur?
Let me just
Did
bring
your
this
channel
in.
go to
Let me
Manipur?
just bring
No,
this in.
that
Let me
is
just 1
shameful.
second. Let me just
No,
bring
no,
in
you
Dr.
cannot be
Ranganathan.
selective, Rahul.
I am
You
being not
cannot
selective.
be
I am being
selective.
absolutely honest with you.
You cannot be selective.
You make it about vulturism, but you're selective. You don't make it about
No,
principle.
we are not.
You make
You
it
are.
about politics. You supplant one P with the other P. The Prime Minister doesn't go anywhere. Did he go to Pahalgam?
The
No,
Prime
he
Minister didn't go to the Pahalgam.
Yes, so he didn't because he doesn't go.
Because
he doesn't believe in
because he's a coward
vulturism.
man.
He doesn't believe in
Because
vulturism.
he is a coward
He doesn't
man.
believe in empty
Instead,
gestures.
he chose
1
to
minute.
go
Let me
to
bring in.
Bihar.
Let me bring in Doctor. Let me
He
bring
was
in Doctor
spending time
Ranganathan.
with film
Let me
stars.
bring in Doctor Ranganathan because you see, viewers, they have such a allergy to calling out the main issue here, Dr. Ranganathan. Look at the way they are scratching at other wounds, not at the main one.
No, absolutely. Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists. Look, let me begin before I come to the nub of the issue with two things that have already transpired, having listened to two of my fellow panelists and good friends. I don't mind and I have never minded the utterances, illogical as they are, of my good friend Vivek Srivastava, because I can smell sulfur from a mile. You know, he is belonging to the same party that perpetrated the brutal Mari Jhapi massacre, where the CPIM cadre butchered 10,000 innocent Dalits. And he denies that ever happened. So let's not talk about Vivek. I want to talk about Vivek. I did not interrupt you. My turn has come after 20 minutes. Yeah, please don't do this. Please. Yes. My issue I take not with Vivek. He should be relieved. But with my other good friend, Rahul Ishwar, I'm agog at the virtue signaling that he has just done. I mean, he talks about, he uttered a list and then he says, the problem is not great parties in Kerala like IUML. Is he serious? Is he talking about the same Muslim League, this Rahul Ishwar, where 300 of its members were booked because they said publicly in a rally, we will hang and butcher Hindus and hang them by the next temple. This is the same IUML that supported Hamas. This is the same IUML that took out rallies in eulogizing Nasrallah. And this guy here says on your panel that it's a great party. Rahul, the fact of the matter is we are living in an age of wokeism, victimhood, selectivity and political correctness. And honestly, I don't know if we are allowed to tell the truth anymore. Away from Britain, we have seen the very same perfidy being playing out in India. And thank you for publicizing this news. It's very important because remember the horrendous Ajmer grooming case that was hushed up? I hope this one isn't. Remember cases of love jihad that continue to be hushed up, continue to be called a figment of one's imagination by journalists and opposition? Love jihad is a reality. Let me be very clear. Impersonating someone else's religion for the purposes of entrapping a woman or coercing her to change her religion for the purposes of marriage or for living out peaceful married life are criminal offenses. For the leftists and the logically challenged, most often one and the same thing, the means do not justify the end, where the end is an interfaith marriage, which by itself is a wonderful thing. Now you can bunch these three offenses under any phrase, love jihad, grooming jihad, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do these offenses happen? The answer is yes, by the hundreds and with alarming regularity.
There is nothing called love jihad. It's your imagination.
Vivek
It's your
Srivastava, they are
imagination,
taking
that's
our girls to ISIS. This is the church.
My constitution.
The church, the Syro-Malabar Church,
see,
had in 2020 released a wrong statement, a strong statement, claiming Christian women were being victims of love jihad. This is now resonating with a section of its parishioners. This is grooming jihad. One second. Just please don't interrupt. No, 1 second. Mr. Srivastava, please, you will have your turn. Please don't do this. I'm going to lower your fader. Please, I'm counting till 3. Dr. Ranganathan was speaking. Show some courtesy. Did he interrupt you? No. He never interrupted anybody. Let him finish his...
Why is Dr. Ranganathan against somebody converting his
You
religion?
can come back to him. I'll come back to you. But let him finish his point. Don't make me behave like some schoolmaster here.
Okay.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, as I was saying, when it suits people like Vivek Srivastava, even one incident merits an outrage. And here it suits them to ignore the hell a Hindu or a Christian woman goes through. Like the recent chilling report from Kheri, where Mohammed Nawed duped a Dalit woman into a relationship by impersonating as a Hindu. 3 months into her pregnancy, he began forcing her to convert to Islam. And when she refused, he, along with his friend Farhan, raped and poisoned her. But there was no outrage. Because wait, while Jai Meme is unconditional, Jai Bhim is conditional upon the perpetrator not being a meme. Look, in any case, why blame BJP when it was originally the Kerala High Court that ordered the government to quote, frame laws against love jihad? Go outrage against the court. Go outrage against Mahatma Gandhi, who said, and I quote, if I had the power to legislate, I would stop all proselytizing. Go outrage against Ambedkar, who said Dalits should not convert to Islam as it will denationalize them. And the danger of Muslim domination becomes real. Rahul, just 30 seconds. Look, forced conversion or conversion by means of inducement, allure, monetary, social or health benefit or through miracle cure inducement is clearly illegal and should be banned. The problem is not conversion or preaching. No sensible person can be against it. After all, religion is an idea, and a follower of any religion has every right to express that idea and try and convince people to come into his religion's fold. Just